What if Harry Potter founded the Black Court and replaced the Death Eaters with loyal cultists? Welcome to Savage Harry. Today's adventure: what if Harry Potter founded the Black Court and replaced the Death Eaters with loyal cultists? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. After the chamber, the quiet vow. The hospital wing was lit only by the moon and by a band of yellow light under Madame Pomfrey's office door. Harry counted 3 o'clock from the way the castle had gone silent, the kind of silent that came after the owls had finished hunting and before the kitchen elves began to stir. He had not slept. He did not particularly want to. His body was an argument that had not finished. Where the basilisk fang had gone in just above the elbow, the skin felt thin and new, as though someone had stretched fresh leather across the bone. The rest of him ached in the deeper way of muscles that had run, climbed, swung a sword, and held a small girl's wrist for too long. Underneath all of it was a flavor at the back of his tongue that he could not get rid of by swallowing. Phoenix tears, he decided, tasted of metal that had been left out in the rain. In the bed beside him, Ginny Weasley was breathing the slow, even breaths of someone Madame Pomfrey had decided to keep dosed. Her hair on the pillow looked very red against the white linen. Ron was folded into a chair between them, mouth open, one freckled hand still loosely curled around his sister's blanket as though he had fallen asleep mid-grip. Harry watched the ceiling. He was not going to cry. He had got that out of him on the way back up through the pipe, a quick wet shudder while Fawkes did most of the carrying, and there had been no audience for it. He did not need an audience now. The thing he needed was to think. He started at the beginning because that was the only way he knew to do it. He had walked into the chamber alone. A teacher had come down with him as far as the rockfall and had then attempted to wipe his memory with a borrowed wand. The teacher had been a fraud all year. The school had hired the fraud, paid the fraud, sat the fraud at the staff table, and put the fraud in charge of a class that taught children how not to die. Lockhart had not been a clever fraud either. He had been a loud one. Hogwarts had not noticed. That was one fact. The next fact was Tom Riddle's diary. A book that had been talking to a first-year girl since September. A book that had been in Ginny's belongings, then in his, then in Ginny's again, and at no point had any adult in the castle picked it up and frowned at it. Harry had been the one to find writing answering back from blank parchment, and the writing had been clever enough to fool him for almost an hour before he had put it down. A first year had carried it for 9 months. That was the second fact. The third was the headmaster. Dumbledore had known what the chamber was. He had known there was a monster. He had been at the school in 1943, the year a girl died and a half-giant boy was expelled for keeping a spider. He had let Hagrid be taken to Azkaban this time, knowing perfectly well that Hagrid had not done it the first time. He had let the Ministry parade in and out of his castle and pretend to look for answers. He had let Harry walk into the second-floor lavatory with Ron and Lockhart in a half-formed plan, and he had not been there at the rockfall. Harry had been 12 years old at the bottom of a pipe with a sword he had pulled out of a hat and a phoenix that had arrived because, apparently, he had said the right thing about the right man. That was very nearly poetry. Harry was not in the mood for poetry. He turned his head on the pillow. Through the frosted glass of Madame Pomfrey's office he could see her silhouette, bent over a desk, writing slowly. She had been writing for an hour. He wondered what report needed an hour at 3 in the morning, and decided it did not matter. The shape of it mattered. The adults in this castle wrote reports. The adults outside this castle wrote laws. Neither category had come down the pipe with him. He let that sit. He did not feel betrayed. Betrayal was a thing you felt when you had expected better. He had not, he realized, expected better for some time. He had only forgotten that he had stopped expecting it. There was a longer version of this if he wanted to look at it, and lying in the dark he supposed he did. The Dursleys had been the first lesson. 10 years of cupboard, 10 years of porridge gone to Dudley. 10 years of teachers who had looked at him with bruises under his school jumper and decided the bruises were either imagined or deserved. He had stopped expecting the adult world to intervene sometime around his 6th birthday, when Mrs. Figg had asked him how his summer had been, and he had told her exactly, and she had given him a biscuit and changed the subject. That had not been her fault. He understood now that she had not been allowed to do anything else. But the lesson had landed, and the lesson had been, speak the truth out loud to a grown-up, watch the grown-up look elsewhere. Then Hagrid, then the letter. Then a whole new world that turned out, with a slight delay, to be the same world wearing different robes. McGonagall had told him in his first week that the staircases moved and the portraits spoke and that the rules of the school were to be obeyed without exception, and then in his second week his defense teacher had been a man with a parasite living in the back of his head, and McGonagall had not known, could not have known, had not in any case known. That was the pattern. The adults of the wizarding world were, for the most part, decent people who were tired, and who trusted other tired, decent people not to be hiding things, and so the thing that was hiding got through every time. Once or twice a generation, a man like Tom Riddle came along who understood the pattern and walked through it as though it had been laid down for his convenience. The pattern was not malicious. That was almost worse. Malicious he could have learned to spot. Tired and trusting he could not even reasonably resent. Parselmouth, he thought, that was the other piece. He had spoken Parseltongue at dueling club in front of the school. Within a week half the castle had decided he was the heir of Slytherin. Dumbledore had asked him about the snake at the duel, and then told him nothing. No teacher had taken him aside in any corridor and said, quietly and usefully, "Harry, this is what Parseltongue is, this is who has it, this is why someone might decide you are dangerous." They had let him walk into the great hall with the whole student body staring at his back, and they had let him work it out alone. Tom Riddle had been a Parselmouth. Tom Riddle had grown up to be the man who killed his parents. Harry had now killed Tom Riddle's diary by stabbing it through with a basilisk fang. Somewhere in the order of those sentences, something had moved that was not going to move back. He closed his eyes. The chamber was still very near. He could feel the wet under his shoes. He could feel Riddle's amused, careful voice from the dais. "So that's it, Harry Potter, you and I, brothers in the gift," and Harry had not had any answer except the sword. He opened his eyes again. He was 12. He kept reminding himself of that because the part of him that wanted to plan things did not feel 12, and the part of him that wanted to be home in his own bed at the Burrow did. The two parts could share for now. The planning part would do the work. The other part could sleep when it was allowed to. By the time the band of light under the office door went out, he had a list. He did not write it down. He did not have anything to write it on. He kept it in his head like a hand of cards held close. 1. The school would not protect him. 2. The ministry would not protect him. 3. Dumbledore would protect Dumbledore's plan, and his plan did not appear to include telling Harry anything. 4. He had survived the chamber alone, with a sword and a phoenix that had been sent by a man who had then not bothered to come down. 5. He was going to live the rest of his school life under the assumption that the next monster would also be his to deal with alone. 6 was not on the list yet. 6 was the thing he could feel forming behind his ribs and would not look at directly until he had slept. He slept eventually the way a stone sinks in deep water. He woke to a hand on his shoulder, very light, and Dumbledore's voice saying his name as though it were a careful word in a careful poem. Light was coming through the high windows in pale columns. The phoenix deer taste was still there. "Harry, my boy." Harry pushed himself up against the pillows. His arm did not like it. He let it not like it and sat up anyway. Dumbledore had pulled a chair to his bedside. He looked, Harry thought, exactly the way he always looked. That was the trouble with him. There was no surface on which a thing could catch. "Sir, Madame Pomfrey informs me you are healing remarkably well." Dumbledore's beard moved as he smiled. "Phoenix tears, of course, are a most generous medicine. Fawkes is fond of you." "Yes, sir. I have come to tell you what perhaps you have already guessed. The chamber is sealed. Miss Weasley will recover fully and remember little. The diary is destroyed. Mr. Malfoy, I think, will find his position as a school governor somewhat reduced. And you, Harry, have done a thing that very few wizards twice your age would have done." He paused. His blue eyes rested on Harry's over the half-moon spectacles with what Harry recognized now as the particular Dumbledore weight, the one that asked you to be moved. "Thank you, sir." "I sense," said Dumbledore gently, "that you have questions." Harry considered him. The old man's hands were folded over the head of a thin walking cane Harry had not seen before. There was a faint warm smell about him of lemon and old wool. Harry thought, if I ask the easy questions he will give me the easy answers, and we will both think this was a kind conversation, and afterwards I will know nothing I did not know last night. He asked the one that mattered. "Why am I a Parselmouth, sir?" Dumbledore's smile did not shift. The pause did, though very slightly. It became a different kind of pause, the kind a man uses when he is choosing not between truth and lie, but between one shaped truth and another. "That, Harry, is a very interesting question." Dumbledore's fingers tapped once on the cane. "Parselmouth is a very rare gift. It has traditionally been associated with the line of Salazar Slytherin. It is also, I believe, occasionally transferred. Voldemort, on the night he came to Godric's Hollow, gave you a great many things he did not intend to give. Some small part of his power, I suspect, was among them. Your scar, your dreams, perhaps your gift with snakes, all the same wound, seen from different angles. So I'm a Parselmouth because he was, in a manner of speaking, and no other reason, none, I think, that need concern you tonight." Harry watched him. There it was that need concern you, the velvet glove over the closed fist. "Tonight," said Dumbledore, when what he meant was not at all and perhaps not ever, depending on how I find you in 7 years. "Sir," said Harry, "does it ever go away?" The gift, Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted. "I should not think so." But I should not worry overmuch. A talent is what one makes of it. He patted the blanket near Harry's knee. The pat was warm and meant well. Harry understood with a clarity that surprised him that Dumbledore liked him. That did not make Dumbledore safe. You should rest, said Dumbledore. When you are stronger, we shall have a proper talk. There are things I should like to say to you when the time is right. When will the time be right, sir? Dumbledore smiled. It was a beautiful smile. When it is, I shall know. He rose. The cane tapped softly on the stone. At the door he turned and inclined his head, as though Harry had been a guest in his own bed, and then he was gone. Harry sat very still until the door had stopped echoing. When it is, I shall know. That was the answer. That was the whole of it. Harry let the sentence sit in the middle of his mind, the way you set a piece of evidence on a table to look at it from all sides. The headmaster of Hogwarts had been given a direct question by a 12-year-old who had spent the previous evening killing a 1,000-year-old snake, and the headmaster had answered with a pat and a riddle. So, 5 had been right. He added a small correction to it mentally. 5. The next monster would also be his to deal with alone, and he should stop being surprised about that, because the surprise was costing him time. He lay back against the pillow. Across the ward, Ginny stirred and did not wait. Ron had migrated to the chair on her other side without, apparently, opening his eyes. A pale spring light moved across the foot of Harry's bed. He stared at it and did not think about anything in particular for a while. The thinking was beneath the surface now, doing its work, the way a kettle that has been put on the hob does its work without telling you. The door to Madame Pomfrey's office opened with the particular brisk creak that announced her before her shoes did. "Awake, Mr. Potter." Her voice was the dry, tired voice of a woman who had spent the night with a girl who would not stop shaking, and the previous day with a boy who would not stop bleeding. She came over carrying a tray. The tray held a covered bowl, a small loaf, and a cup. The cup steamed. "Broth," she said, setting it down on the bedside table. "Drink it, all of it, then bread, then we shall see about you sitting up properly." "Yes, ma'am." She did not leave at once. She put 2 fingers under his jaw, tilted his face to the light, looked into one of his eyes, then the other, and sniffed. "Better, Madame Pomfrey. How is Ginny?" Her tired face softened a fraction, the way a cloth softens when it has been wrung out. "She will be well. She will not be quite herself for a fortnight. Children of that age are remarkably elastic, Mr. Potter. You are, I might add, although I should be glad never to put it to the test again. Thank you for last night. I did very little." She straightened. "Phoenix tears do not need my help. Drink your broth." She was already turning away when she paused. She glanced back at the door at the far end of the ward, the curtained one behind a partition. "I shall be in and out this morning, so if you need me, ring the bell and do not get up. I have Madame Bones in the side room, and she will require attention." Madame Bones. Harry kept his face still. "Is she ill, ma'am? A fainting spell at the ministry yesterday afternoon. Nothing one cannot mend with quiet and a tonic. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement does not run itself, Mr. Potter, and the woman who runs it does not stop running, and now and again the body has an opinion about that. Broth." "Yes, ma'am." She went. The curtain at the far end twitched and settled. Harry took the lid off the bowl. The broth smelled of chicken and parsley and something else he did not know the name of. He picked up the spoon. The first mouthful was almost too hot, salty, with the faint green clean taste of an herb he thought might be lovage. He drank it slowly. Madame Bones. He turned the name in his mind. Madame Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement, the one adult in the entire ministry he had heard Mr. Weasley speak well of without immediately apologizing. A fainting spell at the ministry. The day after Lucius Malfoy had been sent storming out of Dumbledore's office with a house elf following at his ankles. It might mean nothing. People fainted. The ministry was full of people who did not sleep enough and ate too little and were under one strain or another. The likeliest explanation was the boring one, but he did not stop thinking about it. He drank his broth and tore his bread and let the name sit at the back of his mouth alongside the metallic phoenix taste. He would, he thought, find out who had been in the room with her when she went down. Not today. He had no way to find out today. But he had been given a piece of information that someone, Madame Pomfrey even, had not thought worth keeping behind a curtain, and he was not going to let it go because he had no use for it yet. He finished the bread. By the next morning his strength was enough that Madame Pomfrey released him for an hour's walk on the grounds, provided he did not run, did not climb, did not swim, did not, in her phrase, do anything Mr. Potter-shaped. He went down to the lake. The air was clean in the way only the second week of June at Hogwarts ever was, warm above and cool underneath, with a wind off the water that smelled of weed and stone. Harry walked along the shingle to the place where the rocks jutted out and made a kind of low natural bench above the shallows. He sat on the largest one. He drew his knees up. His arm twinged. He ignored it. The lake was very still. A few hundred yards out, the giant squid drifted near the surface with one pale tentacle showing, like a finger laid across a page to mark a place. The far shore was a soft green smudge. He could hear from the castle behind him the distant noise of children let outside for the first time in a week, a noise like rooks. He stopped thinking in lists. He let the question that had been forming behind his ribs come up at last and have its shape. The school would not protect him. The ministry would not protect him. Dumbledore would not tell him things. The wizarding adult world, taken as a whole, had managed exactly one useful thing for him this year, and that one thing was that an old half-giant gamekeeper had given him cake and called him family before being marched off to Azkaban for a crime nobody had committed. That and a phoenix. A bird had been more reliable than the Minister for Magic. He could keep walking through this. 3 Hogwarts years to go before he was of age, and Voldemort, who had clearly not finished being Voldemort, would surface again, probably more than once. Each time the adult wizarding world would arrange itself the way it had arranged itself this year, into a shape that did not quite reach down to where he stood. Each time he would survive or he would not. The arithmetic was not encouraging if he kept doing only what he had done. He looked at the squid. Slytherin, said the voice in him that did not feel 12, had solved a smaller version of this problem 1,000 years ago. Salazar Slytherin had not trusted the other founders or the wider world or the ministry that did not yet exist. He had built a faction inside the school. He had given them a place to gather and a sign by which to know each other. He had hidden a weapon under their feet that nobody outside the faction would find for a millennium, and it had worked. The faction was still there. The weapon had still been there. The faction had still come down through the centuries, Malfoy, Lestrange, Black, Rosier, Carrow, clannish, intermarried, certain of itself, slow to break. Slytherin had built it out of bigotry and a long grudge. That was the part that had cost him in the end. Bigotry was a brittle mortar. It had cracked century by century, until what was left was thinner and meaner than what he had set down. But the architecture of the thing, a small ring of sworn people, a private name, a place to meet, a secret to share, the architecture was sound. Harry put his chin on his knees. He could do that. He could do it cleaner, not for blood. For survival and for the people he had already noticed were going to be left to drown by the adult world the same way he had been left to drown. There were more of them than he had thought. He had a small mental list already, half-built without his permission. He would have to name it. A thing without a name slipped through the fingers. Slytherin's faction had a name in everything but words. Everyone in the castle knew what House 1 meant when one said the snake, the dungeons, them. A name made a thing a thing. He thought about it. He did not want to be melodramatic. He was 12 and he was on a rock by a lake, and he was not going to give himself a name out of an opera. He wanted a word that was honest about what it was for, and that nobody else owned yet. His mother's family had been Evances. His father's family had been Potters, an old enough line, but tangled in among the Potters. His great-grandmother on his father's side had been Doria Black. He had only ever heard the name once, from Sirius Black's cousin's husband. No, he had only ever read it, in the small printed family tree at the back of a book in Flourish and Blots the summer he was 11, when he had looked up his own name out of curiosity and worked outwards along the branches. Doria Black married Charles Potter, one son. The Blacks had been a dark family by reputation, and a very old one, and the line had originally been Welsh. Crys. He had read the name on the tree, an old hollow in the hills, and had thought it sounded like a cough. The note under the line had said the sky over the Crys hollow in old Welsh records was described as black with cloud at the founding of the line. He remembered it because of the cough. Black, then, for the sky over the hollow, for the line that had come down into him through Doria, against the wishes of the rest of that family who had thrown her out for marrying a Potter. Black for an inheritance the Blacks themselves had thrown away and forgotten. Black for a color, not for a politics. A bookseller's word reclaimed, a court, not an army. He did not want soldiers. Soldiers obeyed. He wanted people who would think for themselves and choose, every morning, to stand where he stood. A court was the word for that old, courtly, formal, a circle around a center. It did not mean a king, it meant a center, the Black Court. He said it once in his head and then a second time quietly aloud on the off chance the lake would object. The lake did not, the squid did not, the wind off the water did its own work. He sat with it for a long while. The decision was already made, he was only watching it settle. The mechanics of the thing wanted thinking about. 12 was the right number because 12 was small enough to keep secret and large enough to do work. 4 would not be enough to protect each other when one of them fell ill, or was sent home, or was killed. 20 would be too many to bind without a binding that did most of the work for him. And bindings that did most of the work for you were the kind Voldemort had used. 12 was the number at which you could still know each of them properly, the way you knew Ron, what he loved, what he was afraid of, what he would not under any circumstances do. You had to know that about each of them. If you did not, you would put them somewhere they could not stand, and they would break, and the break would be your fault before it was theirs. 12 also meant he would have to start now. 2 years for the testing, the choosing, the proving. 16 would be too late. By then either Voldemort would be back or he would not be, and a court assembled in the panic of either outcome would be a court assembled badly. 12 and 13 and 14 then. Slow. Voldemort had built Death Eaters out of fear. Harry had seen what fear bought. Fear bought you Lucius Malfoy planting a diary in a child's cauldron the moment your back was turned. Fear bought you Karkaroff naming names in a courtroom the moment the cell door looked likely. Fear was the cheapest mortar there was. It cracked the fastest. He would not buy fear. He could not afford to. 12 people, he thought. Slytherin had had 4 founders worth of houses and an army of admirers, and it had still slipped through his hands. 12 people would do. 12 people chosen carefully, each one bound to him by something other than terror, by gratitude, by debt, by interest, by love if it came to that, but not by fear, and held together by a vow they had taken with their eyes open. A vow he would not be able to take back from them. A vow they would not be able to take back from him. They would be free in the small, everyday way the Death Eaters had never been free. They would keep their own minds, their own friends, their own quarrels, and they would be bound, in the deeper way the Death Eaters had only pretended to be, by an oath each had given because each had chosen to. He did not know yet what shape the vow would take. Magic had vows in it. He had read about unbreakable ones in a passage Hermione had once read aloud at breakfast, and Ron had then made retching noises about. Those were not for now. Those were for when he knew what he was doing. The first vow, the one that would matter most because it would be his alone, he would make today on this rock with nobody else there to hear it. He looked out over the water. He thought of his mother who had stood between him and a wand and been killed for it, and of his father who had stood in a doorway with no wand at all and been killed for it, and of Ginny who had been 12 years old and writing in a diary for 9 months without anyone noticing, and of Hagrid who had been taken away that spring with his coat half buttoned, and of Colin Creevey, frozen on a hospital cot like a small camera with the lens still pointing, and of Justin Finch Fletchley, who had once looked at Harry across a courtyard and stepped backwards. He spoke quietly. He used his own voice. It was not magic. He wanted to know what he sounded like when he said it. I, Harry James Potter, vow this to myself on this stone by this water. He stopped. He started again lower. 12. I will find 12. Each of them will be sworn under a true vow, and each of them will be free. They will be a court, not an army. They will be black for the sky, not for evil. They will outlast me. He paused. He added, because he wanted it on the record between him and the lake, I will not buy them with fear. He sat. The lake did not change. The squid had drifted away. The wind off the water had cooled half a degree. He had said the thing and the world had not ended. He had said the thing and he was still 12 on a rock with an arm that ached. Good. Magic that needed a stage was not magic he trusted. The vow had been to himself. The self had heard it. He stood up. His knees protested. He walked back along the shingle towards the castle, slowly, the way Madame Pomfrey had instructed. By the afternoon he had been released from the hospital wing with a list of things he was not to do and a small parchment chit to be presented to any teacher who asked why he was wandering the corridors during lessons. He went to his dormitory. Ron was not in it. Hermione was not in it. The dormitory was quiet in the particular way Hogwarts dormitories were quiet in the last week of term, when half the trunks were already half packed and somebody's owl had been let out to fly home ahead. He sat on his bed for a few minutes, then he got up and went to the library. Madame Pince was at her desk, marking a returns ledger with a quill that wanted resharpening. She glanced up at him without expression. Madame Pince looked at everyone the way she looked at a book that had been returned with a corner turned down. Mr. Potter, Madame Pince, I wondered if I might buy a notebook from the stock. She frowned. Buy. I have heard you sell them for note-taking. I should like one. She studied him for a moment longer than was necessary. Then she bent, reached under her desk, and brought up a flat wooden tray on which were stacked perhaps a dozen plain notebooks of varying size and binding. He looked them over. He chose one of the smaller ones, bound in dark brown leather that was nearly black, with no marking on the cover and pages of decent weight. The leather smelled faintly of beeswax. 5 sickles. He counted out the coins. She took them. She slid the notebook across to him and went back to her ledger without further comment. Thank you. He took it up to the dormitory. He sat on his bed again. He drew the curtains around it, not because anyone was there, but because he had already today started doing things he did not intend to explain. He took out his quill and an ink pot, and he opened the notebook to the first page. The page was creamy and stiff and faintly ruled. He sat for a moment over it. He could feel his heart doing the thing it did when he was about to write something he could not unwrite. He let it. Then he dipped the quill and wrote, in careful block capitals at the top of the page, the black court beneath it, smaller in his ordinary hand, a ledger. Beneath that he drew a line across the page and wrote the first name. He had known whose it would be since the rock by the lake. He had known whose it would be, in fact, since Hagrid had stood by his hut last autumn and said, "You'd be welcome any time, lad," in a voice that meant it. He wrote Hagrid. He looked at the name. He thought about the fact that Hagrid did not technically have a wand anymore, having had his snapped on his expulsion at 13, and carried instead a pink umbrella that everyone in the castle pretended not to know about. He thought about the fact that Hagrid loved animals more than he loved his own safety, and had 3 times this year alone come within an inch of being sacked for things that were not his fault. He thought about the fact that Hagrid had been the first person ever to tell him, in a hut on a rock in the middle of a storm, that he was a wizard, and had then bought him an owl out of pocket money he did not really have. Hagrid would say yes. Hagrid would say yes the moment Harry could find a way to ask that did not put Hagrid in danger of being thrown out of his hut. That would come, not this week. This week Hagrid was being released from Azkaban with apologies that would not undo 2 months in a cell. Below Hagrid, Harry drew another shorter line, and beneath it, in the same careful capitals, "To be tested." He thought about it. He thought about the year. He thought about the small list that had been building behind his ribs without his permission. He wrote Lovegood. He had only ever spoken to Luna Lovegood once, briefly, in a corridor near the Ravenclaw stair, when she had stopped and told him that his shoes were tied in a knot that meant something rude and murmish. She had looked at him steadily while she said it. The other Ravenclaws walking past had pretended she was not there. He had thought at the time that she was odd. He thought now that she had been the only person in the corridor that day who had looked at him without first deciding what kind of look to use. People who looked at you without first deciding things were rare. He would need rare people, he wrote, Bones. Susan Bones, in his year in Hufflepuff, niece of Madame Amelia Bones, who was at this moment in a curtained side room in the hospital wing, recovering from a fainting spell that almost certainly was not just a fainting spell. He did not know Susan well. He knew that she did not gossip. He had watched the Hufflepuff table this year, when everyone had thought he was the heir, and Susan had not joined in either the suspicion or the apology when it had been withdrawn. She had just kept on. People who did not get pulled by the tide were rare. He would need rare people. He paused over the third name. He thought of who else he had noticed this year, in the small, unimportant ways that were the only ways that meant anything. Greengrass. Daphne Greengrass, in his year in Slytherin, who had not laughed at the dueling club incident, had not called him anything in a corridor since, and had once in the courtyard after Justin had been petrified, stopped on her way past him and said quietly, "My father says they do not know what they are talking about," and walked on without breaking step. He had not known what to do with that at the time. He knew now. He wrote Grengrass. He sat with the 4 names for a moment, looking at them. 3 of the 4 were girls. He noticed that and decided he was not going to be embarrassed by it. The 4 people in this castle he had so far noticed not joining in were a half-giant, a dreamy Ravenclaw, a quiet Hufflepuff, and a Slytherin who did not laugh on cue. 3 of them happened to be girls. The world had arranged itself that way. He had not. He thought about who had not made the list. Ron had not. Hermione had not. Both of them were, in the ordinary sense of the word, his friends, Ron more easily, Hermione more usefully, and he had thought, briefly and without being proud of it, about whether they would be on the page. They would not be, not yet. Ron was a Weasley, which meant Ron came with 6 brothers, a sister, a mother, and a father, all of whom would have an opinion about anything Harry asked Ron to swear to. Hermione was Hermione, which meant Hermione would want to argue about it for 6 weeks and then write a footnoted essay and then take it to Professor McGonagall to check her reasoning. He loved them both for those reasons. He could not have them on the page for those reasons. The page was for people who could carry a weight quietly. He would tell them eventually what he was building. He would not ask them to build it. He looked at the page. 4 names, 1 certain, 3 to be tested. It was not much. It was a beginning. Blew gently on the ink to set it. He thought about whether to add anything else tonight and decided not. The page was a ledger, not a diary. Words he was not going to act on this term did not belong in it. He closed the notebook. The leather was cool against his palms. He held it for a moment. The smell of beeswax was still there, faint under his nose. He thought, I am 12, and I have just bought a ledger, and I have just written 4 names in it, and I have just made a vow on a rock. Any one of these things by itself is a small thing. None of them by itself is a thing a child would not do. It is only the 4 of them taken together that look like something else. Nobody is going to take them together except me. He thought then of his mother. He did not know why. He did not have many memories of her that were not lent to him by other people. The one he had of his own was a green light and a voice. He thought of the voice. It had said his name. It had said not Harry but my Harry. He had not heard that until last summer, when the Dementors on the train next year would draw it up out of him, but he did not know that yet. Today, on his bed with the curtains drawn, he only had the lent memories and the green light and the voice he was not sure of. He thought, "You would not have left me to drown, would you?" And the part of him that was 12 answered, "No, of course not," and the part of him that was already older answered, "No, but you did, and that is not your fault, but it is the world that I have, and I am going to build for it." He blinked. His eyes were stinging a little. He let them sting. He did not wipe them. He had agreed with himself on the way up the pipe last night to give the wet thing exactly 1 shudder per occasion and to take it no further, and he had had his for the day on the rock when he had said about Ginny. This was a different feeling. He let it pass. He opened his trunk. The trunk smelled of old socks and ink and the chocolate frog wrapper he had forgotten in the bottom corner in November. He pushed aside the folded jumpers, the half-empty sneakoscope, the 2 letters from Hermione that he had not got round to answering during the lockdown, and laid the notebook flat at the bottom, with a sock on either side of it so it would not slide. He closed the trunk. He sat on the lid. He listened to the dormitory. Somebody in the next year up was shouting in the corridor about a missing sock. Somebody else was laughing. A bell rang somewhere far away in the castle. The afternoon was ordinary. He stood up. He pushed his hair out of his eyes. He went down to dinner. At dinner, Ron asked him if he was all right, and he said he was. Hermione watched his face for a moment and then went back to her potatoes. At the high table, Dumbledore was laughing at something Professor Flitwick had said. Lockhart's chair was empty and would stay empty. Snape was watching the Slytherin table with the particular dispassionate look of a man counting his own. Across the hall, at the Hufflepuff table, Susan Bones was passing the gravy to a first year without looking up. At the Ravenclaw table, Luna Lovegood was reading a magazine upside down. At the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass was eating quietly and ignoring Pansy Parkinson, who was laughing too loudly at Draco Malfoy, who was being too quiet. Harry looked at his plate. He ate his dinner. He went back upstairs with Ron and Hermione. He brushed his teeth. He got into bed. The trunk was at the foot of the bed. The ledger was at the bottom of the trunk. The vow was on a rock by the lake. The phoenix taste was nearly gone. He turned off the lamp. He listened to the breathing of the other boys in the dormitory until it had evened out. Then he listened to his own. He thought, last thing before he slept, 12 people, the right 12, he slept. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, Hagrid's loyalty sworn. The Hogwarts Express ran south through a green that did not feel like victory. Ron was telling a story about the match against Slytherin that nobody had played, and Hermione was correcting him with the energy of somebody who needed to be loud about something small because the large things had grown too heavy to lift. Harry watched the window. The trolley came. He bought nothing. He had been 12 for almost a year now, and the boy who had got on this train at the start of it would have wanted chocolate frogs. He noted the difference without making a fuss of it. Ron, glancing at him twice, said nothing. Hermione, glancing at him 3 times, said nothing also, which was a kind of restraint he had not expected from her and would remember. The summer at Privet Drive arranged itself into a routine he could pass through without scuffing the edges. He read what he could get hold of, a battered Muggle book on Roman legal procedure he found at a jumble sale, 2 histories of the Wars of the Roses from the local library, a paperback on fieldcraft for hill walkers. He wrote nothing he could not afford to have read. The ledger stayed at the bottom of the trunk under a loose floorboard of his own contriving, beneath the cloak. He did not open it once. He did not need to. The names he had inked were already where he kept them. He weeded the borders. He cut Aunt Petunia's hedge with shears that were too dull and did not complain about them. He took his uncle's bullying the way one takes weather, as a fact of the location, not a fact about oneself. In the evenings, when the house was asleep and Hedwig was out, he sat on the floor of his room with the window open onto the warm petrol-smelling air of the suburb and went over the conversation he had had with Tom Riddle, line by line, until he could recite it without going back. He did this every night for 6 weeks. By the end of August, he could not have forgotten it if he had wanted to. He did not want to. The Weasleys did not invite him to the Burrow. Mrs. Weasley had written a letter that began with 2 paragraphs about Ginny's recovery and ended without an invitation, and Harry had understood the absence as kindness. Ginny needed the house quiet. Quiet meant no Harry Potter at the table. He wrote back a short reply that named nothing he had done and asked only that she give his love to Ginny when Ginny was ready to hear his name without flinching. He did not reply to the longer letter that came after. He had said what he meant to say. The rest was hers to carry. By the time the train carried him back north in September, autumn was beginning in the hedgerows, and by the second week of October the lake had gone the color of slate. The chamber was officially closed. Hagrid had been cleared in absentia. The ministry communique had used the phrase "in light of new evidence" and named no source. The Daily Prophet had run a half-column on page 4 and printed Hagrid's name wrong. Hagrid did not know that the evidence had been assembled by a second year. He thought the school had finally done its work. Harry let him think it. There was a use to being unseen, and another use, later, to being seen. In the first weeks of term he had watched Hagrid from the Great Hall and from the courtyards, and from the window of the defense corridor where the light caught the path down to the hut at 4 o'clock. Hagrid moved as he had always moved. He smiled as he had always smiled. But the smile at rest sat differently on his face now, the way a coat sits differently on a peg when somebody has worn it under rain. In the first month of term he went down to Hagrid's twice, briefly, on errands of the visible kind, a question about care of magical creatures, a returned book, and each time he sat 10 minutes at the great table and drank tea and let Hagrid talk and did not bring the matter. He wanted Hagrid familiar with him at the door before he came as somebody else. He wanted the latch to know his hand. The library at 4 in the afternoon was nearly empty. Madame Pince was at her desk with a slip-book and a candle she insisted upon despite the lamps. Harry took his usual table at the back where the restricted sections gate through a slanted lattice of shadow across the wood. He spread out a sheet of parchment. He uncorked his ink. He did not begin writing. He began listing in his head what Hagrid would doubt that a diary could think, that a 50-year-old boy could be the same man as the one who had killed his parents, that Aragog had any reason to lie, then or now, that Dumbledore had known anything at all. Of these, the diary was the hardest. A book that wrote back was not a thing one believed by being told. It was a thing one believed by being shown, and Harry could not show it. The diary was in Dumbledore's office, and even if it had not been, he would not have wanted Hagrid to touch it. So the diary in the document would not be a diary. It would be a confession given in a room at a particular hour by a boy whose name was on record. What Hagrid would accept: a date, a name, a description of a room, the shape of a creature he had once fed under a desk. The death of Myrtle Warren, which he had been blamed for, which he had wept about in private for 50 years and never once denied to himself. The names of Hogwarts prefects in 1943 were a matter of school record. Harry had checked the trophy room and copied them. Hagrid would know one of those names. Hagrid would know it the way one knows the name of the man who has stood beside one in a courtroom and pointed. What Hagrid would not survive being shown first, that the boy Tom Riddle, the prefect with the medal for special services, had handed him over personally. That had to come last. If it came first, Hagrid would refuse the rest, because grief in him took the shape of refusal. He would set his great shoulders against the parchment, and the conversation would be over, and Harry would walk back up to the castle, having spent the only entry he was likely to be granted into a man who did not give second hearings. Harry rehearsed the order: date, place, death, accusation, expulsion. Then the omission that Aragog had not killed her, could not have, was the wrong kind of creature for the wounds. Then the corroboration that Aragog himself in the forest had said as much to Harry and Ron in the summer, that the monster was an old thing of the castle and not of his own kind. Only then the name, only then Riddle, only then the diary, which would not be called a diary. He went over the order twice. He inverted it as an exercise. The inverted order failed at 3 different points. He restored the original. There were 3 further questions he had to decide before he picked up the quill. The first was whether to write in the first person or the third. First person tied the document to him. It could be denied. Third person sounded official. It could be challenged as untrue. He chose third. A document Hagrid could read without feeling the writer's hand on his shoulder would let Hagrid bring his own hand instead. The second was what to do with the parts he could not corroborate: the voice in the pipes, the eyes of the basilisk, the fact that Riddle had been 16 and dead for 50 years and present in the chamber as a boy. He decided to leave them off the sheet. A document that asked Hagrid to believe one impossible thing would be a document Hagrid could read. A document that asked him to believe 4 would be a document he would put down and never pick up. He would tell the impossible things out loud after if Hagrid asked, some of them, not all. The third was whether to name himself in the sheet at all. He decided he would. He would name himself by initial only, H.P. And not as a writer but as a witness. The sheet would say, H.P. was present when T.R. confessed. The dates and the place would do the rest. He had no interest in being a hero on a piece of parchment. He had an interest in being a name a court could call. He began to write. He wrote in a hand he had been practicing since the hospital wing, small, level, without ornament. He did not address it to Hagrid. He addressed it to no one, a document for a room with a door shut. Across the top he put the date the chamber had first been opened in 1943, and beside it Myrtle Warren's name, and beside that the location of her death, first-floor girls' lavatory, taps marked with a serpent. Below that he set the date of Hagrid's expulsion and the name of the prefect who had brought the charge. He set down what Aragog was, an acromantula brought into the castle as an egg, not a basilisk, not a creature of stone gaze. He set down what had killed Myrtle, petrifaction unto death, eyes first. He set down, in 2 lines, what he had seen in the chamber in June. He did not write that he had heard the diary speak. He wrote that Riddle had confessed in his presence to the murder and to the framing. He gave the time and the place. He set out 3 things Riddle had said in the order Riddle had said them. He read the sheet through, then reread it. He took a fresh sheet and copied it cleaner, removing 2 adjectives he did not need. Adjectives he had come to understand over the summer were the place where documents lost their authority. Numbers held, times held. Locations held. The words large and terrible and dark did not hold. They invited argument. He kept the document free of them. He left the parchment unsigned. Hagrid would know who had brought it. He did this over 2 evenings. He worked through the rehearsal of Hagrid's voice in his head as if Hagrid were sitting across from him at the library table, leaning his great forearms on the wood and reading the sheet and asking at each point the questions a man asks when he is being asked to believe something that has cost him his life. At the date, Hagrid would only nod. At the name Myrtle Warren, Hagrid would close his eyes for the length of one breath. At the description of the wounds, Hagrid would lean closer. At Aragog's exoneration, the great shoulders would loosen by a fraction, and that was the point at which Harry in the room would put his hands flat and wait. Hagrid would lift his head. Hagrid would read on. Hagrid would come to the name. Harry would not say anything when he came to the name. He would let Hagrid sit with it. The order had been built to let Hagrid sit with it. On the second evening, Madame Pince came past with her candle and looked at the sheet and looked at him and said nothing, because she had sold him the ledger and had not asked then either. He liked her for that. He thought he might in time have a use for her also, but not yet, and not lightly. He watched her go on down the row of tables with her candle held high above her head, the flame casting her enormous shadow up the spines of the medical histories on the second shelf, and he thought without softness that there were perhaps a dozen people in this castle whose silences were worth more than most people's words. He folded the parchment into thirds, slid it into the inside pocket of his robes, and went down to dinner. At the table he ate steak and kidney pudding, and listened to Ron complain about divination homework and laughed once, at the right moment, because the laugh was owed. Across the hall at the staff table, Dumbledore was talking with a slight smile to Professor Flitwick, and Harry did not look at him a second time. He waited until the 12th of October. He chose the day for no reason he could have defended to a stranger. The moon was thin, the wind was off the lock, and he wanted a clean date for the ledger. Strategy, he was learning, sometimes wore the clothes of superstition. He let it. The dress did not affect the body underneath. He left the castle at the slow hour between supper and curfew, when the courtyards held a violet light, and the lamps in the windows had not yet come properly into their own. The path down to Hagrid's was rutted from the rain. The grass on either side of it was already laid flat from the boots of the older years, going down to the pumpkin patch to look at the marrows Hagrid had been talking about all term. Across the pumpkin patch the smoke from Hagrid's chimney went up in a thick gray line and broke over the trees of the forest, and the smell of it, burning pine with something resinous beneath, caught in his throat the way only one smell in his life ever had. He let himself feel it for the length of 3 steps. Then he put his hand on the latch. He was not here as a friend tonight. He could be friendly later. Tonight he had come to do a specific thing in a specific order, and the part of him that wanted to knock and be welcomed in like a boy was a part he could speak to afterwards. He had thought about this on the path down. He had thought about it without sentiment. Friendship was not the smaller thing for being held in reserve. It was the larger thing, the thing he was protecting by not spending it tonight on a conversation that had to be cooler than friendship knew how to be. He opened the door. Harry. Blimey, I was hoppin', y'd come down, kettle, on, sit yourself. Fang heaved up from the hearthrug and put his head on Harry's knee before Harry had quite reached the bench. The hut smelled of wood smoke and damp dog and the particular hot iron smell of a kettle that had been on too long. Hagrid was in his shirt sleeves with the cuffs rolled, a great pink hand around the handle of a tin mug, his beard catching the firelight in patches of copper. He looked older than Harry remembered from June, not by years, by weight. Tea, Hagrid said, and poured a mug that was more pot than cup, and pushed across a plate of rock cakes that Harry took one of and set down without trying. Hagrid did not press the cake. He was watching Harry's face. Whatever he saw there made him sit down opposite slowly, in the way a large man sits when he has understood that the room is not the room he thought it was. "Ye are not yourself," Hagrid said. "Ye have come first some at." "Yes." Harry took the parchment from his pocket and unfolded it once and slid it across the scrubbed plank table. Hagrid looked at it. He did not pick it up. He looked at Harry and then back at the parchment, and then he reached for it with the care of a man reaching for something that might break in his hand. He fished his spectacles from his waistcoat pocket. He set them on his nose. He began to read. The kettle behind him came to a fresh hard boil and was ignored. Steam climbed the chimney-piece and stained the soot above it darker. Fang sighed and resettled. Outside an owl called once and was answered from a long way off. The sound of pages turning, of one piece of parchment lifted and laid back down, was the only sound inside the hut for a long time. Harry watched the great hand under the lines. He watched the finger stop. He watched it move on. He watched it stop again. He had built the document to be read in this order. The order was working. He did not say so to himself in words. He said it in the easing across his own shoulders that meant the thing he had built was performing as he had designed it to perform. Hagrid read it through. Then he read it again, slower. His enormous finger moved under the lines, the nail flat and yellow at the cuticle, and Harry watched it stop at Myrtle's name and stop again at his own and stop a third time at Riddle S and then go back to the top and start over. The third time through, Hagrid set the parchment down. He took his spectacles off. He folded them with both hands as if folding them needed both. He set them on the table. He made a noise. It was not a sob. It was a low, shifting noise, like a piece of heavy furniture being moved across a flagstone floor by a man who did not want to wake the house. His shoulders did not shake. His hands stayed flat on the table on either side of the parchment as if to keep it from going anywhere. The tears came down into his beard and disappeared there. He did not wipe them. He let them. Harry sat. He did not lean forward. He did not put his hand on Hagrid's arm. He drank a mouthful of the tea, which was scalding and tasted of nothing, and he gave Hagrid the silence to fall through, because comfort offered too early was an interruption, and he was not here to interrupt. He had thought about this on the path down also. The instinct in him, the 12-year-old's instinct, was to reach across the table. He had decided not to. A man who had carried a thing for 50 years did not need a hand on his arm. He needed somebody to be in the room while he put the thing down. The hand on the arm could come after. The hand on the arm would mean something different after. A long minute, too. The kettle went off the boil of its own accord and began to settle. Fang lifted his head once and put it down again. Outside, the wind shifted in the forest with a noise like a great soft cloth being shaken out. "It weren't me," Hagrid said. He was not saying it to Harry. He was saying it to the room, or to the version of himself that had been 13 in 1943 and had not heard those 4 words said by anybody, not properly, not as fact, for 50 years. Dumbledore had said many things. Dumbledore had said that he had always believed in Hagrid, and that he had never doubted him, and that the school's loss had been the gamekeeper's gain. Dumbledore had not said "it weren't you." Dumbledore had said other things in other arrangements of words that one could choose to hear as the same thing if one wanted to. Hagrid, Harry understood now, had wanted to, for 50 years. "It weren't you," Harry said. Hagrid nodded once heavily and breathed in and out a long, ragged breath, and put his great hand over the lower half of his face and held it there until he had himself in hand again. When he took the hand away, his eyes were wet, but his mouth was steady. "How did ye get all this, Harry?" Harry had prepared for the question. He had decided in the library what he would say and what he would not. "Most of it I saw," he said, "or I was there when somebody said it. Riddle told me what he did in the chamber before it ended. He was proud of it. He wanted me to know. I remember every word." He paused. He was not lying. He was choosing. "Aragog told Ron and me last summer that the thing in the chamber wasn't his kind. He didn't say what it was. He didn't need to. The wounds gave it away once I had a name to look for in the library. I went down the rest of the way on my own. The names of the prefects in 1943 are on the boards in the trophy room. There's only one of them whose name keeps coming up if you read the school records sideways. The medal for special services is in the same case. I checked the inscription. The date of the award is 2 weeks after Myrtle died." Hagrid was watching him. Hagrid's eyes, when they were not full of tears, were small and shrewd in his great face, and they were small and shrewd now. "Ye saw it, the thing in the chamber. Ye saw it down there. Yes, and ye got out. Yes, and the little Weasley girl, Ginny. She got out, hurt, not now." Hagrid took that in. His eyes went over Harry's shoulder to some place a long way behind him and then came back. He did not ask him how. He looked at the parchment again and at the name Riddle near the foot of it, and his jaw worked. "Who else has seen this?" Hagrid said. He tapped the parchment once. "Apart from ye and me. Nobody, not Ron, not Hermione, not a teacher." Not. Hagrid stopped. He was going to say it. Harry waited. Hagrid did not say it. He said instead, Dumbledore. Number. He knows about what happened in June. He knows what happened in the chamber. He doesn't know I wrote this down. He doesn't know I came here tonight. Hagrid looked at him a long time. Harry did not look away. He had decided walking down that he would not be the first to break this look. Why hasn't he told me then? Hagrid's voice was very quiet. Why hasn't he sat me down and said it like that, in them words? He cleared me name, Harry. He spoke for me at the ministry, but he never. He stopped again. His hand on the table closed slowly into a fist that could have closed around a mug and reduced it to splinters, and then it opened again deliberately and laid itself flat. He never sat across from me and said it weren't me. Harry did not answer. He had decided in the library that he would not answer this. Hagrid would arrive where he arrived, and the arrival would mean more if Harry did not bring him. The fire ticked. Hagrid looked into it. His eyes moved across whatever he was seeing there, and the firelight moved across his face, and the two motions were not quite in time. After a while he said, almost too softly to hear, he had his reasons, probably. Harry kept his face still. He always has his reasons. Hagrid said this without heat. He said it the way a man says a thing he has known for a long time and only just now heard out loud. He looked up at Harry. And a 12-year-old boy comes down termy hut why a piece o' parchment and does what he hasn't done in 50 year. Yes, Harry said. Hagrid nodded once. He picked up the parchment then. He folded it as Harry had folded it into thirds along Harry's own creases, with a precision his hands did not usually allow themselves. He held it a moment. Then he stood slowly and went to the mantel and lifted the lid of an old tea caddy that had not held tea for a long time and put the parchment inside and closed the lid. He came back to the bench. He sat. He looked at Harry across the table. What did ye come here for, Harry? This also Harry had prepared for. He set the mug down. He put his hands flat on the table, mirroring Hagrid's. He looked Hagrid in the eye. I'm going to build a thing, Hagrid, he said. People who will stand for each other when the ministry won't, when the school won't, when the right people don't get spoken for and the wrong people get cleared. I haven't named it yet. I'm not asking anyone in until I know they're the right ones. I'm asking you first. He paused. I'm asking you to be in it, not as a foot soldier, as one of the people I owe an account to, as somebody whose word will hold against mine when I get it wrong, because I will. I'm 12. I'll get things wrong, and when I do I need people in the room who can stop me. Hagrid did not blink. He did not look away. He did not, Harry noticed, look surprised. Whatever he had been expecting when Harry walked through that door tonight, it had not been small. I'll follow ye, Harry. Hagrid, I'll follow ye anywhere. You haven't asked what you'd be following me into. I don't need ter, you should. There'll be people who'll call it treason before it's done. There'll be people in this castle who'll call it that. There'll be Aurors. There'll be ministry men with badges. I'm not going to break the law for the sake of breaking it, but I'm going to make a thing that doesn't ask the ministry's permission to exist, and that's enough for the ministry to come for it. If you're in for that. You should ask. Hagrid considered this. He considered it for the length of time it took the fire to throw down a small spark onto the hearthstone, and for that spark to wink and die. "You wrote that down," he said, and his eyes went briefly to the tea caddy on the mantel. "And ye brought it ter me first. Ye didn't go ter the Prophet Wyatt. Ye didn't go ter Dumbledore. Ye came down here at dusk, and ye waited for me ter read it twice. Ye waited for me ter—" His mouth moved and did not this time betray him. "I know what kind o' thing ye're buildin', Harry. Ye're buildin' summat that puts the people first and the rules second. I've been waitin' on summat like that. I didn't know it was common from a 12-year-old, but I've been waitin'. It isn't a pledge yet," Harry said. "Tonight is your word. When there are 12 of us, there will be a vow, a proper one, a magical one. I want you to know that before you say yes again." 12, Hagrid said. 12. Hagrid nodded slowly. He did not ask who the other 11 were. He did not ask who the second was. He took the question in and put it somewhere it would keep. "Then ye have got me word now," he said, "and ye'll have me vow when ye ask for it, whatever shape it comes in, whatever wood it's cut from, I'll stand for it." He paused, and his mouth did something complicated under the beard. "And if ye ever come down here, Harry, and I'm the one in the wrong, if ye ever bring a piece o' parchment about me, I want ye ter bring it. Same as ye brought this one, same hour, same way. Ye promise me that, and ye'll have me on every other thing. I promise you that. Good." Harry inclined his head once the way he had seen Professor McGonagall do it when she accepted a thing she had been offered and meant to honor. He had not chosen the gesture deliberately. He noted that he had used it. The note of it sat with him for the rest of the evening, the way a borrowed word will sit on the tongue until one decides whether to keep it. "There's one more thing," he said. Hagrid waited. "I need a tree, a Welsh blackthorn, not the common sort, the variety they cut wands from in the old days. You keep cutting." Hagrid said slowly. He looked at Harry and through Harry and somewhere on the other side of him, and then he stood up. I've a young un in the shed, slow black, prickly little beggar. Welsh stock me grandad's off a hedge near Tregorin. Older'n your grandfather, that line, if ye're countin' the parent tree. You want it tonight? Yes, come on then. They went out by the back door, Fang shouldering past them and going to nose at something in the cabbages. The air was very cold and very still. The forest at this hour was a wall of darker dark against the dark. Hagrid carried a lantern that he did not light, because his eyes were better than the lantern-s, and a spade across his shoulder. The young blackthorn was in a clay pot just inside the shed, a thin black wand of a thing with thorns set close along it like a held breath. Hagrid lifted it as if it weighed nothing. He chose a place at the corner of the vegetable patch where the ground caught the last of the afternoon light in summer and the first of the morning light in winter. He set down the lantern, still unlit. He paced out 2 strides from the marrow bed and a stride and a half from the path. He looked up at the castle's silhouette against the night and adjusted his place by half a foot. Then he drove the spade in. The turf came up in a clean square. He went down a foot, then 2, then stopped and let Harry kneel beside the hole. "You want her where she'll be seen," Hagrid said, "where you can see her from the door. I thought es a good place, and where the wand cutters can find her when she's old enough." Hagrid grunted his approval at that. It was a planter's grunt. It had nothing in it of the man who had cried at the table half an hour ago. He was steady now. He was steady the way a man is steady once he has put down a thing that has been heavy and picked up a different thing that has its own weight but is the weight of work. The soil under the blackthorn's root smelled of iron, that wet mineral, almost blood smell that comes up out of certain Welsh ground when it has been a long time undisturbed. Harry breathed it in. He did not say anything about it. He took the young tree from Hagrid's hands and set it in the hole and held it steady while Hagrid filled the earth back in around it, packing it down with the flat of his palm in slow circles until the trunk stood by itself. Hagrid straightened up. He looked at the tree. He did not look at Harry. "Where d'ye want the cuttins sent?" he said. "When she's old enough ter take 'em." Harry had not, until that moment, thought of cuttings. He thought of them now. He thought of 11 other places, 11 other gardens, 11 other plots of ground, none of them yet chosen, where a piece of this same root might one day go in, and what it would mean to put a piece of the same wood into 11 different houses, and how a tree could be a thing you swore upon when the law was elsewhere. Blackthorn was the wood of the binding staff in 3 old legal traditions he had read about in the Fieldcraft book at the back of a chapter on Welsh hedgerows. The author had not known why, he had only noted it. Harry thought he knew why. A blackthorn cutting from a single mother tree, set down in 12 different soils, would all draw from the same first wood. The vow would have a root, the root would be his. "I don't know yet," he said. "I'll tell you when I do." "Aye," Hagrid said, satisfied. They stood a while in the cold with the new tree between them. Hagrid put one great hand on the slender black trunk very lightly and said something to it that Harry could not make out in what might have been Welsh and might have been a language older than Welsh. Then he took his hand away. Then he turned and walked Harry back round the side of the hut to the gate at the top of the pumpkin patch, because it was full dark now, and Hagrid was not letting him go up the path alone, and the courtesy of this was not stated and not refused. At the gate there was somebody waiting. A tall man in a long traveling coat, his hair tied back in a tail, leaning on the post with the patience of someone who had been leaning on it a while. As he turned his head, a single fang on a thong at his ear caught the light from Hagrid's open door and gleamed once, white as bone. Harry knew him by the hair before he knew him by the face, that Weasley red but kept long, kept cared for. "Hagrid," the man said. "Sorry, I can come back, Bill." No, come in, Harry. This is Bill, Ron's eldest. He's up on ministry business, protections and that. Bill, this is Harry." Bill straightened from the gate post. He looked at Harry with the unhurried attention of somebody whose work was looking at things until they gave up their shape. He did not smile in the bright way the twins smiled. He nodded. "Harry," he said, "I've heard a lot." "Likewise," Harry said. "Up on the wards," Bill said, and tipped his head once towards the castle. "Black business, boring work mostly. Stone tells you what it remembers if you ask it right. I'll let you get to it. You all right walking up on your own?" "Yes." Bill stood aside to let him through the gate. Harry went past him. He passed, the fang earring caught the lamplight a second time, and the line of Bill's jaw was lit briefly from below, and Harry recorded the face the way one records a face one expects to see again. Bill, he understood, had done the same with his. "Mr. Weasley," Harry said over his shoulder. "Bill," said Bill. He walked up to the castle alone. The wind was off the lock and his hands were cold, and the smell of wood smoke followed him a long way up the path before it thinned and let him go. Behind him, when he turned once at the bend, Hagrid and Bill were 2 shapes in the lit doorway, Hagrid's hand on Bill's shoulder, and the tea caddy on the mantel inside them and unseen. He did not turn again. Walking up, he weighed it. Hagrid had been the easy one. That was a thing worth naming, because mistaking the easy one for the test would be a mistake of the kind that mattered. Hagrid had been loyal to him before tonight. Hagrid had carried a grief that Harry had been able to put down for him. Hagrid had answered yes in a room where the parchment had answered for him in advance. The next one would not be like this. The next one would not have a piece of parchment that did the asking. The next one would have to be persuaded with the thing itself, with Harry, with what Harry was building, and there was no document in the world that could do that work for him. He would have to be the document. He would have to walk into a train compartment and let himself be read. He kept walking. The thought stayed with him without needing to be set down anywhere. He thought, too, about Bill. Bill had given him 3 pieces of information at the gate, that he was at Hogwarts on cursebreaker business, that he was working with Black in mind, and that he listened. The last was the only one that mattered. Aurors listened for confession. Cursebreakers listened for the thing under the floor that was older than the floor. He did not yet know whether Bill was a man one could ask. He did not need to know yet. There would be a great deal of Bill at Hogwarts this year. The castle gates were open. He went up through the entrance hall and the staircases to the fat lady's portrait, gave the password Fortuna Major, and climbed through. The common room was nearly empty. 2 third-years he did not know were playing chess by the fire and did not look up. The room smelled, as it always smelled in October, of stone and old wool. The Gryffindor dormitory was quiet. Ron was already asleep, one arm hanging out of the bedclothes. Neville was reading by wandlight under his hangings. The shape of the light through the curtain went still as Harry came in, and Harry knew Neville had marked his hour of return and would say nothing about it tomorrow, because Neville did not say things about people unless somebody asked him to. Harry noted it. He noted also that he was beginning to notice things of this kind in people, where 6 months ago he would have noticed only their faces. He drew the curtains around his own bed. He cast a low muffliato, a spell he had not been taught yet at school but had picked up out of an old book of one of the Weasley twins' brothers that had been left behind in the common room and never reclaimed. He took the ledger from the bottom of his trunk. He unstoppered the ink pot. He looked at the page he had inked at the end of June, HAGRID at the top, alone. LOVEGOODBONES below, in the column he had called to be tested. The word 12 at the foot, underlined once. He found that he was steady. He had thought, walking up from the hut, that his hand might shake when he came to do this. It did not. He turned, before anything else, to the first page of the ledger, the page he had inked with the column headings on the night he had bought the book. 3 columns, name, oath, office. Under office he had written nothing for Hagrid in June. Now, looking at the page, he set the nib down and wrote in the small level hand, Keeper of the Ground. He thought about that for a moment. He added in smaller letters beneath, and of the first tree. Hagrid would never see this page. The page was for him. Naming a man's office, even in a ledger only he would read, was a thing that made the man real in the structure he was building, and the structure was already realer for the entry. He turned back to Hagrid's page. He drew 2 short strokes through HAGRID, not crossing the name out but marking it, 2 parallel lines like the strokes a tally-keeper draws to show account begun and not yet closed, sworn not yet vowed. Then in the margin beside the name, in the same level hand he had used in the library, he wrote, Welsh Blackthorn planted 12 October. He looked at the line a moment. He added smaller beneath it, ROOTS smell of iron. He turned to the to-be-tested column. He did not strike anything through. He did not yet know enough about any of them. But beside LOVEGOOD in the margin he wrote, Train compartment next week. He had seen the girl twice in the corridors since term began. She walked as if there were music nobody else could hear, and she was keeping time with it. She read the Quibbler upside down in the great hall and looked at people sideways with an attention that was not vague at all once you noticed where her eyes actually went. He would find a reason to share a carriage with her on the Hogsmeade weekend. He would test her without her knowing she was tested. If she failed the test, she would not know she had been considered. If she passed, he would speak. He looked at BONES. The Bones girl was a Hufflepuff in his own year, niece to Amelia Bones at the DMLE. He had spoken to her twice briefly, and both times she had answered without looking away. She did not flinch. He would need an angle that put her in a position where flinching would have been the easy thing, and then he would see. Not yet. He looked at GRENGRASS. The elder Greengrass, Daphne, was a year above him in Slytherin. She kept her mouth shut in a way that suggested somebody had taught her young that words spent were words lost. Her sister, Astoria, would be coming up to first year in the autumn after next. The Greengrass line was old, neutral in the last war, well married into the continent. He had no angle on Daphne yet. He had time. He left both names where they were. He turned the page once more to the back of the book. He drew, very faintly, a small mark in pencil he could rub out later, a single thorn stroke like the new tree at Hagrid's. He put a second pencil mark in the margin, BW, for Bill Weasley, not as a candidate, not as a name to be tested, only as a face recorded. He sat back, he looked at the page. He let himself, for the first time that evening, feel the weight of what he had done. He let himself feel it for the length of one breath, then he stoppered the ink pot. He blew on the page until it was dry. He closed the ledger. He put it back under the loose board at the bottom of the trunk and laid the cloak over it. He drew the curtain. He lay down. He thought about Hagrid in the hut with the parchment in the tea caddy on the mantel and the new tree in the dark outside the door. He thought about Bill at the gate, the fang turning once in the lamplight. He thought about the iron smell coming up out of the hole. He thought about the word 12. The fire in the dormitory had burnt down to embers. Somebody, Seamus, probably was snoring in the unmusical way Seamus snored. Outside the window, the wind shifted off the lock, and the great body of the castle answered it with a long creak in its bones. One Harry thought, he slept. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Lovegood Resistance Discovered. Half-term came at the end of October, a Friday morning the color of pewter, and Harry had arranged for himself a pretext. The pretext was Hagrid's doing, in the sense that Hagrid had been the lever. The lever's intention belonged to Harry. 2 evenings prior, over a cup of tea that tasted faintly of the kettle's iron, Hagrid had been persuaded that it was a kindness to write to Xenophilius Lovegood on Harry's behalf, suggesting that the Quibbler editor might wish, at this late stage, to obtain a private and exclusive interview with the boy who had walked out of the chamber alive. Xenophilius had replied by owl within 4 hours. The owl had carried 2 letters, one a glossy effusion of welcome and an invitation to spend 2 nights at the Lovegood house in Ottery St. Catchpole over half-term, the other a copy of the September Quibbler, marked at an article about underground Hungarian witches who claimed to communicate with stones. Harry had read the second letter with the same attention he had given the first. Both were data. In the Gryffindor common room, the night before he left, Ron had stared at him as though he had announced he was emigrating to live among the merpeople. The Lovegoods. Harry, my dad says Xenophilius is the kind of bloke who thinks the minister's left ear is a different person from his right. I expect he will be charming then. He'll feed you boiled root and ask you about Nargles. I will eat the root and listen about the Nargles. Hermione had not laughed. She had looked at Harry for a long moment over the rim of a textbook, and Harry had been aware of her looking and had not given her the satisfaction of looking back. An interview about the chamber, she had said levelly. From him. It's a small magazine. No one important reads it. That isn't a reason. It's not a reason, Harry. I want a quiet half-term. Their house is on a hill in Devon, miles from anyone, and the man will be so pleased with the interview that he will not press me for anything. The burrow is wonderful. The burrow is also 7 Weasleys and a ghoul. I would like for once to spend 2 days where no one expects me to be jolly. That had been the closest he was prepared to come to a true reason, and it had also been true in the limited sense that it was the part of his reason he was willing to give to Hermione. She had returned to her book, and Harry had returned to his trunk, and the matter had been dispatched in the time it took the fire to settle. They would, he thought, ask him about it once when he got back, and accept whatever answer he gave them, because they had already decided that the chamber had done something to him, and that he was allowed his eccentricities until it had worn off. He had no intention of letting it wear off. He would simply move the eccentricities further out of view. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station at 11, and Harry, with his trunk stowed and his owl cage on the rack, did not sit. He walked the corridors. He read the carriage numbers as he went. He had marked the column in the Ledger train compartment next week beside Lovegood. The train was the venue he had chosen for the first sounding. A train was good ground. It was contained. There was nowhere for either of them to retreat to. That was not also nowhere for the other to follow. He passed the chocolate trolley, past a knot of Ravenclaw fifth years arguing about a charms paper, past a window streaked with rain, and found her in the third carriage from the rear, in a compartment by herself, with the door drawn most of the way closed but not latched. She was wearing a cork necklace. The corks were a uniform brown and had been threaded on a hemp string in a long single loop, and they swung very slightly with the motion of the train. She was reading the September Quibbler upside down. Harry slid the door fully open. "May I?" Luna Lovegood looked up. Her eyes did not quite meet his. They rested instead on a point perhaps an inch to the left of his face, as though she were addressing a version of him that was standing slightly to one side of the version he believed he occupied. After a moment she lowered the magazine. "Yes," she said, "I thought you might." Harry sat opposite her. He set his hands on his knees, palms down, and watched her without watching her, which was a thing he had been practicing. The compartment smelled of the cork faintly and of something like dried herbs, and beneath both of those of the iron and coal undersmell of the train itself. "The Quibbler is upside down," he said after a moment. It is. Is that on purpose? The runes resolve correctly that way. He glanced at the cover. The cover bore no runes that he could see. It bore a moving photograph of a man in a hat shaking his fist at a vegetable. Luna watched him work this out, and did not laugh, and did not explain. Her hands were folded in her lap, very still, the fingernails bitten short but not raw. You came to find me, Luna said. Yes, that is good. I wasn't sure you would, although my father said you would, but my father is sometimes hopeful in ways that turn out to be only hope, and I have learned to wait and see. She tilted her head. You have a different shadow this term, Harry Potter. He had expected something. He had not perhaps expected it to land with such precision in the first 3 minutes. He kept his face entirely as it was. What does my shadow look like? It is darker at the edges than it should be for the time of day, and it has a color. What color? Black, but not the black of black things, the black of certain skies. You wouldn't have seen it. It isn't a sky that happens often in England. Harry registered this. He did not let it show that he was registering it. He had in the past 5 months read enough of the older books in the Black Library to know that certain forms of magical sight produced exactly this kind of description, and that those who possessed it were rare and could not, on the whole, be faked. There was a particular flatness to the way Luna spoke that suggested she was reporting rather than performing. You see something, he said. I see what is around people, some people. It isn't always working. My mother left it to me when she died. She said she didn't mean to, but it happens sometimes when a person dies and the person they were looking at is the only one in the room. Luna said this without changing the angle of her head, without inflection, as though it were a small fact about the weather. I don't use it often. It tires me. Also, it shows things I do not always want to know about people I have to sit next to in charms. You are using it now. I started before you opened the door. I knew the door would open. I have known since breakfast that you would walk down the corridor at 12 minutes past 11, and you did, and the 11th carriage is where I sat, because the 11th carriage smelled least of toad. There is a boy in the 4th carriage whose toad has been ill since September. A pause. The train passed through a cutting. The light went gray-green for a moment and then returned. You called me something. Sovereign claimant. That is a phrase. It is what you are, or what you have decided to be. The sight cannot tell the difference because they look the same from the inside. Who taught you the phrase? My mother. Anyone else? My father. He learned it from her. He uses it when he thinks no one is listening, and sometimes when he thinks someone is. Harry let the silence carry for the space of 3 breaths. The cork necklace shivered with the train. He thought, with the part of himself that was always thinking even when the rest of him was speaking, that he had been wrong about Luna Lovegood, in the way one is wrong about an instrument before one has held it. The school had reported her addled. The school was an unreliable witness. The school called everything it could not classify either addled or dangerous, depending on its mood. Luna was neither. She was the second kind of person he had met this term who saw and chose not to say everything she saw. Hagrid had been the first. They were a small list, and he was taking note of who belonged on it. You said the shadow is the kind that gets cast when one stands at the top of a hill of one's own choosing. Yes. Did your mother stand at the top of any hills? Luna considered this. She did not smile. My mother stood at the foot of one. She was trying to climb it when something she was building killed her. She was a charms theorist. She thought you could take an ordinary spell and substitute a feeling for one of its variables, and the spell would do what the feeling wanted. She was not wrong about this. She was wrong about which feeling was hers when she cast it. Harry inclined his head a fraction. He did not say he was sorry she had not asked to be condoled. He recognized distantly that he was being treated as an equal by a girl who had spoken perhaps 3 sentences to anyone outside her father's house in the past year. He set this in his mind for use later, not now. You were in the room. I was 9. I was holding the second wand. The sight came across to me as she fell. The corks I wear are placeholders. I make a new one when I think I have understood a thing I did not understand the day before. Most of them are wrong. One of them is not. I will not tell you which. I would like to come to your house this weekend, he said, although the invitation had already been issued and accepted, and speak with your father, and with you. I know he has been waiting. Luna lifted the quibbler again, very slightly, as though preparing to return to it. He has been waiting since I was 9. He has shown me my mother's notebooks once a year on the day she died so that I would know what to look for. I told him last summer that I had seen it on the platform. On the platform, at King's Cross, in June, you went past me. Your shadow was not yet what it is now, but it had begun. She paused. I told him you would come this autumn. He bought a new ink for the press. Harry sat back. The train was moving steadily south now, and the light was a flat gray through the window, and his hand on his knee was perfectly still. All right, he said. We will speak at your house. Luna nodded once. Then she turned the quibbler the right way up and held it out to him, and he took it, and read the article about the man and the vegetable, which appeared to be about a ministry undersecretary who had been replaced by a turnip on the 17th of August. The article was very serious in tone and contained, halfway down the third column, a line that read, "Those who undermine should be permitted their burrows." He looked at the line for some time. Then he handed the magazine back, and Luna inverted it again and read it as though she had not done anything strange, and they did not speak for the remainder of the journey, although at one point she offered him a sweet from a paper bag, which turned out to be a candied violet, and he ate it. Mr. Lovegood met them at Ottery St. Catchpole station in a coat the color of mustard, with white hair like a dandelion gone to seed. He embraced Luna for a precise count of 5 seconds, then released her and put out his hand to Harry as though Harry were a small and entirely welcome ambassador. There was, Harry noted, a folded sheet of paper in the pocket of his shirt, the corner showing above the cloth. "Mr. Potter, you came. I had hoped, but one never knows." "I came," Harry said. Yes, the motor. It is not a real motor, my dear boy. It only looks like one is waiting, up the lane." "We will go up the lane." The lane went up. The Lovegood house stood at the top of it, on a green-black hill streaked by a single white path, and it was a tower, a narrow black rook of a tower, as though a chess piece had been left out in the rain in grown roof tiles. Its chimney smoked lavender. Harry watched the smoke for a moment. It was lavender in two senses, in the color of certain hedgerow flowers and in the smell which reached them even at the bottom of the path, slightly soapish, slightly herbal, entirely deliberate. "My wife's recipe," Xenophilius said, without being asked. "She used to throw the dried heads on the fire to discourage certain listeners. I have kept the habit. Although the listeners, of course, are mostly dead." Inside, the tower was a single spiral. The kitchen was on the first turn, the parlor on the second, the printing press on the third, the bedrooms above. Harry was shown a small room with a slanted ceiling and a window that looked out, improbably, on the orchard below. He set his trunk down, took out his wand and laid it on the table, and went down for the interview, which Xenophilius conducted with a quill at a small desk in the parlor for the better part of an hour. The interview was the pretext, and Harry treated it as such. He gave Xenophilius what Xenophilius wanted to hear: that the chamber had been damp, that the basilisk had been very large, that a phoenix had been involved, that Lockhart had been considerably less helpful than he had publicly claimed. He gave nothing that he had not already given to the Daily Prophet in carefully bounded statements through the summer. The omissions were deliberate and many. He did not mention the diary, or the voice in the walls he had heard before anyone else, or the precise dimensions of the chamber itself, which he had paced out twice the morning after, alone, before Madame Pomfrey discharged him. He did not mention the diadem-shaped stain on the wall that he had found in his memory only afterwards. He did not mention the cold weight that had moved out of his head when the diary's pages had stopped bleeding. Xenophilius wrote down what he was given with the rapture of a man at a country wedding, and stopped writing only twice, once to refill his ink, and once, halfway through Harry's account of the basilisk's mouth, to mutter that the official account had said the eyes had been the dangerous part, and that this had always struck him as a ministry simplification, because every account he had read of older basilisks emphasized the mouth. And the ministry had a habit of preferring the half-truth that did not require explanation. At the close he asked with sudden directness what Harry thought of the official version of events. Harry said that the official version of events was, in his experience, usually written by someone who had not been there. Xenophilius beamed and folded the paper and said, "Good, now we may speak." Dinner was at a tessellated table on the second floor. The table had been inlaid with tiles in a pattern of overlapping hexagons, brown and black and yellow-white, and it was older than the rest of the room, which had been built around it. Luna had set 4 places, although there were only 3 of them. The 4th had a glass turned upside down and an empty plate. "My mother," Luna said when Harry looked. She did not elaborate. There were 4 kinds of root vegetable on the table: beetroot, parsnip, salsify, and a long pale thing Harry did not recognize that turned out to be skirret, and a jug of Luna's home-brewed cordial, which was the color of weak amber and tasted of elderflower and something fainter and more bitter that Harry suspected was angelica. He drank slowly. He ate slowly. He watched the room. The walls were hung with framed pages, not paintings but printed sheets, each in its own plain dark frame, each a single page of the quibbler from the past 3 decades. He counted them as he ate. There were 41. He did not know what the count signified, that there had been 41 issues Xenophilius considered worth keeping perhaps in something over 30 years of editorship, but he registered the number, and also registered that one of the frames on the far wall had been left empty, the glass clean, the paper backing a faint shade darker than the others, as though it had not yet had its page chosen. Xenophilius did not at first speak about anything in particular. He spoke about the village. He spoke about the press in the third turn, which had been his great-uncle's and which had once printed pamphlets in 5 languages. He spoke about the price of paper, which was rising. He spoke about lavender. Harry recognized the pattern. It was the patter of a man who was waiting for the right moment to produce his pocket pamphlet, and Harry was content to wait with him, because waiting was, on the whole, the cheapest currency he possessed. The moment came between the salsify and the pudding. Xenophilius reached 2 fingers into his shirt pocket and drew out the folded paper Harry had noticed at the station. He set it on the table, turned it to face Harry, and pressed it flat with the heel of his hand. The pamphlet was a single sheet folded thrice. Across the top, in heavy handset type, were 2 words, TWRCHDDUN. Beneath, in smaller type, Black Diggers. Beneath that, in still smaller type, in an old printed Welsh that Harry could only half read, a phrase he was later told meant they who go under what stands above. He unfolded it. The body of the pamphlet was written in deliberately oblique language, half allegorical, half historical, but the sense came through clearly enough on a second reading. It described a network of practitioners, scattered through the Carpathians, the Black Forest, the foothills of the Tatras, and into the back valleys of Wallachia, who were the inheritors of those magical Europeans who had opposed Grindelwald in the 30s and 40s and had refused, after the war, to accept the legitimacy of the post-war ministries. They had not been pardoned because they had not asked to be. They had not been pursued because the ministries had not wanted them found. They lived in the soil of magical Europe like beetles under a flagstone. They had a code. They had a sign. They had a recognition phrase. They held no territory. They did not contest elections. They communicated by handwritten letter and by certain coded columns in certain small periodicals, of which the Quibbler was one. Harry read the pamphlet twice. He set it back on the table. You print this. I print it. How widely? 200 copies a season. Each goes to a person I have either met or vouched for. They are not for the public. The Quibbler is for the public. The Quibbler is the umbrella. The pamphlet is what the umbrella is hiding. How are they delivered? By owl, but not by direct route. The owl carries to a halfway loft. There are 9 of them across the country and is fed there, and the pamphlet is rebagged and given to a second owl. A pamphlet that leaves Devon arrives in Edinburgh having been touched by no human between the 2 cities. It is not perfect. It is, however, not bad. Who funds the lofts? The lofts are old. The lofts were built between 1947 and 1953. They are paid for in advance until I am dead, and the boys who tend them are the grandsons of the men who built them. We do not need money. We need patience and a small amount of paper and ink that does not fade in damp. You are one of them. I am one. My wife was one. Luna is one in waiting. Why are you telling me this? Xenophilius did not answer immediately. He looked at Luna. Luna was eating her skirret in small, precise mouthfuls and did not look up. After a moment, Xenophilius said, because Luna says you must be told. Because she has the sight her mother had, and Pandora's sight was good, and Luna's sight is better, and Luna says you are the first sovereign claimant the sight has shown her since her mother died. And I have learned, Mr. Potter, that when my daughter speaks in that particular register, I do not argue with her. I have argued with her before. I have lost. The word sovereign claimant landed in the room and stayed there. Harry let it. He had heard it once already today, and now he heard it again in a voice that had used it before in a house that was prepared for it. What does the recognition consist of? A phrase, a coin, and a name in 2 cities. You would give them to me. Not tonight, tomorrow. There is a thing the girl wishes to do first. Luna had finished her skirret. She put down her fork. She did not look at her father or at Harry. She looked through the window at the orchard, which had become wholly dark while they ate. After pudding, she said, we will walk. They walked. The pear trees stood in 3 uneven ranks on the slope below the tower, black against a black field, the grass between them silvered with the first true frost of October. The fruit had fallen weeks ago and lay where it had fallen, beginning to rot, pale shapes underfoot that gave slightly when stepped on, and released a smell of cider and decay. The moon was 3/4 full and high and small, and the light it cast was the kind of light that turned the world into an etching, black and silver and the absence of either. Luna walked half a pace ahead of him. She did not speak until they had reached the far edge of the orchard, where the slope steepened toward a hedge of thorn, and she stopped and turned and put into his hand a thing he did not at first identify. It was an obsidian pendant, the size of a thumbnail, polished on one face and rough on the other. and it had been bound onto a cord that was not leather and not hemp, but when he looked at it more closely in the moonlight, a braid of 3 colors of long hair, black and white, and a faded chestnut that might once have been red. The pendant was cold against his palm, as cold as if it had come out of a stream. "My mother's hair," Luna said, "is the chestnut. My grandmother's hair, who was a Crys of the Welsh Hollow before she married out, is the white. And the black is your great-grandmother, who was a Crys also, and who was my mother's mother's cousin, although neither of them lived long enough to know that the other had been born. The stone is a stone from the brook beneath the Crys orchard. There are 7 of these stones. There were 9, 2 are lost. This one I have kept until tonight in a wooden box on the sill above the kitchen sink, where my mother set it the morning she died, and I did not move it because she had set it there, and tonight I have moved it because she would have moved it, because there is now a hand for it to be put into, and the hand is yours. The Welsh sky over the Crys Hollow is black with cloud 40 days of the year, and it was the color my grandmother wore for her wedding, a wool the dyers of Llanidloes had taken 3 baths to dye, and it was the color her mother before her wore for her churching, and it is the color your great-grandmother wore the morning she went down to the brook to hear what the brook had to say to her, and what the brook said, my mother wrote in her notebook, is that there would come a child of the line who would stand at the top of a hill of his own choosing and gather around him a court of 12, and that the court would be remembered by that black before it would be remembered by any face or any name, because black is the first color the eye learns and the last color it forgets, and because the Crys have always been people of the cloud and not of the field, and because the brook would not lie to my mother, who had asked it kindly. I have given you the stone, I have given you the hair, I have given you the name, you are not nameless any more. She did not say anything else. They stood there for some time. A pear fell somewhere behind them from a branch that had been holding it longer than the others. The sound was small and wet. Harry closed his hand around the pendant slowly until the rough face of the stone pressed against the lines of his palm. The cord was warm where her fingers had held it and cold elsewhere. He drew it over his head. The stone settled inside his collar and lay against his sternum like a coin against a counter. He said, "Thank you." She nodded. She turned and began to walk back toward the tower. He followed her. The pendant moved with the rhythm of his step, knocking very lightly against his breastbone every second pace, which was a sensation he had not had before and which he did not yet know how to receive. He had been named. He understood with the clarity of a thing arriving exactly where he had been preparing a place for it, that he had been named by someone with the standing to name him, and that this was different from being claimed. He was no longer working only with what he had inherited from a man whose name he was pretending not to know. He had been given a second inheritance, and the second inheritance had a color, and the color was already in the ledger he had not yet shown anyone in his choice of ink. He had bought the ink at Scribulus in Diagon Alley in August, a small bottle, more expensive than was reasonable, labeled Cerwint Black Milled, the shopkeeper had explained, from a stone quarried in Powys. He had bought it because he had liked the name. He understood now that he had liked the name because some part of him had already known the shape of what it would be used to write. Inside, Xenophilius did not ask what had been done. He had poured 3 small glasses of a yellow liquor and was sitting by the parlor fire, and he handed 2 of them to the children, for they were children, Harry reminded himself. Both of them were children, although the reminder did not seem to bear on the room, and they drank a single sip each. The liquor tasted of honey and burned a little on the way down. Xenophilius watched them drink and said nothing about Crys or about the pendant, and Harry understood that Xenophilius had been told he would not be told and had accepted it. They went to bed at 11. Harry lay in the slanted-ceilinged room with the pendant against his skin and did not sleep for the better part of an hour, and when he did sleep he dreamed of a brook and woke without remembering anything else. The next morning Xenophilius was in the printing room when Harry came down. The press had been running, there were sheets drying on a wire across the window, and the smell of fresh ink was bitter and not unpleasant. Xenophilius wiped his hands on a rag and turned, and the morning manner was different from the evening manner, brisker, more economical, the enthusiast set aside for the man of business. "I will not swear to you," he said without preamble. "I want that understood at the start. I am 64. I am known in 3 ministries and watched in 2. If I bound myself to your court, I would be the rope by which they pulled the rest of you down. Luna I cannot speak for, although Luna has spoken for herself, as you know, but I in my own person will not swear. Understood? Good. What I will give you is alliance. When your court exists, when there are 12, and there will be 12, my wife wrote there would be 12, the TWRCHD Duan will share what we have with you, and we will ask of you what is reasonable to ask, and neither of us will surprise the other. Are these terms you find acceptable in principle?" "They are." What do you have that you would share? Xenophilius nodded as though the question had been expected and was the right one. We have ears in the Romanian ministry at 3 levels. We have a printer in Prague who sets type for half the official notices in Bohemia and reads them an hour before any other living person. We have a healer in Sofia who treats the wives of the Bulgarian Wiesengamot and knows what their husbands fear at 3 in the morning. We have a goblin in Vienna who is, technically, no longer permitted to leave Vienna, but who in practice goes where he likes. We have, in 2 German cities, the records of every wand sold to a ministry employee since 1960. Of a great deal that we do not yet know we have. Most of intelligence is not knowing, it is being in a position to find out within 48 hours of needing to. We are in that position. Your court, if it forms, will be welcome to ask. And in return, names when you have them, faces, the shape of the English ministry as it bends, eventually perhaps a place at a table. We are old, Mr. Potter, and we have learned how to wait, but waiting is not in the end the goal. The goal is the table. Show us the table when you have it, and we will sit. Understood. Good. Xenophilius reached into a drawer and brought out 3 things. He set them on the bench in a careful row. A name in Bucharest, a name in Prague, a recognition phrase, and his hand went into the drawer again, a coin. The coin was a small bronze disc, lighter than a galleon, struck on one face with an 8-rayed sun and on the other with a single character Harry did not recognize. The rays of the sun were uneven, one was longer than the others and pointed. The pointed ray is north, Xenophilius said. Always show the coin pointed ray to north. If you show it any other way, you will be taken for a fraud, and the fraud will be addressed. By whom? By the recipient. We do not, as a rule, harm. We do, as a rule, refuse to be drawn. A fraud presented with the coin held wrongly is given a polite tea and shown the door, and within an hour every loft from Constanta to Coleraine knows the face of the man who tried. He does not get a second tea. Understood. The names. Xenophilius wrote them down. He wrote them in a clear small hand on a single strip of paper and added beneath them a phrase in Old Romanian and another in Old Czech, and a translation in English of both, which were not literal translations but the same idea expressed twice. The moles know the foundations of the house. He folded the strip and gave it to Harry. The Bucharest contact is a woman. She keeps a flower shop in the 3rd district. You do not buy flowers. You ask whether she sells seed for winter sowing, and she will say only in November, and you will say I have come early, and she will close the shop and take you upstairs. The Prague contact is a man. He is the assistant to the senior printer in the old town. You ask in the print room whether the press has been recently reletted. If he says yes, you have the wrong man. If he says it has been ready for releading these 20 years, but the work has not yet been commissioned, you have the right one. Burn the strip when I have it by heart. Burn it, the names you keep here. He tapped his own temple and then, after a moment, his sternum. You will keep the coin. I will. Harry put the coin into the inside pocket of his coat, beside his wand pocket, where he kept the small things he did not intend to lose. The folded strip he put separately in the breast pocket on the other side. Xenophilius watched him divide them and nodded once. He had the habits of a man who knew where small things lived. There is one more thing, Xenophilius said, and then I will leave you to my daughter, who has asked to speak with you in the study, and I will not ask what is said there. The TWRCHD Duan was founded in 1946 in a barn outside Brno by 7 witches and 6 wizards, all of whom had known Grindelwald personally, and 4 of whom had loved him before they understood what he was. The original code name in the founding documents was simply Diggers. The Welsh form was added a decade later by my wife's mother, who joined late and brought the CRY's idiom in with her. TWRCH in Old Welsh is a pig, but it is also a mole, a digging creature, an undermining creature, a thing that goes under fences. We tunnel under what is above. We do not contest. We do not march. We do not vote. We only undermine, and we are very patient. I want you to understand that the patience is the gift. We are not in any meaningful sense an army. We are a way of waiting. If your court learns to wait the way we wait, you will be very difficult to kill. I understand. I rather think you do. Go up. Luna is in the study. The study was on the 3rd turn beside the press. It had 2 chairs and a small fire and a window that looked out on the orchard from above, the pear trees now gray-green in the daylight and the frost gone. Luna was sitting in the smaller of the 2 chairs, her hands again folded in her lap, the cork necklace gone. She had set it on the desk between them, perhaps for the duration. He sat opposite her. Not speak. My father has given you a coin, Luna said. He has, and a phrase and 2 names. Yes, that is his part. My part is smaller and earlier. He will join later when the court is full or nearly. He will be the second to last to come. The TWRCHD Duan does not commit until the structure is built. It is the nature of moles. They do not dig at air. They dig at foundations, and there must first be a foundation to dig at. And you, I am the first. Harry let that sit. The fire moved in the grate. One of the pear logs gave up a little resin and hissed, and was quiet. He had expected Luna to offer him something difficult. He had not expected her to offer him the cornerstone. Tell me what that means to you, he said. Being the first, I want to know what you think you are agreeing to before you agree to it. I have thought about it for 3 years. I would still like to hear it. Luna inclined her head, not nodding exactly, but acknowledging that the question was fair and that she would answer it in the order she had prepared. The cork necklace lay on the desk between them. The 3 hairs lapped one over the other, chestnut and white and black, the gray stone on the chestnut. I am giving you my word, Luna said, not a vow. A vow has its own machinery. A vow cannot be given until there are 12, because the machinery requires the ring to close, and the ring cannot close at 1. A word is what I have to give tonight. I give it in 3 parts. Do you want me to say them now? Yes, first, I will stand at your shoulder when you ask. I will come when you send at any hour. I will come if my father has forbidden it. I will come if I am ill. I will come if I am abroad. The standing is the standing, and the asking is yours. Second. I will not stand at your shoulder when you do not ask. I will not appear at the edge of your terms and look meaningful at you. I will not write to you in code unless you have first written to me. I will not arrange to be in the rooms you are in. The not standing is as much of the word as the standing. A first who cannot be set down is a burden. Third, at the end of every year on the day my mother died, which is the 14th of June, I will go alone into the orchard at this house, and I will name you out loud. I will say, Harry James Potter, sovereign claimant, and the court is not yet full. I will say it once. I will say it every year until the court is full. When the court is full, I will say it for the last time, and I will say after it the 11 other names, and that will be the end of my saying. Do you accept the word in these 3 parts? She had not raised her voice, she had not slowed. She had spoken as though reciting from a page she had written long ago, often enough that the page itself was no longer required. I accept it, Harry said, in those 3 parts as given. There is one thing I ask in return. Ask it. When the court is named in full, when the 12 are gathered and the ring closes and the vow is made, I want my mother named in the recitation, not as a member. She is dead, and the dead cannot be members. But as the one who saw it first. Pandora Lovegood, born Pandora Crys, who saw on a Thursday morning in 1981 that a court would be raised for a boy not yet 2 years old, and who died before she could speak the name of the boy aloud. I want the 12 to know that the seeing began with her. That is what I ask. There was a sentence Harry might have given her that would have been the wrong sentence, generous and unbinding and warm, the sort Dumbledore would have given, that committed nothing and felt like everything. He did not give it. He held her offer by its weight. Agreed, he said. She will be named in the recitation, by that name and as the one who saw it first. Then the word is given. It is. Luna reached across the desk and took up the cork necklace. She lifted it over her head and settled it at her collar, and the stone hung again at her sternum. The fire made one small noise, a log shifting onto its hot side, and was quiet again. They sat. He did not count the time. It was perhaps a minute. It was perhaps 4. Thank you, Luna, Harry said. I know. He left on the Sunday evening train out of Ottery St. Catchpole, which connected at Exeter with the express running north into the dusk. Xenophilius had driven him to the station, had shaken his hand on the platform without speaking, and had gone. Luna had not come. They had said their goodbye in the study, and neither of them had felt the need to repeat it under the station lamps. The compartment was empty. He drew the blind half down and sat by the window with his coat folded beside him. Under his shirt the obsidian pendant rested cool against his sternum, a weight he had already stopped noticing and would, he suspected, notice again at intervals for the rest of his life. The bronze sun coin sat in his right-hand coat pocket, pointed ray turned toward magnetic north. He had checked it twice on the platform by the placement of his thumb. The folded strip with the 2 names and the 2 phrases sat in the breast pocket opposite, against the inside of the wool where he could feel it when he breathed. He looked out at the countryside. The sun was low, and the light came across the hedges sideways, in long copper bars that picked out the spines of the hawthorns and left the fields between them in soft brown shadow. He reached the dormitory at 9. Ron was asleep already. Neville was reading in the window seat. Dean and Seamus were arguing in low voices about a cannon's mat. Harry made the rounds of a returning friend, the right number of jokes about Nargles, the right vagueness about the interview, a single accurate detail about the skirt which Ron in the morning would seize on as proof the visit had been as eccentric and harmless as expected. He undressed, climbed into bed, and drew the curtains. Lumos. The ledger came out from the false bottom of his trunk. He opened it to the page headed LOVEGOOD and inked 2 strokes beneath the name, side by side, the mark he had agreed would stand for sworn. In the margin he wrote, Pandora Remember. Below the strokes, in a smaller hand, Prague/Bucharest/TWRCHDDUN, and beneath that, smaller still, the date. He turned the page. The next page was headed BONES. It had been headed Bones since September and had been blank since September because he had not yet known what to put on it. He knew now. He wrote 1 line in the same careful small hand, AML, slow poison, confirmed from published photographs. He looked at the line for the space of a breath. He did not underline it. He did not annotate it. He closed the ledger, returned it to its hiding place, and put out the wand light. Knox, Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. The Bones poisoning cured the summer between 3rd and 4th year passed in a brown haze of Surrey heat and unanswered letters. Harry read 3 books on slow toxicology, 2 on Welsh land charter law, and 1 in indifferent French about the bloodlines of the lesser Bohemian houses. He wrote nothing he could not afford to burn. By the time the Hogwarts Express pulled out of King's Cross under a sky the color of old pewter, he had already drafted, mentally, the first 6 moves of the year. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the welcoming feast, and he listened to it the way one listens to weather. A thing that would alter the corridors of the castle without altering his work. Cedric Diggory's name came out of the goblet of fire, then crumbs, then fleur de lacquers, and Harry sat at the Gryffindor table eating roast lamb and watching the staff for the precise moment Dumbledore's face changed when his own name did not appear. It did not change. Dumbledore had expected it to appear. Harry watched the old man notice that he had been wrong and watched him decide not to be wrong about it for very long. That was useful information. The library at the end of October was nearly empty after curfew warnings began, and Harry took a corner table behind the conservation shelves where the smell of bookbinders' glue hung in the air like a fog of warm honey and dust. He had 3 books open. The first was Greengrass's Iatrochemical Pigmentations of the Living Hand, 2nd edition, bound in green leather and stamped with a private library mark he chose not to examine. The second was a stack of bound-back numbers of the Daily Prophet, 2 years' worth, fetched from the periodical archive by means of a forged request slip. The third was a thin Bohemian manual on circulatory poisons, whose title he did not intend to translate aloud. He had also pulled 5 color plates from the recent issues, the ones the Prophet had begun to print weekly since the tournament was announced, because color photography sold copies and the tournament sold copies, and the two had married into a habit that suited him exactly. He laid the photographs out in chronological order along the table, weighting the corners with the spines of the books to keep them from curling. Amelia Bones at a Wisengamot session in March, monocle catching the light, hands folded on the bench. Amelia Bones in May at the funeral of an Auror killed in the field, glove. June, hands folded again, this time in color, and the lunulae of her left hand, the half-moons at the base of each fingernail, were the color of bone. July, gloved at the minister's summer reception, irritatingly so. August, ungloved at a garden function in Wiltshire, lunulae the color of bone in the bright outdoor light. September, ungloved at the tournament drawing of names, and the lunulae of both hands had taken on a faint pale blue cast like the wash on the inside of a duck's egg. October, the most recent, ungloved again at a press conference outside the ministry, the same blue, perhaps a quarter shade deeper. The sequence was reliable in 2 directions. The color shift was monotonic, at no photograph did the cast lighten, and the rate of darkening across September and October was linear within the resolution of the press print. He marked the photographs on the back soft pencil with a small numeral and the date. He set Greengrass's manual flat at the 3rd chapter and ran a finger down the color key. Blue lunulae, 6 conditions matched on color alone. He crossed off 4 immediately. Argyrosis required prolonged ingestion of silver salts and would have shown on the gums. Bones's gums in the September photograph were photographed in profile, lips parted in mid-speech, healthy. Methylene toxicosis would have produced a corresponding blue cast at the lips and a particular pallor at the conjunctiva. Frostfall, a rare curse residue condition, would have shown at the ears. Greengrass's Hibernian stasis would have killed her in a fortnight, and she was alive. That left 2. Sapphira's wither, a blood-thinning compound brewed from the dried glands of the Mediterranean sapphire asp, slow over 6 to 8 months, lunulae blue, calcium channel involvement at the distal extremities. Or tincture of the veil, an older preparation, fashionable in the 18th century among continental assassins, which produced a similar discoloration but accompanied by progressive cataract. He pulled the September tournament photograph closer and angled the lamp. Bones's monocle hung at her chest. Her left eye, magnified by no glass, was clear. Her right, the one the monocle usually sat over, was clear also. Sapphira's wither. He sat with the deduction for the space of 3 breaths and then began the second part of the work, which was the part he had not been certain he could do until now. He turned to the Bohemian manual and read the countercure for the 3rd time. Dragon marrow infusion, unfractionated, administered intravenously over a vigil of 3 days. The patient must be kept warm. The patient must be spoken to in their native dialect. The manual was specific on this point, because Sapphira's wither separated the spirit from the body at the calcium gates, and the body required a voice it recognized in order to remember which one it was. The Bohemian author had underlined this passage. Harry took that seriously. The Bohemian author was the kind of man who underlined nothing else in 70 pages. He worked the timing backwards. 6 to 8 months of exposure produced the lunular sign at the threshold. 2 further months produced the motor sign, tremor at the fingers, rotation at the toes. 6 months beyond that the patient was dead of cardiac involvement, and a clean post-mortem would not find the cause without specifically looking. Bones at October was in the gap between the first sign and the second. He had at most 3 weeks before the tremor would begin, and her staff would start to notice, and her enemies would adjust their plan to its successful conclusion. He needed her at the bedside no later than the end of November. The marrow had to be sourced, and the family had to be persuaded inside that window. He closed the 3 books, returned the periodicals to the archive, folded the photographs into an oilskin sleeve, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower with the diagnosis sitting in him like a swallowed coin. He posted the letter from Hogsmeade the following Saturday. He had written it left-handed on the torn corner of a piece of instationery, in a hand that did not resemble his own, and did not resemble any hand Madame Bones might be expected to recognize. If Madame Bones experiences cold extremities at her mornings and a metallic taste before tea, she should request a blood counting at St. Mungo's and review the provenance of her tea consignments. A friend. He paid the post office in coin, used a school-issue gray owl rather than Hedwig, and walked out into a thin sleet that had begun while he was inside. By the following Wednesday, his contact at the ministry, a Hufflepuff 5th year whose father clerked for the DMLE postroom, recruited the previous spring by the simple expedient of solving the boy's transfiguration prep for a fortnight in exchange for a standing favor, had confirmed that an anonymous letter of unspecified origin had been filed under Crank Medical and not opened. Bones received 4 such letters a day. The hedge had failed. He had expected it to. He moved to the next move. He found Susan Bones in the small courtyard between the charms corridor and the defense classroom on the Tuesday afternoon following defense. She sat alone on the stone bench under the arch, her bag at her feet, eating a green apple in slow, considered bites. Her hair was the color of unpolished copper, and she wore her Hufflepuff scarf even though the cold had not yet bitten. He had observed her for a fortnight before approaching her. She sat at Hannah Abbott's left at every meal, which meant Hannah always sat at her right, which meant in any conversation Susan reflexively turned her right side outward. She carried her wand in a sheath at her left hip. Her left hand, when she was thinking, came to rest on the wand hilt without her noticing, like a child reaching for a mother's hand in sleep. He sat down on the bench beside her. The stone was cold through his robes. She glanced at him, recognized him, did not move. "Your aunt is being poisoned," he said. Her left hand went to her wand hilt. The apple stopped halfway to her mouth and then continued. She finished the bite, swallowed, and set the apple down on the bench between them. "Say that again," she said. "Your aunt is being poisoned. I think I know what with, and I think I know how to fix it. I need to speak to you and through you to her before her hands begin to shake. On my reading, that is 2 to 3 weeks away." She studied him. Her face was very still. The hand on the wand hilt did not move, which was the thing he had wanted to know. She was not going to draw on him, and she was not going to laugh. "3 questions," she said. "Yes, what is the poison?" "Sapphira's wither. A blood thinner brewed from sapphire-asp glands, slow, 6 to 8 months in. She has perhaps 2 months before motor symptoms." "How is it being administered?" "Tea, specifically the weekly Sumatran black consignment her office receives. The leaves are treated at customs before delivery." "How do you know?" "The lunulae of her fingernails are pale blue in the color plates from September and October. They were not blue in March." The Prophet has been printing color photographs more frequently since the tournament was announced, and the color plates are reliable. I crossed off 4 other conditions on associated signs. I ruled out tincture of the veil on the absence of cataract. The diagnosis is Sapphira's. The countercure exists. It is unpleasant but reliable. She picked up the apple. She held it for a moment as though she did not quite remember what to do with it, and then she set it down again. "Why are you telling me," she said, "and not the Aurors?" "Because the Aurors include the person who arranged the poisoning. The customs treatment requires a wand at the dock and a name signed in the customs ledger. The dock is staffed by an Auror seconded from the DMLE on a 6-month rotation. The seconding officer at present is a man whose family is held in considerable financial debt by a house whose seal sits on the underside of your aunt's tea tin. I will say the name of that house when you are ready to hear it. I will not say it in this courtyard." She turned her face fully towards him for the first time. He let her look. She was searching, he understood, for any of the small flickers by which a 14-year-old boy might betray that he was inventing this in order to seem important. He gave her nothing to find because there was nothing there to find. "I will need to see your evidence," she said. "Tonight, the library, after the 3rd bell. The corner table behind the conservation shelves. Bring a healer's reference if you have one your aunt does not check." "I have one, a Charms Project loaner." "Bring it." She nodded once. He stood up and walked away without further word. He felt her eyes between his shoulder blades for the length of the courtyard. He arrived at the library at 9:30, and she came in 7 minutes later carrying 2 books, both heavier than her Charms Project would have required. The first was a slim octavo bound in red, Healer Withers, Manual of Slow Compounds, with a private stamp from the Bones family library inside the cover. The second was a fatter quarto on the diagnostic uses of photography in clinical wizardry, dated 1923, which she had borrowed under the cover of an essay on still image charms. She sat across from him and did not speak. He spread the photographs out and watched her work. She went through them in the order he had arranged them. She bent close over the September tournament photograph, then over the October color plate. She opened her aunt's healer's manual to the section on Sapphira's and read in silence for 4 minutes by the library clock. Then she went back to the photographs. "There's another sign," she said. "Show me." She turned the 3rd tournament press photograph 90 degrees and slid it across. Amelia Bones standing at the railing of the Hogwarts viewing platform, 3/4 profile, weight on her right foot. "Her left foot," Susan said. "She's not putting her weight on it. The toe is rotated, that's loss of proprioception. Sapphira's affects the calcium channels at the toes first." "Yes." Susan closed the healer's manual with both hands and held it shut as though it might open by itself. "Yes, it does, and look here in this one." She turned a second photograph, the August garden function in Wiltshire. She is leaning on the rail at her hip. She does not lean. She has never leaned on anything in her life. The hip pain is the second sign before the tremor. The book lists it as a marker between months 6 and 7. "We are inside that window. We are inside it now." She set the photograph down very carefully, as though it might shatter, and she pulled the lamp closer to her side of the table. Her hands were trembling slightly. Harry observed the tremor and observed that it was not fear. She had moved through fear 10 minutes ago in the courtyard, but a more useful tremor, the kind that came from a body realizing that the next few weeks would require an unusual quantity of work. She began to cry. It was entirely silent. Her eyes filled and then overflowed, and the tears went down her cheeks and into the collar of her robes, and she made no sound at all. Her left hand was on the wand hilt, and her right hand was on the closed book. She did not move to wipe her face. Harry did not say anything. He kept his hands on the table, palms flat, and waited. After perhaps a minute she lifted her right hand and wiped both cheeks with her thumb in one motion, the way one wipes a child's mouth, efficient and slightly impatient. She looked at him with eyes that were now dry and not red, only bright. "What do you need?" she said. "Dragon marrow, unfractionated, with provenance papers. I cannot buy it directly without the seller knowing it has come to Hogwarts, and therefore that someone at Hogwarts is treating a poisoning. I need a name. Sprout might know one. Sprout, Professor Sprout. She buys ingredients for the greenhouses from a dozen vendors, and she knows who is honest. I can ask her under cover of a question about herbology. Do it tomorrow. Tomorrow." He gathered the photographs back into their oilskin. She stood up with the 2 books pressed to her chest and looked down at him. "Why are you doing this?" she said. "Because I will need your aunt in 5 years, and she will be no use to me dead." She looked at him for a moment longer, and then she nodded once and walked out, and he was satisfied because she had heard the truth and had not flinched from it. She caught Professor Sprout in the Hufflepuff greenhouse the following afternoon, under the pretense of a question about the cultivation requirements of a particular Welsh moss. Sprout, dirt to the elbows and her hair coming out of its knot, was always at her most generous when she was up to her elbows in soil. She answered the cover question at length, with 3 diagrams in pencil on the back of an old seed packet. And then when Susan let the second question slip in as an afterthought, Auntie was asking the other day where one buys honest dragon marrow these days. The apothecary in the village apparently sells the fractionated sort, and she doesn't trust it. Sprout straightened up, wiped her hands on her apron, and considered Susan over the rim of her spectacles for a perceptible half-second. Then she shook her head and named 3 vendors who were not honest, 2 who were honest but slow, and then named the one Susan would carry back to Harry that evening. Adrian C.R. Wisepug, of C.R. Wisepug and Daughter, ground floor of the building above Slug and Jiggers, Diagon Alley, Welsh, 4th generation in the trade, would sell only with provenance papers in triplicate, would refuse a sale to anyone he disliked the look of, charged twice what anyone else charged, and was worth it. Tell your aunt to mention my name, Sprout added, returning to her seedlings. He owes me a favor from a thing in 1981 that I will not bore you with. Tell her also that if she is asking about dragon marrow at this time of year, she is either treating a horse or a person, and that I will hope it is the horse. Susan said nothing in reply, which Sprout, without lifting her head from the seedlings, registered as confirmation that it was not the horse. The head of Hufflepuff, Susan would later report to Harry, then went on with her potting in silence and did not raise the matter again. Susan brought the name to Harry over breakfast on a folded scrap of parchment passed between the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables in the hand of a first-year owing her a favor. Harry read the name and his pulse went briefly cold and then steadied. C.R. Wisepug. He sat looking at the name for the length of a slice of toast. The probability that a Welsh vendor of unfractionated dragon marrow practicing at the top of his trade in Diagon Alley, recommended by the head of Hufflepuff, bearing the name of a C.R. Wise cadet branch, was unconnected to the sept Xenophilius had sworn him into in Snowdonia was, charitably, 1 in 50. The probability that he was connected and unaware of Harry's existence was perhaps 1 in 5. The probability that he was connected and already informed of Harry's existence and waiting to be approached was the residual 3/4, which meant that the wax print on the pendant in Harry's shirt was about to be either honored or examined, and either outcome would tell him something useful. He folded the slip of parchment and went to Transfiguration. He took the obsidian pendant out from under his shirt that night in the dormitory, held it in the lamplight, and looked at the small spiral cut into its back. The Welsh sept Xenophilius had sworn him into the year before had been a sept of the C.R. Wise. The surname C.R. Wisepug suggested a junior branch, married out, English side but holding. He had not expected the network to surface on British soil so soon. He had assumed he would have to ride out to Snowdonia in 2 summers' time and present the pendant in person at a hill farm. Instead, the network had a shopfront in Diagon Alley, and the shopfront sold the substance he needed. He wrote the letter that evening, alias Ambrose Wynne, requesting a consultation in the matter of a slow compound affecting a member of his household. He folded the pendant's wax print, which Xenophilius had given him as a token of recognition, into the seal of the letter. He sent the letter by a hired Hogsmeade owl, paid for in coin, and sat down to wait. The reply came in 3 days. It was a single sheet, written in a careful, spidery hand in what appeared at first reading to be a courteous refusal to discuss the matter by post. But at the second reading, with the CRY cipher Xenophilius had taught him laid over the 3rd word of every line, it conveyed, recognized. Consignment dispatched secure courier to address you nominate. No invoice. Acknowledge in person at your earliest convenience. The marrow is good. The provenance is from a Norwegian ridgeback that died of age, not of harvest, in 1991, and the provenance papers are in the box. He read it twice and then burned it in the dormitory grate. The line he turned over for a moment after the rest had gone was no invoice. The CRYs did not give gifts, the CRYs made investments. He had been read for what he was by a Welshman who had never met him, on the basis of a wax print and an alias and an inquiry framed in the right language. The investment was modest, a phial of marrow, 2 days of a Norwegian courier's time, a sealed box. The implied return was not modest. He would owe the visit to Diagon Alley in person before the end of the term. He noted that too, in cipher in the margin of his almanac. He owled Susan that he had arranged the marrow and that it would arrive at Bones Manor by Friday. He requested a permission slip for a weekend leave. He requested it through Professor McGonagall, who routed it to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore signed it without comment or interview and sent it back via the morning post on the Thursday. Harry observed that signature for some time. Dumbledore had not asked what the leave was for. Dumbledore had not asked who Harry would be visiting. Dumbledore had asked nothing at all, which meant Dumbledore knew, or thought he knew, what Harry was doing and approved of it. In the diffuse and incurious way an old man approves of a small good deed he does not need to examine. Harry put the slip into his coat pocket without expression. Dumbledore was watching him do something he approved of without understanding it. That was a posture Harry intended to encourage for as long as it lasted. The train from Hogsmeade to King's Cross on the Saturday morning was nearly empty. Most of the school was at the second tournament task. From King's Cross he took the Underground to Marylebone, and from Marylebone the wizarding coach to the village of Greater Bones in the West Riding, where Susan met him at the post office in a coat several sizes too large for her, and led him on foot up the lane to the manor. Bones Manor was a long grey building set into the side of a fold of moorland, 2 stories, slate-roofed, with a library that ran the length of the ground floor and a hearth in every room. The smell as Susan opened the front door was the smell of old wax, the kind that comes off polished oak that has been polished for 200 years. A house elf in a clean tea towel took his coat without speaking and disappeared into the back passages. The hall was lit by a single mullioned window at its far end and by candles, not by wand light. The candles had been lit ahead of his arrival, and the wax of them was the wax of the smell. He registered the household's practice in the choice. Bones did not light her own house by magic. Whether that was economy or principle he would learn later. The candles were beeswax, which suggested principle. "She is in the library," Susan said. "I told her you were coming. I told her what you told me. She has not been well enough to be skeptical." "Good, she is skeptical anyway. Better." Amelia Bones sat in a high-backed chair by the library fire with a tartan rug over her knees and the monocle hanging at her chest on its black ribbon. She did not stand when Harry came in. She lifted her head and considered him with the unhurried attention of a woman who had spent 2 decades watching suspects come into her interview rooms and had learned not to begin speaking until she had finished looking. Her hair was iron gray at the temples, and her hands lay quiet in her lap, and the lunulae of her fingernails, even by the warm light of the fire, were the color of duck's egg. Harry sat down opposite her without being invited. Susan stood at her aunt's right shoulder. "Madam Bones," he said, "I will lay this out in 9 sentences, and then I will produce 2 objects, and you will decide." She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. "You are being poisoned with Sapphira's Wither, a slow-acting blood thinner whose principal sign is a blue cast at the lunulae of the fingernails after 6 months of exposure," he said. "Your exposure is 6 to 7 months in. The vehicle is the Sumatran black tea consignment delivered weekly to your office. The leaves are being treated at the customs handover. The seal on the tin in your kitchen carries the Malfoy household crest, which I will ask Susan to bring down for you to see before you decide. Your motor symptoms will begin in approximately 2 to 3 weeks, and the irreversible cardiac involvement will follow at 6. The countercure is dragon marrow, unfractionated, administered intravenously over a vigil of 3 days, during which the patient must be kept warm and must be spoken to in their native dialect at intervals to keep the spirit anchored to the body. The marrow is in this box, the provenance papers are folded inside, and the source is a Norwegian ridgeback that died of age in 1991. The vigil must begin tonight. If you wish to verify any portion of this before consenting, my evidence is on this table and I will wait. He set the oilskin of photographs on the low table between them. He set the wooden box beside it. He folded his hands and waited. Amelia Bones lifted the monocle, fitted it without need into her right eye, and went through the photographs in the order he had laid them. She lingered on the September tournament plate. She set the photographs back down. She opened the wooden box and looked at the provenance papers and the sealed phial of marrow and the small enamel-handled syringe that came with it, and she closed the box. "Susan," she said without turning her head, "fetch the tin from the kitchen." Susan went out. The fire shifted in the grate. The clock on the mantel ticked. Harry did not speak. Susan came back with the tin of Sumatran black on a small silver tray. The wax seal on the tin's underside was the size of a 6pence and showed the Malfoy household crest, the inverted serpent on the field, clean as a dice strike. Amelia looked at the seal for what might have been 30 seconds. Then she set the tin down on the table. "Mr. Potter," she said, "who do you serve?" "Myself at present. That will change shortly." "And who will you serve when it changes?" "A court I am building." She did not press him. She nodded once, and the nod was the considered nod of a woman taking a deposition from a witness who had not yet given her cause to distrust him. "I will accept the cure," she said, "on the condition that if I survive, you will tell me the full plan before you next come into my house. Not at the door, at the hearth, with witnesses of my choosing, and you will answer every question I ask of you to my satisfaction." "Agreed. Then we will begin tonight." Susan moved before Amelia had finished speaking, drawing back the rug from her aunt's knees, calling for the house elf. beginning the routines she had been taught by her grandmother's healer elves before the elves had retired and the routines had passed to her. Harry watched the practiced economy of the girl's hands and registered that she had been preparing for this for longer than the 4 days since he had told her. She had known something was wrong and had been studying. They moved Amelia to the small sitting room off the library, which had a bed brought down for the purpose, a fire built up, and a second hearth opposite. Susan administered the first infusion at 7:15 in the evening with the elf at her elbow and Harry holding the file steady on the bedside table. The first night Amelia did not surface from sleep at all. Her breathing slowed and deepened, and at 3 in the morning her hands went very cold and the house elf brought hot bricks wrapped in flannel and laid them along her sides. Harry took the watch from midnight to 4. Susan slept on a settle in the corner under a wool blanket the elf had brought down from a cupboard. The fire in the small hearth was kept high. The room held the smell of warm wax and beeswax candle and the faintly chemical scent of the marrow as it dripped. He sat in a hard-backed chair pulled close to the bed, his hand on Amelia's wrist where the syringe ran in, and timed the drops by the second hand of his own watch laid on the coverlet. At 4 Susan woke and sat up and began to read, very quietly, from a leather-bound stable book Harry had not noticed her bring in. The Racing Logs of Edgar Bones, Amelia's father, in his own hand and in the broad Yorkshire idiom of his speaking voice, which Susan's grandmother had taught Susan to imitate as a child, syllable by syllable, until Susan could say yon mare were oot at her fences in the precise cadence in which Edgar had spoken it to his stableman in 1948. She read the logs through to 6. The voice she used was not her own and was not a child's imitation of an old man either. It was the voice of a woman who had inherited a dead man's words from a living woman and was speaking them now under a roof that remembered them. Harry, listening, kept his face composed and his hand on Amelia's wrist. At 6 he took the watch back and Susan slept. The second day Amelia surfaced twice. Once at 10 in the morning she opened her eyes and said 3 words in a language Harry did not recognize and did not catch. Susan said it was an old Yorkshire word her aunt had used as a child for the color of the sky before snow, and Susan answered in the same dialect, and Amelia closed her eyes. Once at 4 in the afternoon she opened her eyes and saw Harry and said clearly, "Mr. Potter, the tin," and Harry said, "We have it, madam, it is safe," and she closed her eyes again. The lucidity at 4 was the better of the two. The delirium at 10 had been the body asking the spirit for its name in a language the spirit had forgotten it spoke. The answer had come in Susan's mouth in the right dialect and the body had been satisfied. Harry made a note of this in the margin of the Bohemian Manual, small pencil, in cipher, because the dialect requirement had not been quite what the book described, and the book was wrong about a small thing in a way that suggested it was right about the larger thing in a slightly different way than its author had thought. Susan's reading went on through the second night. She had brought a flask of warm tea, which she did not offer Harry. The joke of it, that there was no tea in the house either of them could quite face, sat between them in silence and was not spoken aloud. The third dawn came up gray and slow across the moor. A thin frost lay on the window glass on the moor side of the house, and the sheep in the lower fold were already moving towards the feeders. The marrow cure as it left the blood gave off a faint scent of cinnamon, which the Bohemian author had not mentioned, and which Harry recognized only because he had been smelling it for 40 hours and could not place it until it was unmistakable. He had read the chapter 3 times, and the author had described the scent as a quiet, characteristic note. Harry had read past the phrase as decoration. He understood now that the author had meant precisely cinnamon and had been too embarrassed to write the word. He made another small note in the manual's margin. At 7:15 Amelia opened her eyes properly. She looked at the ceiling. She looked at the wall. She looked at Susan, who was reading the Racing Logs with her voice gone hoarse. She looked at Harry, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with his elbows on his knees and his hands loose between them. "That will do," Amelia said. Her voice was thin but level. "I am back." Susan closed the book. Harry stood up, took the empty file from the bedside table, and walked out of the room to let them have the moment. He stood in the library by the long window and watched the sun come further up over the moor. He felt nothing in particular, which was what he had expected to feel. The operation had concluded successfully, which was a category of outcome that did not require emotional accompaniment. He had not yet acquired the habit of celebrating his own competence, and he was not certain he intended to acquire it. Susan came out 20 minutes later. Her eyes were red but dry. "She wants to sleep," she said. "Properly, not under the cure. The elf will sit with her." "Good. There is something we need to do today. The tin, yes." She led him down the corridor to the kitchen, which was tiled in old red stone, and reached up to a high shelf above the dresser and brought down a second tin, identical to the one she had brought into the library 2 nights before, sealed but unopened. She set it on the kitchen table. "There are 6 of these," she said. "Auntie's office takes delivery weekly. This one came on the Thursday before you arrived. The seal is intact." Good. Took out the small camera he had borrowed from a 6th-year Ravenclaw in exchange for a fortnight of Charms prep, a flat black box that produced wizard photographs of acceptable but not exceptional clarity, and he photographed the seal from 3 angles in the morning light from the kitchen window. He photographed the underside, the lid, the side panel where the customs mark sat. He photographed the customs mark itself, which carried a serial number he intended to trace. Susan watched him work. The kitchen was cold, and the light from the window was the thin yellow light of late morning on the moor, and the only sound was the soft mechanical click of the camera's shutter and the steady drip of a tap into a stone basin behind them. "You will not use this yet," he said when he had finished. "You will keep it, the tin, the photographs, the unopened consignment. You will not show this to anyone, including your aunt's office, including Auror Shacklebolt, who I am told she trusts, including Sprout, including Hannah, including the elf if you can help it. You will keep it until I tell you the season." The season. There is a season for using evidence of this kind. It is not now. Now we have her alive. The Malfoys will check in the next fortnight whether the poisoning has progressed. When they find that it has not, they will adjust. We will let them adjust. When they have committed to a second method, we will know more than we know now. The first tin is your insurance and your weapon. You do not spend insurance, and you do not draw a weapon you are not ready to use. Yes, hide them where your aunt's house elf cannot find them. There is a place. Good. She put the tin and the photographs into a canvas satchel and disappeared up the back stairs with them. He waited in the kitchen. He drank a glass of water from the pump. He felt the cold of the slate floor through the soles of his shoes, and registered that he had not slept more than 3 hours in 72, and that this would catch up with him on the train back, but not before. By mid-afternoon, Amelia was sitting up in the bed in the small sitting room with a shawl around her shoulders and a cup of beef broth on the table beside her, having refused tea on principle. The lunulae of her fingernails against the white of the shawl were the color of bone again, not the duck's egg blue of the September plate, not yet the proper pink of full circulation, but bone, which on the Bohemian Manual's chart corresponded to patient at the 8th hour of the cure's clearance, on track for full restoration by the end of the following week. She had asked for the manual to be brought down before she ate. She had read the chart. She had said nothing about it, and Harry had said nothing about it, and the manual now lay closed on the bedside table with her monocle resting on its cover. She sent for Harry, and he came in and stood by the hearth. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I owe you my life. You do not. I am a witch of the old observance. I owe you my life, and the form of the debt is fixed. I would prefer to discharge it cleanly rather than carry it. I will not accept it as a debt. I do not accept blood debt money or favor. The form is wrong for what we are to each other." She regarded him over the rim of the monocle. "What form, then? 2 undertaking. The first, when the court I am building petitions the Wisengamot in 3 years' time on certain matters, none of them treasonous, none of them in violation of the statute as it stands today, you will consider those petitions on their merits without prejudice arising from your knowledge of me or of how we met. You will vote as your conscience and your office instruct, no better and no worse. The second, that Susan be permitted to swear the court's verbal pledge at her own free decision, when she comes of age, without obstruction from you. At her own free decision. At her own free decision. I do not press her, she decides." Amelia turned her head a quarter to look at her niece, who stood in the doorway with her left hand on her wand hilt. "Susan," Amelia said. "I have already decided," Susan said. "I would like to swear today, the verbal form, not the binding." Amelia looked at her for a long moment, then she looked back at Harry. "Both undertakings, Mr. Potter, I accept. The Wisengamot consideration without prejudice you have. Susan you have always had. She is her own woman this fortnight past." She paused. "I am not yet sworn. I will not swear until I have seen the plan in full. When I have seen it, I will decide. You will not press me before then." "I will not." "Good." She nodded to Susan, and Susan crossed the room and stood at Harry's left shoulder, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her sleeve against his. The hearth fire had been built up while they spoke, and the air around them was warm with the applewood the elf had brought from the backyard for the occasion. Old British wizarding propriety required applewood for the hearth swearing of an oath in the senior line of a house. Susan had told the elf the night before, and the elf had remembered. Harry registered the choice of wood and the smell of it and the silence into which Susan was about to speak. She spoke quietly. The lines came out evenly, without ornament, in the cadence she had clearly worked out for herself in the 4 days she had been thinking about them. I, Susan Margaret Bones, do pledge to stand at the shoulder of Harry James Potter in the work of the court he is building. I pledge to use the resources of my family, such as are mine to spend, in defense of those he names. I pledge not to betray him to any ministry, including the one my aunt runs, unless he commands an injustice I cannot bear, in which case I will tell him first, and then I will do what I must. 3 lines, the same shape as Luna's. Harry inclined his head. Accepted, he said. Amelia at the hearth said nothing. Her face did not change. She had been an Auror for 26 years and had heard many oaths sworn under many roofs, and she had developed the habit of not flinching at any of them. But her hand, lying on the arm of the chair, tightened once on the carved oak and then loosened again, and Harry registered the gesture and did not comment on it. The journey back to Hogwarts was uneventful. He slept through most of the wizarding coach and most of the underground, and was woken at King's Cross by a porter clearing the platform for the evening service. He arrived at the castle after curfew with Dumbledore's permission slipped still in his pocket and went up to the dormitory without speaking to anyone. The dormitory was asleep. Ron's curtains were drawn and Seamus snored faintly behind his. Harry sat down at the small writing desk under the window, lit the candle by hand rather than by wand, and brought out the ledger from the false bottom of his trunk. He opened to the BONES page. He drew 2 strokes through Susan, neat parallel lines. Beside the strokes he wrote, sworn, verbal, see Luna for form. Below Susan he wrote, AMELIA, conditional ally, Wisengamot consideration without prejudice in 3 years, full plan owed before next visit, not sworn, will not press. Below that, MALFOY seal confirmed, Sumatran black, customs treatment, 6 tins P/WK, evidence held by Susan, do not spend. He looked at the page for a moment. 3 sworn names now, Hagrid, Luna, Susan. He turned to the page he had opened in the summer and not yet written on, and at the head of it he wrote in the careful capitals he reserved for the names of houses, GRENGRASS. He underlined it twice. Below GRENGRASS, spaced down, he wrote, NOTT, defection imminent per TWRCH report. Below that, Bill WESLEY, approach via Hagrid. He looked at the page for the length of a breath. 3 sworn names, 1 conditional ally, 1 house identified and held in evidence, 1 vendor in Diagon Alley flying colors under another name, a list beneath GRENGRASS of work that had not yet begun. He closed the ledger and slid it back into the false bottom of his trunk. Knox, Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the 12 members of the Black Court. The library was almost empty on the 2nd Saturday of January, and Harry preferred it that way. The CRY's archive lay open across 2 desks in the form Andromeda's mother had preserved, 31 rolls of marriage contracts, 4 bound ledgers of land tenancies, and a sheaf of debts that had been folded and refolded so many times the creases had become a second script. He worked through them with a cold patience. The 1746 contract was on the 18th page of the 3rd ledger. Greengrass son to CRY's daughter, dowry advanced, betrothal voided 3 months before the wedding by a death in the Greengrass line, dowry never returned. 6,000 galleons in 1,746 coin, the interest unspecified, the lien on family honor explicit and unsettled. Harry inked a thin line beside the entry and closed the ledger. The lever had a name. He found Daphne Greengrass in the corridor outside the Slytherin common room on the Tuesday after, and stopped her with nothing more than his presence. She had crossed her wrists at the wrist bone the moment she saw him, palms turned inward as though she were already holding a parchment that had not yet been handed across. He gave her the parchment then. It was folded into thirds, sealed with the CRY's mark in green wax, and addressed to her father in a hand she would have recognized as Andromeda. By the long descending Y. I was asked to put this into your hand, Harry said. No reply is expected before the holidays. Daphne took the letter without opening it. She tucked it inside her robes against her ribs. For a moment her face was a blank stamped coin, and then a small line at the corner of her mouth admitted what the rest of her face would not. We have been waiting for this letter, she said, for 249 years. She walked off down the corridor without turning her head, and Harry watched her go, and understood that the Greengrasses had read the same ledger he had, and had been waiting at their end of it for 9 generations. The Greengrass Manor stood 3 miles outside Marlow on a sweep of chalk hill, and Harry came up the avenue on foot in the 3rd afternoon of the holidays, because it had seemed a courtesy to arrive at the speed of a guest. Cyrus Greengrass met him at the gravel turn. He was a tall man in a dove-gray coat, clean-shaven, slow in his movements, with the unhurried economy of a man who paid for his own meals out of habit and not out of any need to demonstrate it. He gave Harry his hand and led him not to the drawing room but to a side study with a fire and 3 chairs and a decanter of something pale. "My daughter has read me your letter," Cyrus said when they were sitting. He spoke slowly enough that one could hear him deciding which word to put where, "and I have read it for myself. The debt of 1,746 is acknowledged. It has been on our books in every audit since my great-great-grandfather. We have been waiting for a CR-wise to come and call it. Then we may speak of how it is to be paid," Harry said. "You have not asked for galleons." Cyrus poured, handed the glass across, and drank his own slowly. Daphne came in then and took the 3rd chair without being asked, her wrists crossed again at her wrist bones in her lap, and her face arranged in that aristocratic neutrality her mother had taught her before she could walk. "You may have the oath of this house," Cyrus said. "You may have my daughter's, which is hers to give, and you may have mine, which I had thought to keep. There is a condition: I will not give my name or hers to any working that targets Muggle-born witches and wizards as a class. Individual enemies, named and known, that is war. A class, that is what the other side does. I will not have my house on that ledger." "You will not need to," Harry said. "The court will not target the Muggle-born. Not now, not at the end, not in any clause I write. You have my word and you will have it in writing before the ritual." Cyrus had been watching his glass. He looked up now. He had not been expecting the answer to come quite so fast. Daphne had been watching her father, and her face flickered for the length of a heartbeat, and then settled. "HWNEWRLLW," Daphne said. The old Welsh phrase came out of her as though she had practiced it before a mirror. "This is the oath. I will swear with her at the ritual," Cyrus said. "Beside her, not before her. That is also a condition." Accepted. They drank. Cyrus saw Harry to the gravel turn again at dusk, and did not offer his hand a second time, because the matter had been settled and ceremony would have cheapened it. Daphne walked him as far as the lower gate without being asked, and stopped there with her hands clasped behind her back where her wrists could not cross. "You agreed without thinking," she said, level. "The clause about the Muggle-born." "I had thought about it before you raised it," Harry said. "I had written it into the founding paper in October. Your father did not ask me to add anything. He asked me to confirm what was already there. The speed was honest." She considered him in the way her father had considered his glass, and then nodded once and stepped back from the gate without speaking. The acceptance of that nod was the second thing of value Harry took out of the manor that afternoon. The first had been the oath. The second was that Daphne Greengrass, who had been weighing him from the moment he had handed her the letter in the Slytherin corridor, had ceased to weigh him. Grimmauld Place at 4 in the morning smelled of old wood smoke and a stronger spell fume than Creature would ever admit to. Sirius had been awake when the wards on the front step rang, because Sirius slept very little in those months, and he had been at the door before the second chime. Harry came through the flue at 4:05 in his Hogwarts cloak with the soot still on his sleeves, summoned out of the 7th-year boys' dormitory by an enchanted coin Andromeda had pressed into his hand at New Year. The man in the hallway was Theodore Knott, the elder. Harry had seen him in newspaper photographs at ministry galas, a thin, upright figure with a hawk's bones in his face and a hand that did not tremble. The hand trembled now. It was the left one, and he held it pressed against his coat as though he were keeping it warm, and from the way he held it Harry understood that the tremor was new, and that he was trying not to look at it himself. He had 2 small phials in the other hand. Glass sealed with red wax, perhaps a finger of dark liquid in each. He set them on the hall table without being asked. "My blood," Knott said. "I have brought it to you because I have nothing else of mine that is unspoiled. The rest is on the ledger of the Dark Lord, and I cannot draw it back." Sirius stood at the door with his wand low and his eyes very steady. Harry took the phials, weighed them, set them down again. "Tell me what you saw," Harry said. Knott told him. He told it the way a man tells a thing he has already decided to give away. There had been a working at Lestrange Manor on the eve of the Epiphany, a homunculus form, Voldemort half restored and impatient, the Lestranges and 3 lower hands, and Knott himself called as witnesses to a blood rite that required a child not yet weaned. They had taken the child from a cottage in Hampshire while the mother slept. Knott had stood at the back of the working circle and had watched the cot in the morning where the child had been, before the Lestranges had cleaned the cottage, and the cot had been empty, with the blanket still folded back at the corner. The mother had folded it back to feed him. That was all he said about it. He did not embellish, and Harry did not ask him to. "I am not asking to lead," Knott said. "I am asking to be permitted to oppose. I have a son. He is at Hogwarts. He is 14. He has nothing in him of what I have served, and I do not want him on any side of this. I will give you anything you ask in return for that one thing." "You will give me what I ask in any case," Harry said. "But the boy is not a counter on this board. Theo Jr. is to be protected, not enlisted. He goes to school, he sits his examinations, he is left alone. If your name has been written off your father's books and into mine, the court will move to shield him from the consequences of your defection. That is the offer. Knott did not speak for a moment. The relief moved across his face like a cloud crossing a hillside, slow, not pretty. Then I am yours, he said. You will swear at the ritual with the others, Harry said. Before that, you will go where Sirius directs you and you will stay there. You will give us by Friday the names of every Death Eater you can recall, the locations of every safe house you have entered, and a sketch of the half-restored body as you saw it. Particular attention to how it feeds and how often. Yes. Sirius walked not upstairs to the room that had once been Regulus S, and Harry stood in the hall with the 2 phials of blood in his hand flat on the table beside them, and felt the cold settle in his chest that he had been learning to recognize as the shape of the work itself. One of Voldemort's most valuable men had walked across the line. He was not pleased. He was busy reorganizing the calendar in his head to accommodate the man's work. Andromeda's cottage in Spinner's Reach was built of red sandstone and looked out over a low water meadow and a stand of willow she had planted herself the year Nymphadora was born. Harry came up the path in the 3rd week of January with a thaw running in the ditches. Andromeda opened the door before he knocked. She was a tall woman in her middle 40s, hair iron-gray at the temples and dark below, and she had the black face under it without the black hardness. Harry James Potter, she said. Come in. I have been expecting you since Michaelmas. She used everyone's full name, even her own daughter's, even when she was angry. It was a habit she had carried out of the Black House and never put down. She gave Harry tea in a yellow cup and sat opposite him with her hands folded in her lap. I know what you're doing, Andromeda said. My mother spoke of it as a thing that might be done once when she was very old. The CRY's line runs through me as well through her grandmother. I recognize your claim. You did not need to come and ask, but it is courteous that you have. I would like to ask anyway. Then ask. Will you swear? Yes, said Andromeda. I will swear as the healer of the court. And I will hold a place for my cousin Sirius Orion Black, who cannot attend the ritual in person without ending his hiding, but who is bound by his blood to this in every other way that matters. I will stand at the southern stone, and his weight will be on me as well as on my own feet. Accepted, Harry said. Andromeda smiled then, a thin black smile that was not unkind, and refilled his cup. When he came back for the 2nd visit a fortnight later, to bring her the redacted pages of the ledger she would need to study before the ritual, Augusta Longbottom was sitting in Andromeda's parlor, as though she had always sat there. She was a small, upright woman in a dark green coat, with a hat that had become a kind of national joke set very precisely on her knee, and Harry had not been told she would be there. He bowed. Madame Longbottom. Augusta looked at him for a moment over the top of her spectacles. She counted her words in her head before she spent them, and Harry could see her counting. I have waited 15 years to be useful, I accept. 9 words. She closed her mouth, and that was the end of it. Harry inclined his head, and Andromeda poured tea without comment, and the matter was settled between 2 cups and the unfolding of a napkin. Hagrid's hut on the 1st Saturday of February smelled of pipe smoke and singed bark, and Bill Weasley was sitting on the edge of the table with his coat off, turning a length of blackthorn slowly under a candle. He had the fang earring in his left ear, and a curse-breaker's calluses on both hands, and the quietness of a man who had spent 6 years in tombs learning not to speak first. He looked up when Harry came in, and the earring caught the candle and threw a small bright tooth of light across the table. There are runes in this bark, Bill said. They are not Hagrid's. They are not yours either, if Hagrid is right about that. They are older. They are mine by inheritance, Harry said. CRY's work, the thorn was cut from a stand on land that has been ours since the 11th century. The runes wrote themselves into the bark over time. The grove writes its own grammar. Bill nodded once. He set the blackthorn down on the table with the care of a man who had just been told the object in his hand was a saint's bone. Hagrid has told me what he has sworn to, Bill said, and what is being assembled. I am in. I have one question. Ask it. Will the court at any point ask me to harm my family? No, Harry said. Never. Your mother and father, your brothers and your sister are out of scope. If any of them stand with Voldemort in arms, which they will not, I would ask you to step aside and someone else would handle it. I will write that in. You may read the clause before the ritual. Bill nodded again, and that was the contract. He picked up the blackthorn and gave it back to Hagrid, and Hagrid set it in the corner by the kettle the way another man would have set a sleeping cat. Pomona Sprout caught Harry in Greenhouse 3 on a wet Tuesday afternoon when he had come down to collect a punnet of mandrake leaves for an essay he had not been asked to write. She was kneeling at the Bubituber trench with her sleeves up to the elbow and earth black to the second knuckle on each finger, and she did not stand up when he came in. She gestured at the bench with her chin. "Sit," she said. "I will not stop. The Bubitubers will not wait." Harry sat. "Hagrid has told me about your court," Pomona said. She did not look up from the trench. He did not need to. "I knew something was being built from the moment Susan Bones came into my office in October and asked me a question about dragon marrow she had no other reason to ask. I am 63 years old, Mr. Potter. I have taught at this school for 31 years. I have watched the last war from inside the walls of my greenhouses, and I did nothing useful in it. I have decided that this time I will be useful." "Then you swear." "I swear. I will swear at the ritual in front of the others, and I will swear properly. I have known Rubeus Hagrid for 30 years, and if he tells me a thing is sound, I do not require a second opinion." She lifted a Bubituber root clear of the soil and laid it in the tray and brushed her hands once against her smock. "Go." "I have work." He went. He had been in the greenhouse for less than 4 minutes, and the 11th chair had been filled. Amelia Bones received him in her office at the DMLE on the 15th of February, after hours, with the door warded and the portrait above the mantel turned to face the wall. Harry set the ledger on her desk. He had bound the relevant pages in a temporary stitch and redacted the names that were not yet his to give, but the substance of the plan was on those pages whole: recruitment, sequence, financial structure, the TWRCHD-DUON intelligence network, the projected timeline against the half-restored Voldemort, the disposition of the Black Court after victory. Amelia read it once. She set it down. She read it again. She did not touch her monocle the whole time, which was for her a kind of stillness Harry had not seen in her before. "This is competent," she said when she had finished the second reading. "It is more than competent. There are 3 Auror generals at this ministry who could not have written this. Who wrote it?" "I did," Harry said, "with assistance." "I am sworn to the department," Amelia said. "I am sworn to the Wisengamot under 3 statutes. If I swear to your court, those oaths do not vanish. They are real, and they will pull at me. I will not pretend otherwise." "I know. Then I will swear at the ritual," she said, "on one condition. The qualifier of my oath is recited aloud in front of the others, so that my professional position is preserved by acknowledged constraint, and so that when there comes a day that the court asks of me a thing the law forbids, the others will know in advance that I have already told them what I will do. Which is, I will not commit the department to the court. I will not break the law in the court's service. I will give intelligence, I will give shelter, I will give my own hand and wand in any action that does not require me to perjure my office. Past that line I do not pass. That is to be said aloud and accepted by all 12. "Accepted," Harry said. "It will be said. The others will hear it. You have my word that no one in the court will ask you across that line." Amelia took her monocle out of her eye then and laid it on the ledger. It was the first time he had seen her without it, and the eye behind it was a pale clear hazel and very tired. "Then I am the 12th, she said. "Tell me when and tell me where." He told her. The night of the new moon in March, the 12 of them met in the Crys Hollow. The hollow lay below the lip of a sheep-cropped ridge 9 miles west of Brecon, a sunken meadow no larger than a tithe barn, ringed by blackthorn so old and so close set that from above the meadow looked like a wound that had refused to close. The land had been Crys since before the Norman accounting. It had been held in trust through the latter centuries by the senior daughters of the Black House, and now, by the recognition of blood and the surrender of trust, it was Harry's. He came down through the thorn at the 11th hour by the path his great-grandmother had walked, and ahead of him the meadow opened, and within the meadow stood the 12 stones, and within the ring of the 12 stones stood the 13th, low and flat, the navel of the working. The stones were not the standing stones of the books. They were older than that and stranger than that. They had been raised in the second age of the Crys, before the parish records, before the saints, by hands that had read the sky for purposes the modern eye no longer entirely understood. They were arranged in the pattern of Mindu, the black stones, a constellation of 12 points which the southern hemisphere knew under another name, and which the Welsh hills had known under this one since before Latin had reached the valleys. Each stone stood roughly to the height of a man's chest. Each had been cut from the same dark basalt, drawn out of a quarry whose location the Crys archive named only as the Western Cleft, and set into the turf so deeply that the turf had grown back around its base in the slow patience of stone time, and what showed above the grass was only a third of what was held below. The grain of the basalt ran horizontally in all 12, which was not a thing that quarried stone did of its own accord, and the placement of the stones on the constellation's points was accurate to within an inch when measured against the chart Andromeda had drawn from her mother's notes, and the chart had been drawn from a chart drawn in the year 1402, which had itself been drawn from a chart older than the parchment it had been copied onto. Torches had been set along the inner ring, not many, 12 of them, one at the foot of each stone, and they burned a low yellow that was not the yellow of ordinary pitch, but the yellow of a flame that had been fed a single hair of phoenix feather and an unnamed resin, and had been told to burn slowly until dawn. The thorn at the perimeter had been left untouched. There was no wind in the hollow, although there was wind on the ridge above. The meadow held its own air, as it had always done, and the cold of it was a clean cold, neither winter nor springs, the cold of a place that stood slightly outside the ordinary calendar. They had come in by separate paths, and they took their stones in the order Harry had set down on a slip of vellum the week before, and each of them stood at the appointed stone with the left palm turned up and the right hand at the side. Andromeda tonks at the southern stone, with her cousin's weight on her as well as her own. Augusta Longbottom at the southeastern, the hat for once not on her head, her gray hair plaited tight against her skull. Susan Bones at the east, very young in that company, her chin set with the bone-deep stubbornness of her aunt's house. Luna Lovegood at the eastern stone of the upper arm, barefoot in the wet grass, her hair the only pale thing in the hollow under the torchlight. Hagrid at the northeast, taking up almost the whole of his stone, his blackthorn staff laid at his feet. Bill Weasley at the north, the fang earring catching the torch each time he turned his head a fraction. Pomona Sprout at the northwest, her sleeves still rolled, the earth still under her fingernails because she had refused to scrub them out for the occasion, and Harry had not asked her to. Cyrus Greengrass at the west, slow-moving, settled, and Daphne Greengrass at the western stone of the lower arm beside him, her wrists crossed in her own old habit at her chest. Theodore Not the Elder at the southwestern, the tremor in his left hand stilled now by the cold or by the company or by the fact that he had at last laid down a weight. Amelia Bones at the southern stone of the upper arm, monocle in her eye, the qualifier of her oath written out in her own hand and folded in her left sleeve to be read when the time came. 12. Harry stood at the central stone, the 13th, which was no one's place and which was the place from which the working was made. He had come down alone in a plain dark coat with no fastening at the throat, the knife sheathed at his belt, and a folded vellum slip in his inner pocket which named the 12 in the order of them, and which would be burned in the central torch at the close of the working. He wore no ring of office. The CRYs had never used a ring. The CRYs had used a knife. The knife had come down out of the long keeping in its leather sheath, and Harry held it now across both palms, the way the Chronicle of 1183 had said it should be held. Meteoric iron, dark and pitted, the color of a thing that had fallen out of the night and remembered. The blade was short, no longer than the length of a man's forefinger from joint to nail, and tapered to a point that had been honed once at the forge and not since, because the iron had refused to dull. The grip was bound in old red leather worn to the color of cured tobacco, with a single thread of gold wire wound spirally beneath the leather, the head of which showed at the pommel as a flat disc no larger than the thumbnail. It had been forged in the year of the fall by a smith whose name the monastic record had given as Rhys ap Gwilym, on a hearth in the valley of the Tywee, with a hammer that had been buried with him afterwards, because no other work had been thought fit to follow this one. Rhys had been dead 812 years, and the iron had not forgotten him either, and the iron carried also, in some way the CRYs had never managed to put into words, the cold of the upper air through which it had fallen before any hand had touched it. Harry had not slept the night before. The Chronicle of 1183 had been specific about the Sovereign's vigil. He had spent the small hours in the upper room at Grimmauld with the CRY's archive open and Sirius sitting opposite him, simply being awake in the same room, which was the cousin's portion of a vigil. At 3 in the morning Sirius had said only, "I am with you in the iron of the knife," which was the older idiom for a kinsman who could not attend the ring in person, and Harry had nodded, and the saying had stood between them for the rest of the night without further comment. Harry spoke first, but only to open. He spoke not the binding words, but the words of opening, in the formal Old Welsh that the CRYs had used for ritual, since the CRYs had been a name to use. Idem in dod at Wymean, he said, idem in dod ar ein trod ein hunning, idem in dod heb orfadith, idem in dod I ar wymo. He said it again in English because the ritual required that no one stand in the ring not understanding what was being said. We come to the stone, we come on our own feet, we come without compulsion, we come to bind. The torches did not move. The air in the hollow thickened, the way water thickens just before it freezes, and the 12 at the 12 stones felt it pass over their faces like the back of a hand. The knife traveled the ring. Andromeda took it first. She drew the blade once across her left palm, a clean shallow cut that opened in the torchlight like a slow letter, and let a single drop fall into the soil at the foot of the central stone. The soil drank it. She spoke her 9 words. Within rhymo fi engweed wrth weed yl is, she said. I bind my blood to the blood of the court, she said again in English for the ring. She passed the knife to Augusta, who took it without ceremony. The old woman cut her own palm with a hand that did not shake, dropped her drop, and spoke. Within cephal dros fi mab emerching engifraith. I stand for my son and my daughter-in-law. She did not look at Harry as she said it. She looked at the stone. Bellatrix Lestrange had taken her son and her daughter-in-law from her 15 years ago, and the words were not so much an oath sworn to him as a sentence at last permitted to be spoken aloud, and the soil at the central stone drank it as it had drunk Andromeda's. The knife traveled. Susan Bones cut her own palm and spoke, in Welsh she had learned in the last 6 weeks under Andromeda's tuition, her young voice steadier than Harry had expected. Within Royer Gifraith in Nylar Elis. I place the law in the hands of the court. She passed the knife to Luna. Luna held the knife across both palms for a long heartbeat before she cut. She had not closed her eyes, and her face under the torchlight was the face of a child looking into a clear well. She cut, she let the drop fall. She spoke, and her Welsh was the most accurate of any of them because she had taught herself out of an old book the previous summer for reasons she had never explained. Within Dwin fi mam and fi engalan mean. I bring my mother and my heart to the stone. Pandora Lovegood was not named yet. Luna's 9 words held her without naming her, and the soil at the central stone took the drop, and Luna passed the knife to Hagrid, and her hand did not shake. Hagrid cut his palm with the smallest care a man of his size was capable of, and the cut on him was still longer than any of the others would have been on themselves, and the drop he gave was a heavier drop, and the soil took it without distinction. He spoke. His Welsh was rough, but his voice was not. Within Dwin why Godwig at why mean, he said. I bring the forest to the stone. He passed the knife to Bill, who turned it once in his cursebreaker's hand to feel the weight of the iron, and then cut himself with the precision of a man who had drawn blood for runic purposes in 7 languages already. Within Dadanud why Meltithian sin, urban why Elid. I undo the curses that stand against the court. Pomona took the knife next and cut with the slight roughness of a woman who used her hands too hard for any one cut to mean very much, and dropped her drop into the earth she had been working all her life and spoke. Within Taifu bait binag sid I engine ryl is. I grow whatever the court has need of. She passed the knife to Cyrus. Cyrus Greengrass took the meteoric iron in both his slow hands. He cut with the slowness with which he did everything, neither careful nor careless, exact. He spoke his 9 words. Within cor d dialed o seth deg pedwar chwech. I close the debt of 1746. He passed the knife to his daughter. Daphne uncrossed her wrists for the first time anyone present had ever seen her do so deliberately, took the knife, cut her own palm, and let the drop fall beside her father's. She spoke without hurry. Hwn iwer llw within I dalu. This is the oath, I pay it, not took the knife from her. The tremor in his left hand showed only as a small unevenness in the cut, no more than that. He spoke very low. Within Troyan urban hin wif wedi wasanithu. I turn against what I have served. The drop fell, the soil took it, the torches did not move. Amelia Bones was the last of the 12. She took the knife, she cut her palm. She let her drop fall, she did not yet speak her 9 words. Instead she drew the folded slip from her left sleeve with her uncut hand, opened it, and read aloud the qualifier she had written for herself in English first slowly, so that no one in the ring should later say they had not heard. I swear to the court as the Director of Magical Law Enforcement, and not in despite of that office. I will not perjure my office. I will not commit the department to the court. Past that line I do not pass. The court accepts this in hearing me say it. There was a small movement in the ring then, a shifting of weight at 11 stones, but no voice was raised against her. Harry inclined his head from the central stone. The court accepts, he said. Let it be heard. Let it be heard. 11 voices answered, ragged but in time. Amelia folded the slip again, returned it to her sleeve, and spoke her 9 Welsh words. Within Roy Phi LLW O Fune Phi LLW Arol. I give my oath within my other oath. The knife came across the ring then, hand to hand by the appointed path, until it reached Harry at the central stone. He took it. The leather of the grip was warm now from 12 palms. He cut his own left palm last, a shallow, clean cut along the lifeline, and let his drop fall into the soil that had already taken 12 drops, and the soil did not refuse him. He spoke his 9 words. They were not the words of binding the others had spoken. They were the words of naming, which was a sovereign's portion and not a member-s, and they were the words by which the court would be known thereafter to the magic that had been waked beneath them. Why Ellie's do, Pandora Lovegood, Hen Hud DWFN and Dordig. He said it again slowly for the ring. The Black Court, Pandora Lovegood, ancient magic, deep, unbroken. The hollow listened. It listened in the way old places listen when they recognized the syllables that have been said over them before, in the way the ground beneath a chapel listens when a priest reads out of a missal that has been read in the same words for 900 years, in the way the air around a forge listens when the smith strikes the anvil in the cadence his master taught him and his master's master before him. The thorn at the perimeter, which had moved minutely in no wind for the whole of the working, was still now. The torches did not gutter. The line between the inside of the ring and the outside of the ring, which had been an idea and a chart and a piece of vellum a moment before, became a thing the eye could almost see, a fineness in the air at chest height that ran the circumference of the 12 stones and held. The naming did 3 things at once, in a single span of 3 breaths, and each of the 12 felt the 3 things even where they had not been told to expect them. The 12 stones at the perimeter went dark. They did not glow as the book said standing stones glowed in the rituals of the lighter houses. The torches at their feet kept burning the slow yellow they had burned all evening, and the stones themselves drank the light that fell on them and gave none of it back, and the air around each stone took on a faint visible darkness, the way the air takes on a faint visible breath in cold weather, so that the eye could see the dark folding around the basalt in the shape of a man's outline standing at each point of the constellation. The soil at the central stone, which had been dry under 13 drops, took on a faint dampness in the space of 3 breaths, as though dew had condensed there in defiance of the dry March night, and the dampness spread out from the stone in a slow ring no larger than a saucer and then stilled. And each of the 12 felt the third thing in the center of the chest, just below the breastbone, where the old physicians had said the soul kept its weight. It was not a warmth, and it was not a coldness. It was the settling of a stone into a socket of its own size. 12 sockets in 12 chests received 12 stones, and the stones found their fit, and the fit did not loosen. Hagrid drew in his breath audibly, the only one of the 12 who let any sound escape him at the moment of the settling, and the breath came out again slow and even and changed. Augusta Longbottom, who had not closed her eyes since she had taken her place, closed them now for the length of 1 heartbeat and opened them again, and the closing was the closest thing to weeping she had permitted herself in 15 years. Bill Weasley laid the flat of his uncut right hand against his sternum in the absent gesture of a man checking that his coat was still buttoned, and let it drop again. Nott did not move at all. The tremor in his left hand had ceased and would not return, and he knew already that it had been the body's last argument against what the body had at last accepted. Luna Lovegood at the eastern stone of the upper arm wept then without any sound. Her face did not change. 2 thin runnels of water moved down her cheeks in the torchlight, and her shoulders did not move at all, and she stayed on her feet, because Pandora had been named into the magic of the working, and the naming had held, and Luna had asked for that one thing, and Harry had kept the promise, and the keeping was a weight in her chest as much as anyone else's. Harry did not speak again. The ritual did not require it. He stood at the central stone with the meteoric knife in his cut palm, and his blood mingled in the soil, and his breath the only breath in the hollow that was being counted by the magic, and he understood, in the way one understands a thing that has only just become true, that the court existed now in the world. It had not existed an hour before. It existed now. The understanding was not a triumph. It was a weight added to a weight already carried, and the new weight settled into the same socket as the others. Andromeda spoke once, soft, from the southern stone, the only voice raised after the naming. Sirius Orion Black, she said, Whiff in Dal Isla, I hold his place. She said it for him because he could not, and the soil at the central stone took the words as it had taken the drops, and the binding closed over his absence and held it as if his absence were a presence, and that was the place she had asked to hold for him, and she held it. The dark at the southern stone deepened minutely, as the dark at the others had deepened, and for the length of 1 breath the outline of a tall thin man stood at her shoulder in the air shape the magic made, and then the shape did not vanish but receded into the stone itself, where it would wait until its bearer was free to come. The torches burned on. The dew at the central stone did not dry. The dark folded around the 12 perimeter stones in 12 shapes of standing men and stayed folded. After a long time, none of them counted how long, Harry sheathed the knife. He stepped out of the central ring. He did not turn his back on the stone, because one did not turn one's back on a working stone for as long as the working was settling. He moved sideways out of the ring, and the others, one at a time, did the same. Each of them paused at the central stone before they left and took up a small chip of the basalt that the working had freed from the edge of the stone. There had been no chips on the stone when they had arrived. There were chips now, 12 of them. The magic had set them out and put the chip in a pocket and walked out by the path they had walked in. They left in twos and threes by separate paths through the thorn, the way they had come, because 13 figures together on a Welsh hill at the 3rd hour of the morning would have been remarked on by any shepherd's dog within 5 miles. Andromeda walked Augusta to the upper gate. Bill walked with Hagrid, the two of them so unalike in size they made one shape between them. Susan and Luna walked together, Luna's bare feet still bare and Susan's arm through hers without commentary. Cyrus and Daphne went down the southern path side by side at the same slow walking pace, not walked alone because he had asked to. Pomona went with Amelia because the two of them had taken to each other in the first quarter hour of the evening for reasons neither could have explained. Harry walked out last. He paused at the upper rim of the hollow and looked back once. The torches were burning low. The 12 stones held their 12 dark shapes. The central stone was a small dark mark in the middle, with a small dark wet ring around it. He took the vellum slip from his inner pocket then and crossed back down the slope to the central torch, and let the slip fall into the flame, and the parchment caught and curled and went, and the smoke of its going rose straight up into the windless air of the hollow and dispersed at the height of a man's eye into nothing. With the burning of the slip the working closed itself, as the Chronicle had said it would, and the 12 perimeter stones released the small dark folds of air at their bases, and the dew at the central stone began at last to dry, and the hollow returned itself to the ordinary world by degrees so slow that no single moment of the return could be marked. He turned and walked up onto the ridge. The chip of basalt was cold in his coat pocket against his fingers. He thought, with the clean cold that had been the shape of him for 2 years now, that the recruiting was over and the work was about to begin. He thought it without satisfaction. He had assembled the 12 were sworn. The magic was rooted, none of that was the war. The war was the next morning and the morning after that, and every morning between this one and the one in which Voldemort was finished. He shifted the chip in his pocket once with his thumb and walked down the ridge towards the road, and the new moon was not yet up, and the sky over Wales was as black as the stones he had left behind. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. The Department of Mysteries battle. The vision came at 23 minutes past 1 on the last Tuesday of May, and Harry knew it for a lie before the second image had finished assembling itself behind his eyes. He was awake, which was the first wrongness. The Scarleak had always taken him at the threshold of sleep. Tonight it ambushed him from a clear mind, and the picture it offered, Sirius hung between the veil's arches, Bellatrix laughing off frame, Sirius's mouth open in a soundless shape, had 4 corners, the wrong light and chains drawn rather than perceived. A real torture memory would have shown him things he could not have invented. This showed him nothing he had not already pictured for himself 100 times. He set the book aside without closing it. "You should have used a friend I have spoken to this month," he said, to no one in particular, and the vision flickered once at the edges and dispersed, as though embarrassed. The metallic tang stayed in his mouth after the picture went. Iron at the back of the tongue, the taste he had come to associate with intrusion. He did not rinse it away. Tonight the taste was a tool, it would keep him sharp. He pulled parchment to him with a flick. The note he wrote was 4 lines. Court convenes, room of requirement, 2:15, bring everything. He folded it once, touched the coin in his pocket, and felt the warmth of the charm carrying. He left the dormitory without waking Ron, and shut the door behind him, with the care of a man closing a vault. Luna was already in the room of requirement when he arrived. She was sitting cross-legged on a low cushion of pale gray wool, and the room had given her a small fire in a grate that should not have fit the wall it sat against. She looked up as he came in, and her face was the face she wore on the days she had seen something coming from a long way off. "It is false," she said. "I know." He drew it. "He thinks you have not learned to tell drawn from remembered. He thinks I am alone." She nodded. The fire moved. "We are going anyway," Harry said. He sat opposite her. He has shown his hand by sending the lure. His loyalists are already in position. If we go, he must come too. The prophecy has him by the throat. He thinks tonight is a tableau. "We are going to make it a battle. All of us," Luna said, "all of us." She tipped her head a fraction to the left, listening for something behind his ribs. "Augusta will want to be told first. She has been waiting. Tell her." Luna touched her coin. The warmth passed. Harry sat for another 4 seconds with his hands flat on his knees, breathing the way Andromeda had taught him to breathe before a long working. Then he stood. The chip of basalt was in his coat pocket against his thigh. He did not touch it. He did not need to. "Tell them all," he said. "Tell them now." The mobilization took 14 minutes from the first coin to the last. The coin system was Andromeda's, an older working than Hermione's, descended from the Black family's habits of correspondence under siege. A coin warmed in 12 pockets at once, carrying 4 signals: prepare, move, hold, abort. Tonight the coin said move. Hagrid was airborne on Tenebris within 90 seconds, having slept booted every night since the ritual. Susan came down 2 flights of her aunt's stairs in stocking feet to find Amelia already at her desk, monocle in, holding out a parchment folded twice and sealed with the old dueling code mark. Susan took the writ, fastened the wand belt Andromeda had ordered for her, and went down to the night bus, which Amelia had whistled for from the window with a gesture that bypassed the usual fee. Daphne, who had not been sleeping well since March, finished the sentence she had been writing, took down the dueling robes the Greengrass house had kept folded since 1612, picked up her father's signet from his study without waking him, and walked to the ministry at a measured pace. In the second drawer of her desk had been a leather case containing the formal demand, charter-bound, against Lucius Malfoy. Theo, not SR, took the old Death Eater apparition point at Bishopsgate, gave the countersign he had not been seen to need since November, and arrived behind the staging position with their backs to him. Bill Weasley left Gringotts by the Cursebreaker's service tunnel under Diagon Alley, an obsidian shard tuned for a fortnight to the diadem's resonance in a pocket sewn inside his coat. He was not sure the tuning would hold. He carried it anyway. The only way to test the tuning was to throw the shard. Andromeda and Sirius rode the night bus disguised, she as a tired matron, he as her older brother with gray at the temples and a cane he did not need. Sirius had come out of hiding for this. He had been a name in absentia at the ritual in March. He was here now in flesh, and the flesh was wire-tight under the disguise. Augusta Longbottom rode the Wisengamot's private elevator down from the 8th floor with her late husband's wand at her hip beside her own. She had 2 enemies in the building tonight, and had been waiting 14 years for one of them and longer than that for the other. Pomona Sprout did not leave Hogwarts. From the headmaster's office, which Dumbledore had vacated for her without question, she sealed every ministry-bound flue in Britain except the 4 the court had marked open. Cyrus Greengrass had been in the atrium for an hour already, in conversation with the night shift wizard Eric Munch, whom he had been cultivating for 11 months against precisely this evening. Munch was drinking a cup of tea Cyrus had brought him, laced with nothing harmful and everything distracting. Amelia Bones sat 2 floors above the atrium redeploying intercepts at street level under cover of a routine drill, raising no alarms in Fudge's office. She had not slept. The monocle caught the lamp. Harry and Luna mounted Tenebris behind Hagrid, and the 3 of them lifted over the lake at 2 minutes past 2. The Vistral's wings made no sound. The wind moved the hood of Luna's cloak. Harry looked down at the water once and then did not look down again. He had decided in the room of requirement that he would not look at things that did not need looking at until the night was done. The Ministry of Magic at 2 in the morning was a different building than the Ministry at noon. The atrium was dim and the fountain ran low and the floor sounded different under boots. The marble had a memory of being underwater. Cyrus gave them a single nod from the fountain. Munch did not look up. They went down in the lift, the gate clattering, and the recorded voice of the lift named the floors as though it were a prayer. The corridor to the Department of Mysteries was longer than the vision had compressed it to be. The black door stood already ajar by the width of a finger. Theo's work, perhaps, perhaps not. Hagrid stayed at the corridor's mouth with Tenebris at his shoulder, blocking the way back, the pink umbrella held in one hand as though it were heavier than it looked, which it was. Harry pushed the black door open with the flat of his palm. The room beyond was the round chamber of doors, pinned tonight by Pomonas working through the building's own systems. The Hall of Prophecies stood open at the far end. Light came out of it the color of old pewter. Luna took Harry's left hand for the length of 1 step, then she let go. They went in. Harry crossed the threshold of the hall first, the chip of basalt in his pocket warmed by a degree, the way it had done in March when the ritual had taken hold, and the warmth told him what he had already known. The ground he was walking on tonight had been claimed. The Hall of Prophecies opened like a cathedral built by a librarian. Shelves rose higher than any candle could reach, and on every shelf the small glass orbs sat in their dust like eggs waiting to be opened by the wrong hand. The aisles ran straight for what looked like a quarter of a mile and ended in a haze of cold blue light at the vanishing point. The air smelled of cracked paper and tin. It was an air that had been held in the same shape for centuries, and the breath of 14 mortal lungs entering at once was already changing it. The Death Eaters were waiting in the second cross aisle, 8 of them, Bellatrix forward and Lucius at her shoulder. They were facing the wrong way. Theo had gone in by the back and moved one of their own, Rookwood, now bound and gagged in an alcove behind the 74th shelf, and the formation had reset itself around the gap without noticing the gap was a wound. They thought they were waiting for a boy. They were waiting instead for the court. Bellatrix saw Harry first. Her face did the thing her face did when she was about to indulge herself. "Little Potter," she sang. Little Potter come to find his godfather. Did you bring your friends, little Potter? You brought a girl, you brought a G. Bellatrix Lestrange, Susan Bones said from the colonnade to the right. Susan's voice was not loud. It carried because the colonnade carried it. She had read the acoustics of the room the way Andromeda had taught her to read a room before she walked into it. She stepped forward between two pillars of black basalt that had been worked centuries ago into the shapes of standing women whose faces had been left unfinished. Her wand belt held her hilt against her palm. Her left hand was on the anchor strap. Her right hand held the writ, unfolded. By the writ of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, sealed this day, Susan said, and her voice had the formality of a prayer translated from a colder language. And by the dueling code of the wizard's old use, witnessed by the Wisengamot in standing session of 1486 and not since revoked, I, Susan Amelia Bones, head presumptive of the House of Bones, do call you, Bellatrix Drula Lestrange née Black, to the duel of honor, single wand. No quarter sought and none refused, on the ground that you did, on the 11th of June 1981, murder my father Edgar Bones and my mother Hannah Bones in their own home, before my eyes, when I was 7 years of age. The writ in her hand began to glow. The glow was not bright. It was the color of old iron when iron is just warmer than blood. Bellatrix's face changed. It changed not because she was afraid. Bellatrix had not been afraid of a wand since she had been a child, and possibly not even then, but because the dueling code's magic had touched her and was now naming her. The old use of the code did not take refusal. To refuse the duel was to forfeit one's standing as a witch of the blood, and Bellatrix was many things, half of them broken, but the standing of her blood was the last vault she had not yet emptied. She was vain, the code had her. She looked at Lucius, he gave her nothing. He had felt the writ from where he stood and read its shape, and he knew, as a politician knows whether, that the writ was binding and that the trap she was standing in was hers alone. Bellatrix laughed. It was a high laugh, the laugh of a woman pulling a knife out of a sheath because she had been offered an excuse to do so. Little Bones, she said, little Bones come to play at duels, little Bones who watched her father die. Susan, Susan said, Susan who watched. She stepped down between the colonnades onto the dueling floor, which the old code drew under their feet as she came forward, a circle of pale light a dozen paces across, the inside of which neither wizard could leave until the duel had resolved itself by binding, by yielding, or by death. Bellatrix stepped into the circle from the other side because the code had her, and the moment she set her foot on the line the light brightened around her and she was held. The other Death Eaters drew breath to interfere and could not. The circle was inviolate. Their wands rose, their wands could not point inward. They turned instead toward the rest of the court, and the rest of the court was already moving. But the duel was its own theater, and the theater was Susan's. Bellatrix came first, because Bellatrix always came first. Her opening was a slash of curse light the color of a wound, aimed at Susan's left eye. And Susan met it with the shield and blade pattern Andromeda had drilled into her hand bones across 9 weeks. The shield rose in the same motion as the riposte, so that the curse did not strike a wall but a wall already in the act of becoming a blade, and the wound-colored light slid off Susan's shield and back along the line of Bellatrix's own wand, and burned a finger's width of black across the floor at Bellatrix's feet. Bellatrix's smile faltered, only a hair, but a hair in a duel of this rank was a country. The second exchange was Susan's. She did not press, she did not allow herself the indulgence of pressing. She drew the duel out 1 beat longer than Bellatrix wanted it drawn, because Andromeda had told her that Bellatrix's madness lived in tempo, and that the way to break her was to refuse her the tempo she required. Susan held. Bellatrix struck twice, 3 times, 4 times, each strike a knife flicker of curse light that would have killed a slower witch, and Susan turned each of them with the same patient motion, the wand blade rising into the line of the strike a quarter-second before the strike arrived, the way a fencer plays against a brawler. The 5th strike Bellatrix put into the floor between them, a black bloom of fire intended to break the circle by breaking the ground. The circle did not break. The dueling code did not allow it. The fire died. Bellatrix understood on the 6th strike that she was being held. That was when the smile came back, because Bellatrix's response to comprehension was always pleasure. She drew the knife she had been blessing nightly for a year, the knife with the small carved figure on its hilt that no one was allowed to look at, and she held it in her offhand with the wand still in her right, and she came in faster than she had any right to come in, and Susan met her with the 3rd pattern Andromeda had drilled, which was the pattern of the broken hourglass. In the broken hourglass, the duelist does not parry the strike. The duelist parries the strike's continuation, the line of force that runs through the strike into the next strike, and so the parry catches the attacker mid-tempo and seals the tempo against the attacker's own wand. Susan turned Bellatrix's curse into the line of Bellatrix's own next curse, and the next curse curled back on its caster, and where it touched the air it bound the air, and where the air bound it bound the wand, and where the wand bound it bound the arm, and where the arm bound the magic in Bellatrix's bones turned into a stasis the writ had been waiting to take. The dueling code closed on Bellatrix Lestrange like a vault. She did not fall. The code did not let her fall. Falling was a yielding the code would have to record. She stood, wand arm pinioned at the shoulder, the knife loose in her dead left hand, her dark eyes huge with an outrage Susan had not expected to see and would remember as long as she lived. The outrage of a woman who had believed she could not be held, finding herself held by a writ a niece had brought. Yield, Susan said. Bellatrix did not yield. Susan had known she would not. The writ did not need yielding. The writ needed only the binding. The yielding was a courtesy, and the courtesy was Susan's to offer and Susan's to withdraw. She withdrew it. The circle on the floor brightened a final time and went out, and the dueling floor was no longer a dueling floor. It was simply a patch of black marble with a woman standing in the middle of it whose magic was no longer hers to command until the dueling court convened. Augusta Longbottom, who had been watching from between the unfinished women of the colonnade, nodded once. She said 9 words. She said them quietly because she was a woman who had learned that quiet was the only register in which the worst things needed to be said. For Frank and Alice, I have waited 14 years, good. Then Augusta moved past because Augusta had a second name on her list and the night was not done. Susan stood for a beat longer than she needed to. She did not lower her wand, she did not raise it. She looked at Bellatrix and Bellatrix looked back at her and Susan said not to Bellatrix, to the room, the second sentence of the writ, the one that closed the framework, bind and hold until the court convenes. She turned her face away. She did not look at Bellatrix again that night. Somewhere inside her ribs a thing she had carried since she was 7 years of age set itself down. Across the hall the other engagements had been moving the whole time the duel had been moving, because the court had been told from the first that the duel was a hinge, and that hinges had to swing in both directions at once. Sirius and Andromeda took the left aisle together, fighting the way cousins fight who had grown up dueling each other in nurseries, each one knowing the other's next motion before the other did. Sirius's wand, silent for a year and a half, was loud again. The spells he chose were practical ones, stunning hexes layered with binding hexes. Andromeda followed behind as healer and finisher. Mulciber went down first, Avery went down after, Crab SR tried to apparate and discovered that the Department of Mysteries did not permit it. Jugson and Goyle SR broke for the door and ran into Hagrid. The pink umbrella came down twice, and 2 of them folded. Dolohov went for Bill Weasley with the silver-purple slash that had once nearly killed an older woman in a kitchen in Bristol. Bill turned it on a shield he had spent 6 evenings tuning specifically to absorb it, and Sirius caught Dolohov from the side with a stunning hex thrown like a hammer. Yaxley fled into the back aisles and was met by Theo, who did not stun him but bound him and said one sentence to him very low that no one else in the hall heard, and lowered him to the floor in a kind of cradle. Rodolphus and Rabiston Lestrange came forward together with the matched pair pattern the brothers had drilled since the First War, and Augusta met them alone between the 3rd and 4th aisles. The Lestrange brothers were good. Augusta was, that night, better. She had been a duelist of standing when Rodolphus had been a boy, and she had 3 decades of grief to draw on. She broke Rabiston's wand on the 8th exchange with a countercast she had not used since 1958. She bound Rodolphus on the 9th. She did not say a single word over them, because the words she had for the Lestrange family were words she would not waste on the brothers when the sister was still standing bound at the center of the hall. That was when Daphne Greengrass stepped out into Lucius Malfoy's line of sight, and the hall went, by some old instinct, quieter. Lucius had been holding back, not from cowardice but from calculation. Lucius's habit in a fight was to read the room before he committed his wand. He had read the room. He had seen Bellatrix bound. He had seen Mulciber, Avery, Crabbe, Jugson, Goyle, Dolohov, Yaxley fold one after another in a span of seconds that did not allow him to revise his estimate of the strength against him. He had been preparing, when Daphne stepped forward, to apparate to a corner of the hall from which he could observe and report and survive. Then Daphne held up the leather case in her left hand and unfolded the parchment in her right, and Lucius's calculations went out of the room. He had not, in his calculation, accounted for a charter older than his house. He had not been told it existed. Neither had Voldemort. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, Daphne said. Her voice was the voice he had heard, perhaps, at the Christmas balls he had attended at Greengrass House when she was a child of 8, and had not heard since. It was the same voice. It was older. By the charter of the House of Greengrass, sealed at Caerphilly in the year of our Lord 1612, between Owen Greengrass, head of line, and the Crown of England, and by the standing right within that charter which permits the Greengrass head of line or her sworn representative to demand the duel of mortal consequence against any wizard who has, by poison, struck at the body of a member of a sworn ally house. Lucius's face did not move. His knuckles whitened on his cane. And on the ground that you did in February of this year cause Aurora Selwyn Bones, sworn ally of the House of Greengrass by the Compact of 1701, to be poisoned by the agency of a steward whose name I have in hand and whose confession my father holds, I do demand the duel of mortal consequence, here now on this floor, single wand, no quarter, the death of the loser to constitute the satisfaction of the charter. With no further recourse against the survivor by any wizarding court of standing. The parchment in her hand began to glow. It was the same color as Susan's writ, and the color in old wizarding law was the color of an instrument that could not be refused. Lucius understood, the way a horse understands the line of a fence it cannot jump, that he had no door left. He inclined his head. He was to the last a man of forms. The duel between Daphne Greengrass and Lucius Malfoy was, by the standard of duels, brief. It took perhaps 90 seconds from the first cast to the last. There were no theatrics. There were no opening monologues. Lucius was a controlled duelist, and Daphne was a controlled duelist, and the duel was conducted between two controlled duelists at the edge of their respective training. Lucius opened with a triple-bladed curse the Malfoys had carried out of the French wars, and Daphne turned it with the first of the 3 countercharms the Greengrass tradition had held since the charter was sealed, a working called Gwythnau, which translated roughly as the breaking of veins, though in this application it broke not veins but the curse's 3 blades into 3 harmless directions at once. The room registered the working. The shelves of prophecies on the nearest aisle gave a small chime, like cups touched together. Lucius pivoted into a second offering, faster, more elegant, a single line of force pitched at the throat. Daphne met it with the second countercharm, called Sisgod, which was the shadow working. It did not stop the curse, but moved the body that the curse was aiming at without moving the position. Lucius's curse passed through where Daphne's throat had been a quarter second earlier, and Daphne's throat was still where it had been, because Sisgod was not a movement but a permission for the line of the curse to no longer find what it had been promised. Lucius understood with the 8th exchange that he was outclassed in the technical register and would have to win in the brutal one. He did not have time to win in the brutal one. He committed his strongest offering, a black-hearted curse that the Malfoy house had used in the last war on 3 order members and that he had not used since. The curse came in low and fast and was the color of bruised plums. Daphne met it with the 3rd countercharm called Terrar H. Wyman, which was the 3-fold binding, and which did not block the curse but caught the curse's source, Lucius's wand tip, in a binding the curse itself supplied the magic for. The black-hearted curse hung in the air between them, suspended, no longer traveling, no longer fading. Lucius's wand hand was caught in a magical tension that had become a kind of cage. He had perhaps 2 seconds. He used the 2 seconds well. He looked at her. He inclined his head a second time because he was, even now, a man of forms. Then Daphne cast Diffnate Dew. The black depth was not a killing curse. It was older than the killing curse and meaner in its mechanism. It did not stop the heart. It did not break the body. It found the air in the lungs of the wizard it had been named against and removed the air's quality of being air. It became, in the chest, a substance that the lungs could not breathe and could not expel. The wizard's body would empty itself of breathable air and not be able to take any in, and the body would die, conscious for the first second, then not. Lucius's lips parted. Nothing came out. His gray eyes registered surprise, then comprehension, then the small, reluctant respect that men of his kind paid to the working that ended them. He sank to his knees with the grace he had been taught to sink with by his mother. He died at Daphne Greengrass's feet at 2:03 in the morning, by a curse that was named in a charter sealed in 1612, and was not prosecutable by any wizarding court of standing, because the charter said so, and the charter was older than the courts. Daphne stood over him for 1 beat. She did not look at his face for longer than that. She turned and she walked toward the next position without looking back, because Andromeda had told her in February that the women who looked back at their first killings were the women who never managed the second. Behind her, the prophecy on the nearest shelf gave another small chime, as though acknowledging. The hall, for a span of seconds, was almost quiet. The court was moving still, Andromeda binding the last of the stunned, Theo working at the back, Augusta crossing toward the central aisle, but the engagements had resolved, and the room was beginning to understand itself as a room again. A draft from the chamber of doors stirred the dust at ankle height. Harry felt the change before the rest of them did, because the scar in his forehead registered it first. Voldemort came in through the upper gallery at 3 minutes and 40 seconds past 2, and the air in the Hall of Prophecies changed before he did. The change in the air was the first thing Harry felt. It was not a wind, it was the absence of a wind. The hall, which had been breathing, stopped breathing. The candles on the upper sconces did not flicker. The dust on the highest shelves did not drift. The small noises of bodies in pain and bodies being bound, which had been filling the hall for the previous 4 minutes, receded as though someone had taken half the volume out of the room. The room had become a held breath. He stood at the gallery rail. The half-restored body was thin, the robes were black, the silver diadem on his brow was dull, the color of pewter that had not been polished in a century. He did not look angry. He looked instead like a man who had walked into a room expecting 1 chair and finding 2. He took in the floor of the hall in a single sweep. He saw Bellatrix bound at the center, her wand arm pinioned, the Ritz iron glow still on her shoulder. He saw Lucius dead at Daphne's feet. He saw Sirius and Andromeda standing among the bodies of the men they had stunned. He saw the Lestrange brothers laid out side by side under Augusta's wand. He saw Theo, not SR. In the back, recognized him and made no expression about it. He saw Hagrid at the corridor's mouth. He saw Bill Weasley standing 2 aisles to Harry's right, hand inside his coat. He saw Luna at Harry's left. He saw Harry. He did not howl. He did not declaim. The half-restored body could not have sustained either. He simply increased the pressure of the air around him by what felt like the increase one felt at the bottom of a deep lake, and the held breath of the hall tightened by a hand's width. Harry stepped forward. He stopped at the foot of the gallery stair, his wand at low ready, the chip of basalt warm against his thigh. He looked up. The diadem on Voldemort's brow caught the pewter light and threw it back without quite throwing all of it back, and for an instant Harry saw the diadem for what it was, a thin band of dull silver with a wrongness in it, a wrongness shaped like a soul. "You came," Voldemort said. "I came," Harry said. "Alone, number, children, a curse-breaker. An old half-blood washerwoman, a half-giant, a man who broke his oath to me, and a girl who walks as though she hears a tide. You miscounted. By how many? By all of them." The silver diadem caught the light again. Voldemort did not answer immediately. "You will die here," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said, "you will leave here. You will leave because the boy you came for is not a boy and is not alone, and you have not yet got the body back you would need to win this engagement, and your inner ring is on the floor at my feet, and the woman you trusted with the knife is bound by a writ she cannot break, and the politician you trusted with the cane is dead by a charter older than your line. You will leave because if you stay you will lose more than you have lost, and you cannot afford it." There was a silence. The held breath of the hall held longer. Then Voldemort came down the gallery stair. He came down slowly because the half-restored body did not let him come down quickly, and because the slowness was a thing he was choosing. The slowness was a working in itself. It allowed the air around him to gather, and the air gathered into a small pressure front that walked ahead of him and bent the candle flames inward as it passed. He reached the floor of the hall and stood 10 paces from Harry, and the dust on the floor between them lay flat under the pressure of his approach. 3 passes, Voldemort said. 3. The form was old. It was the form of the wizard who, knowing he could not finish, asked for a token engagement to leave with his name intact. Harry recognized it. He inclined his head. The first pass was Voldemort-S, and it was not a curse but a working of the air. The pressure front compressed into a wedge and came at Harry like the prow of an unseen ship, and the shelves on either side of the aisle bowed inward where it passed, and 3 orbs fell from the 72nd shelf and broke on the floor and released their small captive voices into the room. Half a sentence about a child not yet born, a quarter of a sentence about a king who would not be king, a single word that no one in the hall could afterwards remember. Harry met the wedge with a working Andromeda had taught him in April, the working of the still pool. He did not block the pressure. He turned its line into a circle around himself, and the wedge went around him as though he were a stone in a river and broke against the 74th shelf instead, and 3 more orbs fell and broke, and the hall began slowly to fill with the soft chorus of unmade prophecies. The second pass was Harry's. He did not try to outdo Voldemort's working. He chose a small, precise cast, a single binding line aimed at the diadem on Voldemort's brow, not at Voldemort's body, because Harry had seen the diadem and had understood what it was. The line was not strong, it was tuned. It struck the diadem and did not break it. It bit into the band of dull silver and held for a quarter of a second before the diadem's wrongness shrugged it off. But in that quarter of a second the diadem was visible to every cursebreaker in the room, lit by the binding's touch, and Bill Weasley, who had been waiting in the right-hand aisle with his hand inside his coat, now took the obsidian shard out of his pocket and threw it. The throw was not a wizard's throw. Bill had been a cricketer before he had been a curse-breaker. The shard traveled the length of the aisle in a flat arc that even the half-restored Lord Voldemort did not have time to read, because his attention was on the binding still fading from the diadem's edge, and the shard struck the diadem on its left flank with the small, precise impact of a thumbnail against glass. The diadem did not shatter. The diadem cracked. The crack was hair-thin. It ran across the band of dull silver from the left flank to the center and stopped there. It was nothing to a layman. To a curse-breaker it was the breaking of a binding anchor. To a Horcrux it was a wound at the seam. Voldemort flinched. The flinch was the most expressive thing Harry had ever seen the half-restored body do. It was not a flinch of the face, it was a flinch of the air. The pressure front around him faltered by a hand's width, and the held breath of the hall slipped, and the candles on the upper sconces, which had not flickered since he had entered, flickered altogether once. Voldemort looked at Bill. The look was the look of a man who had just been told, by his own bones, that a piece of his soul had been damaged by an object thrown by a boy with a long red plate. The third pass did not happen. Voldemort raised his wand, and the pressure of the air around him gathered for one final working, and Harry braced, and then Voldemort did not cast. He could not afford to cast. He had been wounded at the seam. The half-restored body could not sustain a third exchange with the diadem cracked, he apparated. The apparition was not, by the laws of the Ministry, possible. The Department of Mysteries did not permit it, and the Ministry building as a whole did not permit apparition by intruder. But Voldemort had 40 years earlier broken a small inviolate sigil at the corner of the atrium fountain. Cyrus had told the court about it in February, and the court had decided not to repair it, because to repair it would have warned him, and the breach had let him in and let him out in the same breath. He took it. He went. He left the diadem cracked. He left Bellatrix bound. He left Lucius dead. He left his inner ring on the floor at the court's feet. He left. The held breath of the hall let go, the candles steadied, the dust began to drift again. The small chorus of unmade prophecies receded into the high shelves. Somewhere in the second aisle a single orb that had cracked but not broken finished cracking and went silent. The air smelled again of paper and tin, and now also of curse smoke, and now also of the small iron smell of a body that had stopped breathing. Harry lowered his wand. His hand did not shake. Luna touched his sleeve. He is gone, for tonight, for tonight. The court regrouped at the central rotunda 12 minutes later. Amelia arrived herself in the 11th minute with 8 aurors in full robes behind her, and took the rotunda over the way a chief surgeon takes a theater. She established in 3 quick sentences to her senior auror Robards the official version of the night, an attempted Death Eater incursion intercepted in progress by a private auxiliary force operating under Ministry license, the license to be formally tabled at the Wizengamot within a fortnight. Robards wrote it down without commentary. Bellatrix was taken into DMLE custody under the writ's framework, bound, unable to be tortured or interrogated outside the writ's terms, unable to escape, her magic held until the dueling court convened at the Wizengamot's pace, which had been known to extend over years. Susan, when she watched the aurors lift her aunt's prisoner onto a stretcher and carry her past, did not look at her. She had said she would not look at her again that night. She kept her word. Lucius Malfoy's body was taken under sealed warrant. The Prophet would run the heroic version in 4 hours, and the corrected version, Malfoy as defendant in a charter-bound duel, Selwyn Bones poisoning, no further recourse, would land on the 10th day, by which time the Malfoy faction's 17 Wizengamot seats would have collapsed to 4. Pomona lifted the flue blocks at 4 and went to wash her hands. Theo delivered Rookwood, Yaxley, and a 4th man called Travers to Robards without comment. Daphne came down with a thin cut across her left cheek that Andromeda mended in 8 seconds. Her pupils were a fraction wider than usual, and Andromeda passed her a glass of water without remark. Susan went up to file the writ within the hour, sat in her aunt's chair for 90 seconds with her hands flat on the desk and her eyes closed, and then came back down. Hagrid was unharmed, though his pink umbrella had a new dent. Luna had a small white feather caught in her hair that none of them could afterwards identify the bird of. Sirius's hands were a little unsteady, but his eyes were level. Bill sat on the rim of the rotunda while turning the retrieved obsidian shard in the light, looking at the hair-thin pewter dust clinging to its edge. Augusta stood over the Lestrange brothers for the length of a slow breath and went up the corridor without looking back. Cyrus nodded to Daphne as she came out of the lift, and Daphne nodded back, and they did not speak. The court had not lost a single member. None of them that night had failed. Harry counted his people in the rotunda. The count came to 12. He counted again because counting twice was a habit Andromeda had given him. The count came to 12 again. Amelia came to him at the edge of the rotunda. "You will sleep tonight at the Caledonian. The room is in your father's old name. The press will come for you in the morning. I will manage them. You will not give a statement until I tell you which sentence to give." "Yes," Harry said. "You did well." "We did well," Harry said. She allowed him that. She turned away to her oars. He went up. The roof of the Caledonian Hotel at 4:30 in the morning was a flat lead-gray rectangle with 2 chimney stacks and a low parapet, and the wind off the river smelled of the river, and London below was a long string of pale lights running east to a dawn that had not yet decided to come up. Harry stood at the parapet with his hands in his coat pockets and the chip of basalt against the heel of his right thumb. He was 15 years old. He had killed no one tonight. He had stood at the foot of a gallery stair and faced the half-restored Lord Voldemort across 10 paces, and the half-restored Lord Voldemort had left. The court had not lost a single member. The Death Eater's inner ring was on the floor in the Department of Mysteries. The diadem was cracked. The war was, by any honest reading, going to its second phase. Voldemort would feel the crack in his sleep for weeks. He felt heavier, not lighter. The Prophet's version would name the auxiliary force by its standing houses, Bones, Longbottom, Greengrass, Black, and the public would call it, for a time, a dueling auxiliary. The public would not for some months yet understand what the court actually was. Not an auxiliary, not a dueling society, but a sworn order with a charter under stone in Wales that had taken oaths to one another the public would find, if they ever read them, alarming. The understanding would come. The next year would be harder than this one. Voldemort's body was wounded and would not fight again until it had restored itself, and the slower work was the work of changing what the wizarding world believed it was. He thought, looking at the line of lights, about what the public would understand of the night when the Prophet ran its version in 4 hours. They would understand that a private auxiliary force had defended the Ministry against a Death Eater incursion. They would understand the names. They would not for some months yet understand the rest. He shifted the chip of basalt in his pocket once with his thumb. Below him, in the gray, the city began to admit the morning. He watched it for another minute. Then he went down. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. The Death Eaters replaced. The rooftop in late May had been cold enough that Harry's hands ached on the parapet, and that was the last time for a while that he allowed himself to feel the cold of a thing rather than its shape. By morning he was at Grimmauld Place with 3 parchments in front of him and the court arrayed around the long table, and the work began. Cyrus Greengrass spoke first, because Cyrus always spoke first when there was a sequence of moves to lay out. He set down a list of 17 names. 6 were dead. 4 were under writ. 7 were politically broken but still drew breath, still held seats, still had heirs old enough to inherit them. "We will buy them out by August," he said. "Each one will sell to a name we approve. We will not need to threaten. They will sell because they understand what they are now." Augusta Longbottom beside him said, "The Malfoy seat is mine." Harry looked at her. He had not seen her smile since the night her son's writ was first sworn 4 years ago in the receiving room of Longbottom House. She was not smiling now, but the set of her mouth had gone from carved stone to something a degree warmer, the way granite warms at noon. "Take it," Harry said. Amelia Bones said, "I want the Department of Magical Law Enforcement back inside a month. I want the writ-bound orders sworn through the DMLE structure, not as a private auxiliary. We will need the appearance of institution." "You will have it," Harry said. "Daphne will draft the instrument by Friday." Daphne, at the foot of the table, did not look up from her parchment. She said, "It is drafted. I am revising the 3rd clause." Theo, not SR, was the last to speak that morning. He had been, until December, a man under house arrest at Knott Hall with a vow on his tongue and a son who would not look at him. He was thinner now. He had been useful, and being useful had not given him back the years, but it had given him a chair at this table and a reason to keep his back straight when he sat in it. He said, "Yaxley will turn. Give me until the end of June. He has a daughter at Beauxbatons and no money to keep her there. I can offer the daughter's tuition and a quiet retirement on the Welsh coast. He will take it." "Take him," Harry said. That was the meeting. It lasted 40 minutes. It set the shape of a year. Year 6 began with Harry on the Hogwarts Express in a compartment with Daphne and Susan and Luna, and the train was the same train it had always been, and Harry knew, watching the kingdom of platforms slide past, that he would not see it the same way again. He had stopped being a student in any meaningful sense the night Lucius Malfoy died on a black and white tiled floor under Cyrus Greengrass's charter. The robes were a courtesy now. The classes were a place to be while the work happened around him. Dumbledore met him at the gates. The old man had aged, and Harry saw it for what it was. The cracked diadem on Voldemort's brow had been a tax on every wizard who had ever bound his own magic against the Dark Lords, and Dumbledore had bound more than most. The blue eyes were still bright. The hand that had been blackened by the ring curse 2 summers ago, Andromeda, had stabilized that. Year 4, Harry remembered the ritual, and the silver basin was steady. But the man under the beard had become a man who would not see the end of the war he had begun preparing for at 11 years old. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, "Headmaster, you have a kingdom now." "I have a court," Harry said. "It is not the same thing." Dumbledore inclined his head. They walked up the path together. Neither of them said anything else. Bill Weasley came down to Hogwarts in the 2nd week of September with the cracked diadem shard wrapped in dragon hide and a brass instrument of his own design that hummed like a tuning fork in the presence of soul fragmentation. He stood in the room of requirement at dusk and let the instrument find the resonance. He found the original diadem in 20 minutes, buried under 3 centuries of student debris, in a cupboard under a bust of an ugly old warlock. He destroyed it with basilisk venom Harry had drawn from the chamber the previous summer. The room cooled by a measurable degree. Bill noted the resonance against the cracked shard. He wrote down 2 coordinates and a third pending. "The ring is in Little Hangleton," he said. "The cup is in Gringotts Lestrange vault. The locket I cannot yet place. There may be one more." "There is one more," Harry said. Bill looked at him. He did not ask. He wrote a 4th line on his parchment and underlined it. Andromeda found the ring in October. She did not need Bill's instrument for it. She had the Black family's old genealogical records, and the gaunt line was a branch on a tree she had been pruning since she was 8. She walked into the shack at Little Hangleton with Sirius at her shoulder and a CRY's binding already laid in her left hand, and she lifted the ring out of the floorboards without touching it. The curse on it tried to find something to fasten on. It found the binding. The binding held. They drove back to Grimmauld Place at 3 in the morning, and Sirius made tea, while Andromeda dropped the ring into a copper basin of basilisk venom, and the resonant signature went out like a candle in a closed jar. Theo, not SR. Brought the locket in on the 15th of January. He had spent 3 weeks finding Regulus Black's old house elf creature, who had been passed through a chain of pureblood households after Sirius's incarceration, and ended up in a brownstone in Edinburgh owned by a distant black cousin. Theo, SR, did not bring the elf back. He negotiated. He came home with the locket in a velvet bag and a list of 3 other artifacts the elf knew the location of, and he said only, "The elf wishes to be remembered as Master Regulus's elf." It seemed important to him. Sirius, when he heard, sat very still for a long time and then said he would see to it. He did. Creature's portrait, when the elf eventually died in the year after the war, hung in the Black Gallery beside the master he had loved. The cup came out of Gringotts in March. Bill walked in through the front doors with Daphne at his side, and a charter instrument in his pocket sealed by the Wisengamot's Treasury Committee, a writ that gave the bearer right of inspection into any vault whose holder was under criminal writ. The Lestrange vault was such a vault. Bellatrix had been under writ since the night at the ministry. The goblins did not like it. The goblins liked the alternative less. Bill took the cup out of the vault in a wooden box and walked back through the front doors with it, and the goblins liked that even less than the inspection, but Daphne had drafted the instrument such that they had no recourse. They negotiated afterwards, of course. The court paid a settlement in galleons and a future writ of access clause that Daphne would later say was the most expensive single document she had ever drafted. The cup was destroyed in the cellar at Grimmauld Place that evening. The resonance signature dropped to 1. The one that remained was inside Harry. Luna had seen it at Christmas. She did not announce it. She came up to him in the Hogwarts library on the afternoon of the 27th of December. She had stayed over the holidays. Her father was abroad, and she stood beside his chair and said, "There is a shape in you that doesn't belong. I have been watching it for a long time. I think we can take it out now." Harry put down his book. "How long have you known?" "Since first year. You didn't tell me. I didn't have a way to take it out. Now Bill does, and Andromeda." He looked at her for a long moment. Her eyes were pale and steady, and she was the same girl who had once told a class of frightened first-years that the Strauss were beautiful, only nobody had taught them how to look. He said, "Set it up." It was Andromeda who designed the rite. She and Bill worked through 3 nights at the CRY's hollow with the basalt central stone uncovered, and a chip pried from its lip by Cyrus's hand, because the chip had to come from a court member of the elder generation, and Cyrus was the eldest among them, whose blood had not been spilled on the stone before. The rite was a Crys blood rite of the oldest sort, the kind that bound a fragment of one soul into a fragment of stone and then destroyed the stone. Andromeda would not perform it on the central stone had to remain, the chip would do. Harry lay on his back at the hollow's center on the night of the 14th of February. He did not feel the cold of the basalt under him. He felt Andromeda's hand on his sternum and Bill's hand on his temple and Luna's voice from somewhere above him, chanting the cadence that Andromeda had taught her, because Luna's sight could hold the fragment visible while the rite worked. Harry felt something turn in his chest, not pain exactly, more the sensation of a tooth being drawn cleanly, a thing rooted being lifted out by the root. He felt it leave. He felt the room get very quiet. He heard Bill say, in a voice gone strange, "It's in the chip." Andromeda crushed the chip under a basalt pestle and dropped the dust into basilisk venom. The dust hissed and went still. The hollow was silent. Above them the stars wheeled, indifferent and clean. Harry sat up. He looked at his hands. He flexed them. They were the same hands. He had not realized until now that he had been carrying a weight on them since he was 15 months old. "Thank you," he said. He said it to Luna first, then to Andromeda, then to Bill. None of them said anything in return. There was nothing to say. The work had been done. By the time the cup was destroyed in March, the resonance signature was 0. Nagini was the only fragment left. Hagrid took her in early April. Hagrid had been quiet through the war. He had taken in 3 orphaned Thestrals in the autumn. Their dam had been killed by Greyback's people in the forest before the court hunted Greyback down in November, and Hagrid had raised the foals himself. The Thestrals knew him. The Thestrals tracked Nagini across the moors of Yorkshire in the 2nd week of April, and Hagrid followed them on foot with a crossbow over his shoulder and a pink umbrella in his belt, and he found the snake coiled in a peat bog at the edge of a ruined chapel. He shot her through the skull with a crossbow bolt, and then, for good measure, brought the umbrella down on her neck. He cremated the carcass in basilisk venom over a fire he built himself. He came back to Hogwarts the next morning with peat on his boots and did not speak about it. Harry found him in the paddock with the Thestral foals and put a hand on his arm and said, "Thank you." Hagrid nodded. He said, "She were a sad creature in the end, twisted up, wasn't her fault." He went back to feeding the foals. That was the Horcruxes. By the 2nd week of April, Year 6 closing down toward exams Harry would barely attend, Voldemort had no anchors left in the world but the meat of his own body. Around that meat his network was already gone. Theo, not SR. Had Yaxley by the 1st of July of Year 6, Daphne had been right about the daughter at Beauxbatons. Yaxley signed the testimony and went to the Welsh coast with a stipend, and the testimony was filed under seal with the DMLE. Amelia Bones used it through the autumn to break 6 remaining Death Eater families standing in the Wisengamot. The closed session hearings ran for 9 weeks. By Christmas of Year 6 there were 11 empty seats on the Wisengamot floor, and Cyrus Greengrass had brokered the sale of each of them by mid-February. He did not buy them for the court. He bought 4 for the court and 7 for moderate houses he could trust to vote with the court on contested questions and against the court on uncontested ones. He understood, as Daphne understood, that a bloc that always voted together was a bloc that would eventually be feared. A bloc that voted together only when it mattered was a bloc that would be trusted. Augusta Longbottom chaired the stripping committee in November. Draco Malfoy was 18 and had spent his year sitting silently at the back of the courtroom while his name was discussed. Augusta did not look at him during the proceeding. She read the charges against Lucius, the failures of duty, the breaches of the old seat obligations, the writs that had been outstanding against the Malfoy name since the First War. She stripped the seat in a single afternoon. She let Draco keep his life, his vault, the family residence at Wiltshire. She would not let him keep the seat. Draco walked out of the courtroom without saying anything. He met Harry's eyes once on the way out. Harry inclined his head half an inch. Draco did the same. They had been at school together for 6 years, and they would never speak again, and there was nothing more to say. Hannah Abbott came to Harry in February. She was Hufflepuff's 6th year, the round-faced girl who had cried in their first potions lesson and grown into something steadier since. Her mother, Muggleborn, had been killed 3 weeks earlier in one of the last writ-defying Death Eater raids before the court ran them all to ground. Her father, a wizard, had remarried into a pure-blood line that wanted nothing further to do with her after the funeral. She had nowhere to go. She came to Harry in the courtyard after lunch on a gray Tuesday and stood very straight in front of him and said, "Mr. Potter, I have heard the court takes petitions." "It does," Harry said. He had been standing with Susan. Susan stepped back to give them room. My mother was Muggle-born, my father will not speak to me, I have no name to fall back on, I am told the Wisengamot may rule on my standing. She paused, she did not cry. I would like to petition the court for protection of standing and for sponsorship into the Wisengamot's records as the heir to my mother's house, which she registered in 1979 and which was never formally extinguished. Harry looked at her. She was 16 and her hands were steady, and she was the second Muggle-born advocate the court would formally take into its protection. Daphne had handled the first, a Ravenclaw boy in third year whose family had been threatened in December, and she would not be the last. He said, "The court will hear your petition. Daphne Greengrass will draft the instrument. Andromeda Tonks will speak for the elder generation. The matter will be on the Wisengamot floor before the end of April." Hannah's mouth trembled very briefly. She steadied it. She said, "Thank you. It is the work," Harry said. She nodded and walked away. Susan watched her go and then said quietly, "That is the 11th this year. I know, there will be more, I know." By the spring of year 7 the arithmetic was settled and Cyrus Greengrass laid it out for Harry on a single sheet of parchment on a Tuesday morning in April. Potter 1, Black 1, Sirius restored to the head of his house, and Sirius's instrument of nomination naming Harry as Aaron residence with full proxy. Slytherin 1, heir by conquest after the chamber, ratified by the Wisengamot's Heraldic Committee in February under a precedent Daphne had dredged from the 14th century. Bones, Longbottom, Greengrass, Tonks Black through Andromeda's restored claim. Not SR, rehabilitated under his testimony's conditional clause and held to the court's discipline by vow. Sprout voting the Hufflepuff seat under writ from the Helga Hufflepuff charter, and the 4 absorbed from the broken Death Eater houses bought through Cyrus and held by moderates, 17 votes that moved together. Harry could not pass everything. He could pass anything contested. He could not impose, he could not lose. It was, Cyrus said, an unusual position. Harry agreed it was unusual. He could also have asked and did not for more. He could have absorbed 6 more seats by spring. He chose not to. The court was not for everything. The court was for the balance. Voldemort by then was a man in a robe in a damp house somewhere in the Hebrides. The court had 4 addresses for him and was moving through them in sequence. He had perhaps 4 loyalists left. Yaxley was gone. Greyback was gone. The Carrows had been taken in January by Amelia's orders under writ. Rookwood had gone to ground in France and was being negotiated for by the French ministry, who wanted him for their own reasons. The Lestrange brothers were dead. Rodolphus had thrown himself onto Sirius's wand at Christmas. Rabastan had been killed by Hagrid's Thestrals in March, a thing nobody at the court spoke about. Bellatrix was still in a cell under writ at the DMLE, screaming at her own walls. Voldemort had perhaps 4 loyalists, and he was alone, and he came to the Ministry atrium in the 2nd week of May because he believed he could still kill Harry Potter, and because the prophecy he had built his life around had told him so, and because he could not understand any other shape that the end of the war could take. The court had been ready for it for a month. The atrium had been left as it was after the Department of Mysteries night, the great fountain of magical brethren shattered, the basin cracked through, the gilt scoured from the broken statuary, the bronze wizard's wand arm lying like a felled branch on the marble. The ministry had elected, by way of a quiet vote in the building's committee Daphne had nudged toward the conclusion, not to replace it. The basin stayed dry. The cracks were not filled. Some monuments earned their ruin and ought to keep it. The atrium had been, for an hour in May of the year before, a battlefield, and the Ministry of Magic was old enough as an institution to remember when not to repair a battlefield. So the floor of the atrium on the evening of the 12th of May was a dim cathedral of broken stone, lit at long intervals by the torches at the high columns, and the air in it had weight, the weight of plaster dust never quite settled, the weight of damp that had crept into the marble through the crack in the basin, the weight that comes into a great enclosed space when 12 people stand still around its edge and do not breathe louder than they must. The court was arrayed around the atrium in 12 points like the constellation of the Crys Hollow, rendered in marble. Cyrus at the north arch beneath the lift cage, Augusta to his right at the column nearest the entrance, Amelia by the Aura corridor, Daphne in shadow beside the fallen wand arm of the bronze wizard, her parchment case held loose at her hip, Andromeda at the south arch with the basalt against her wrist that she had carried since the night at the Hollow, Sirius beside her, his face very still, the grin he had carried into every fight Harry had ever seen him in absent now, and his eyes only watchful, Bill at the west. Where the goblin liaison desk had been, Theo S.R. Opposite Bill at the east, Sprout, Tonks, Susan, Luna ranged between them, each at a point of the broken constellation, each silent. None of them had drawn a wand. Harry walked across the floor alone. The dry fountain at the center had been a circle 30 feet across. He He crossed it in slow, unhurried steps over the rubble of the Brethren's statuary, over the silver and gold and the bronze that had been scattered out of the basin into a wide, irregular ring on the polished stone, and his boots made a sound on the marble that was the only sound in the atrium besides the breath in his own chest, and the breath in the chest of the man on the other side of the broken basin. Voldemort had come up from the lower levels by the service stair. There had been no flue open for him. The court had sealed the flue at 6 that evening, and he stood at the southern lip of the basin in a long black robe that hung loose on a frame which had once been a giant of magical history, and which the cracked diadem had reduced over the course of 14 years to something narrower than the robes were cut for. The red eyes were the same. The pale skin was the same. The wand in his hand was the Elder Wand, taken at Nurmengard from a corpse, taken before that from a dual one at Godric's Hollow, taken before that and before that down, through the long mythic descent of the wand lore which his own scholarship had taught him to revere, and which his understanding of had nevertheless failed. They came to the center of the basin and stopped, perhaps 15 feet apart, the cracked marble between them, the dust hanging in the torchlight, and Voldemort spoke first because it was always Voldemort who spoke first in these encounters and would always be until he died. "You are alone, Harry Potter. I am not." The red eyes flicked once across the atrium and took in the 12 dark figures at the 12 points of the constellation, and the lipless mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. "They will not save you. You have come to me alone, and I will kill you alone, as it was always written. They are not here to save me." "Then why, to witness," Harry said. He let the word sit. He let it become a stone in the basin's dust. "They are here to witness what the end of you looks like. They are here so that no story can be told afterwards that was not seen. They are here because the law of what we are doing requires witnesses, and we are doing it under law. Under law." The two words came out of Voldemort like something he had stepped on and lifted his foot from in distaste. "You speak of law, you, the boy who built a private court in the cellar of his godfather's house and bound 13 wizards to him by blood right. You speak to me of law." 12, Harry said. "What? 12 sworn, not 13. The 13th would have been you if you had wanted it. I sent the offer through Severus Snape in the autumn of my 4th year. You will not remember you were busy with the diadem. The seat is still open. It will close at midnight tonight." Voldemort stared at him. For perhaps the first time in their long and patterned acquaintance, Voldemort was not certain what he was looking at. "You offered me a seat. Yes, you did not take it. So we built the court without you, and we are about to finish the thing without you, and the last thing I will say to you in conversation is this. You do not understand why you are alone. I will tell you in 3 sentences. Harry's voice was quiet. It carried in the dry basin as a voice carries in a cathedral. "Your loyalists were bought, broken, or buried, one at a time, over 14 months. Your Horcruxes were found, by resonance and unmade, one at a time, between September and last week. Fragment of you that lived inside my skull was cut out of me on the 14th of February at a hollow in Wales by a witch of the Black Line, and bound into a chip of basalt and ground to dust and dissolved in basilisk venom, and there is nothing of you left in any place in the world that is not inside the body in front of me. That is why you are alone. That is why this room is the end of it. That is the 3 sentences. The atrium had taken the words and held them. Dust moved in the torchlight. The basin was very still. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. He raised it with the ceremony of a man who had raised it many times before, who had carried it as the final argument of his life, who had believed without examining the belief that the wand and he were one thing, and that what he asked of it would be done. He spoke the killing curse. Harry would remember the cadence of it for many years, would remember the way Voldemort's tongue shaped the syllables, would remember how the green light started at the wand's tip, and how it did not, in the end, fully ignite. Because the wand was not his. Draco Malfoy had disarmed Albus Dumbledore on a windswept night in autumn at the lower terrace of Hogwarts, a botched skirmish, a moment of accidental wandwork. Dumbledore had not pressed the matter and had walked away with a wry expression and one fewer wand in his sleeve. The court's intelligence had taken note. 6 months later, at the Wizengamot recess of February, Harry had asked Draco to step into a side corridor and had disarmed him in 3 seconds with a clean expelliarmus, and Draco had handed over his wand without a word and walked back to his seat. The chain of custody was complete. The Elder Wand had passed through the dispossession of 2 boys who had not understood they were handling it, from a dead headmaster's sleeve to a 17-year-old who had understood the wand lore since he was 13. The killing curse guttered at the wand's tip. The green light bent. It did not reach Harry. It curled back along the basin's dust and dissipated. Harry cast one spell. He cast it with his own wand, the Hollyan Phoenix that had chosen him at 11, because the Elder Wand was a thing he owned but did not wield. He had decided long ago that the Elder Wand would go into the basalt vault at the Hollow and stay there, and he would never carry it, and the line of its mythic descent would end with his refusal to take it up. He cast a single severing curse, tight and clean and without ornament, aimed at the joint of the skull and the spine. He had practiced the cast 1,000 times against straw figures Sirius had set up in the Grimmauld back garden in his 4th year. He had not used it in any duel before tonight. He did not embellish it now. Voldemort's body fell forward into the dry basin and did not move again. The atrium held its breath for a count of perhaps 4. Then the dust began to settle, and the torches began to gutter as the air moved in the room, and the 12 dark figures at the 12 points of the broken constellation lowered their hands fractionally from the readiness in which they had held them. None of them spoke. Daphne, after a moment, walked across the marble in her flat shoes and bent over the body and confirmed by a small wand motion that the life was gone. She straightened. She said in a voice that carried, "It is done." She wrote 2 lines in her parchment case and closed it. Harry stood where he was for a long minute. He did not feel triumph. He had expected not to, and he did not. He felt the basin under his boots and the dust in his throat and the absence of weight inside his own skull which he had carried for so long without registering, as weight that the absence registered now as a strange and unbalancing lightness. He thought briefly of his mother, whose name he had not spoken aloud since he was 11. He let the thought pass. He turned and walked back across the basin, past Augusta at her column and Cyrus at the lift cage, and the court fell in behind him without instruction, and they went up out of the atrium and into the night. 3 weeks later, the Wizengamot sat in full session under a sky the color of pewter, and Harry took his seats. He took them 3 at a time, which was a thing the Wizengamot's heraldic protocols had not anticipated, and which Daphne had drafted a procedure for over the course of the previous fortnight. He stood at the petitioner's rail in plain black robes, no house crest, no court livery. He had refused the offer of either, and read aloud in a level voice that carried to the back of the chamber the 3 writs of seating. Potter, by direct inheritance, ratified at his majority 3 weeks before. Black, by Sirius Black's instrument of nomination and proxy, sealed at the family seat. Slytherin, by heir of conquest, ratified by the Heraldic Committee in February under the precedent of Alfric of Wessex 1342. He read them. He sat. The chamber in 3 different parts of itself made 3 different kinds of sound, a low approving murmur from the moderate benches, a stiff silence from the conservative benches, a soft single laugh from somewhere in the press gallery that Harry did not turn to identify. Amelia Bones was named acting chief warlock by acclamation that morning. The motion was put by Augusta Longbottom and seconded by Cyrus Greengrass. The vote was carried by a margin that left no room for procedural dispute. Amelia would hold the seat on an interim basis for 5 years, at the end of which a full election would be held. She accepted the chair with a short speech of 17 sentences, half of which were thanks and half of which were warnings, and the Wizengamot understood her by both halves. The court itself was formally recognized that afternoon under a DMLE writ that Daphne had drafted and Amelia had countersigned, and the Wizengamot had ratified in the same session. The names were read aloud for the first time in any public forum. Harry Potter, Sirius Black, Andromeda Tonks, Cyrus Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass, Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones, Theodore Knott the Elder, Pomona Sprout, Nymphadora Tonks, Susan Bones, Luna Lovegood, Bill Weasley, and the chamber listened to the reading with the slight forward lean of a body of people who had been wondering for 2 years what the names were and were now hearing them. The press response, when it came in the following day's papers, was mixed in the way Cyrus had predicted. The prophet was uneasy at the existence of a magical vowbound auxiliary reporting through its members to a 17-year-old with the surname Potter, and said so at length. The quibbler described the court as the cleanest end to a magical civil war in 3 centuries, and noted, with figures Luna had compiled, that the war had ended without a single mass civilian casualty, without a camp, without a raid on a Muggle-born family that was not immediately answered, without a school disrupted for more than 3 days at a time. The Wizarding World Review, read by the people who actually voted on Wizengamot motions, came down narrowly in favor of the court, on the grounds that the alternative had been Voldemort, and the Wizarding World had now had 2 opportunities to compare. Half the Wizarding World was uneasy. The other half was relieved. There were still elections in the offing for the Hogwarts Board of Governors. There was still an opposition in the Wizengamot. The conservative benches had not been broken, they had been rebalanced. There were still independent newspapers. There were still institutions which the court did not control and would not seek to. The reform was structural, not despotic. The court held the balance of contested votes and did not seek to hold uncontested ones. Harry had said as much in those words to Cyrus on the morning of the session, and Cyrus had folded his arithmetic away one final time and said only, "Quite." Luna had begun cataloging the post-war orphanages in March. She would publish her first report in November. Susan was 3 weeks from her DMLE qualification under Amelia's writ. She would take the senior Auror trainee position by midsummer. Daphne had taken her own seat on the Wisengamot in her own right, not as the Greengrass heir, but as the elected member for the Liverpool Magical District, which she had stood for and won in an actual election in March, by 1,207 votes to 941. Andromeda had returned to her healing practice. Sirius was running the Black Estates. Bill was writing a paper on resonance detection that the International Confederation would publish in the spring of the following year. Theo S.R. was teaching of all things fourth-year defense against the dark arts at a small academy in Edinburgh. His son Theo had refused to speak to him still, but the silence between them had become a thing they both lived with rather than a thing one of them died of. The court members swore to Harry they were themselves, they were not, and would never be, a personality cult. Harry had built the court that way deliberately, and the court was already proving, 4 weeks after Voldemort's death, that the architecture would hold. In the 3rd week of June, Headmistress McGonagall sent a polite letter by owl asking Harry to meet her at the headmaster's office at his earliest convenience. Dumbledore had died on a Tuesday in late April. The Horcrux hunting strain, the long binding of his own magic against the diadem-anchored Voldemort for 14 years, had finally taken him. He had spent his last weeks in a chair by the fire in the headmaster's office, slowly, with the kind of clarity that age sometimes grants the dying, settling his affairs. Minerva McGonagall had been the obvious successor and had taken the chair without fuss. A portrait of Dumbledore had hung itself on the wall behind the desk by the 2nd week of May. Harry had been into the office once since, to pay respects and to take a small wooden box of personal letters Dumbledore had left him, the contents of which he had read in one sitting and burned at the Crys Hollow in private, having found no further use for them. He came to the office on a soft June afternoon. The stone gargoyle let him up without a password. McGonagall had instructed it to. The circular room was the same and not the same. The silver instruments were still there, but they had stopped spinning. The portraits of the headmasters were arranged as they had always been, and Dumbledore S. was among them, framed still bright with its newness, the painted blue eyes lifting briefly to Harry and then returning to whatever painted task he had set himself. Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait inclined a fraction of an inch. The other portraits, by long convention, pretended to sleep. McGonagall was at the desk. She rose when he entered. She was thinner than she had been a year ago. The tartan of her robes was the same. "Mr. Potter, headmistress, sit down, please." He sat. She did. She poured tea Earl Grey, the kind she kept for visitors of consequence, which he had never been served before, and she pushed his cup across the desk, and she said without preamble, "I have been instructed by the Board of Governors to offer you the headmastership of Hogwarts." He looked at her over the rim of the cup. He set the cup down. He said, "The board has unanimous consent for this." "It does. The vote was taken last Tuesday." "It is very kind of them." "Mr. Potter, it is not kindness. It is the considered judgment of 9 people who have watched you for 6 years and have concluded that the school will be better in your hands than in any others they can think of." Her mouth was tight, but the tightness was not against him. It was against the difficulty of speaking plainly to a former student about a thing she would not ordinarily have spoken about with such directness. "I have been asked to convey the offer. I am conveying it. I do not press it. I will accept whatever answer you give, and I will say so to the board." He was quiet for a moment. He looked past her at the long window behind the desk, which gave onto the slope of lawn, and beyond that to the Black Lake, the surface of which in the late afternoon light had gone a flat, level, pewter color, unmarked by wind. He could see at the far edge of the visible shore the small dark shape of the boathouse and the still smaller dark shapes of 2 figures walking along the path that led from it, students, he did not know which. He said number. She nodded once. She had expected the answer, and she had drafted her response in advance, and she did him the courtesy of giving it briefly. "Thank you for considering it. I have work elsewhere." She did not ask what work. She would not have asked even if she had not known. She did know, at least in outline, and she did him the further courtesy of letting the outline stand without further definition. She inclined her head. She said, "Hogwarts is grateful for what you have done for it. The school will remember you. I will remember you. If you ever wish to come back as a guest, as a lecturer, as nothing in particular, the door is open." "Thank you, headmistress." He finished the tea. He stood. He inclined his head very correctly to the portrait of Dumbledore on the wall behind her. The painted blue eyes had been watching him for the last half of the conversation, and Harry had felt them watching, and he gave the portrait, before he left, the courtesy of a single half-bow. Dumbledore's portrait returned it. Neither said anything. There was nothing to say in that direction either. He walked out of the office and down the spiral stair and down the long corridor past the portraits of headmasters and headmistresses who had held the chair for 100 and 150 and 200 years apiece, and he passed them without looking, because they were not his portraits and would never be, and the thought sat in him with no regret in it. He went down through the moving staircases. They let him through without playing their tricks. They had always, since he was 12, let him through without playing their tricks, and he came out into the entrance hall through the great oak doors. Hagrid was waiting in the entrance hall. He had on his moleskin coat, despite the warmth of the day, and he was leaning against the cold stone wall by the doors with his hands in his pockets, and when he saw Harry he straightened up without saying anything and fell into step beside him as Harry crossed the flags. They went out through the doors and down the broad, worn steps onto the lawn. They walked together without speaking across the grass, past the herb gardens that Professor Sprout was still nominally in charge of when she could spare the time from the Wisengamot, past the long shadow of the astronomy tower, toward the path that led down to the gate. At the bend in the path where the lawn dipped toward the lake, the blackthorn stood. It had been planted by Hagrid in the autumn of Harry's second year, at the lip of the dip in the lawn just outside the boundary of the herb gardens, in soil Hagrid had himself dug and Harry had himself watered. It had been a sapling then, 3 feet tall, slender and a little crooked. It was now 12 feet tall and broad-trunked and in full leaf, the dark green of late June, the small white flowers of its spring blossom long gone, and the green of its young blackthorn fruit just beginning to set among the leaves. The bark was black-gray and rough under the hand. Harry stopped at the trunk. Hagrid stopped beside him. Harry put his hand on the bark. He stood there for a moment with his hand against the tree, and he thought one thought which he allowed himself, which he did not extend or embellish or argue with, that the ledger was closed now and the work that came next would be different in kind, different in measure, different in the color of its arithmetic. He took his hand off the bark. Hagrid said, "Thought tree's done well. It has. Goin' on for years now, I reckon. It will." Hagrid sniffed once briskly and looked away across the lake. He did not say anything else. His loyalty, which had been the first he had ever been given by anyone, and which he had kept faith with through 5 years of work that had asked harder things of him than any other man Harry knew, was quiet now in the way that a thing is quiet when it has done what it set out to do. They walked on together to the gates. At the gates Hagrid stopped on the inside of the iron, and Harry stopped on the outside. The gates were open. They had not been closed in 5 years, except on the night of the duel at the Ministry, when McGonagall had ordered them shut for an hour as a gesture. Harry looked at Hagrid through the bars. Hagrid put a hand up, palm flat, fingers spread, the gesture of a man who is not waving farewell so much as marking the place where a thing ends. Harry returned the gesture. Hagrid turned and walked back up the path toward his hut, and Harry turned and walked down the path toward the village. In the inside pocket of his coat, against the lining, the basalt chip was no longer there. The chip was gone, dust dissolved in venom 4 months past, but the place in the coat where it had ridden for the weeks before the rite still had a faint hollow worn into the wool, and Harry felt the absence of it as a weight more comfortable than the chip had ever been. He walked down through the village. He did not look back. He went down to London by the afternoon train. Chapter 7 End.